Be patient with us, but welcome. And we're on item B, the adoption of the agenda. And I'm going to hand it over to our director. He has a statement about the agenda.
We're going to move, I'm going to get my items correct here, 5A, B, C, D, E, and F to the heel of the agenda and take those up after we've taken up all the other items. We have a lot of small items on our agenda tonight, and we have one really large item on our agenda tonight that I think most of you are here for. And so try to be respectful of people's time that have come here for one small item that'll have maybe one or two speakers. We're going to go ahead and move those up to the front of the agenda.
And let me just say, it's items 5A, D, E, and F.
Oh,
because
that's right.
5B and 5C are on the deferral, and we'll get to that under the deferral. So is there any discussion or questions about moving those items to the heel? To be clear, it's 5A, D, E, and F, and I do want to apologize for the majority of you that are here, but we want to get the small items out of the way first. So without objection, we will do that. Any other discussion on the adoption of the agenda? I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda as stated. It's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. The adoption of the agenda has been approved. Item C, the approval of the April 13th, 2017 minutes. Have all the commissioners reviewed those minutes? Any additions, deletions, or edits? We'll need a motion to adopt the minutes. It's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the minutes have been adopted. Now we are on to the recognition of the council members. And so we do have a lot of council members on my list. So I did it as I saw the staff and I saw you walk in. So the first is Councilman Larry. If you want to speak now, or you can speak later. Councilman Larry Hager, I saw you first, my friend. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Bill 2017Z047PR001, and that's BL 2017669. That's on the consent agenda, and all that does, this is a residential area where it was zoned CS for years, and I'm changing it from CS to R6A. And then I understand Bill 608 is going to be deferred to the end of the docket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll speak then.
Thank you. Next, thank you, Councilman. Next is Council Lady Blaylock. I saw you. Council Lady Blaylock, do you want to speak now or later? Okay, perfect. Thank you for coming down. Councilman Anthony Davis. Hello, Councilman.
How are you? Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. A couple things just wanted to speak on very briefly. First and foremost reason for being down here is my Inglewood Conservation Overlay bill. We are on consent, I believe, so obviously it should be good, but did just want to mention the neighbors have worked really hard on it. We started this process over a year ago with the previous overlay of Inglewood Place and Jackson Park. We trimmed it way back at the time, you may recall. We since brought back a small piece of what we did cut out, and just wanted to give the neighbors a lot of credit. They've worked really hard on it. We feel over 90% support in the meetings we've had, and they've done a lot of surveys, and we're getting close to that as well. So really appreciate your support on that, and hope we can move that forward. With the SCRP stuff, I don't want to wade too far into that, but we're, as you may have heard, we're withdrawing 685, which I had signed on to. I had liked and signed onto that because I thought it was potentially a nice compromise kind of thing, where we'd be lowering the residential census tract to how it was written, 2.5, and I thought maybe we could amend that amendment and go to 2% as well, just something for consideration. I understand we've still got 608, and the staff is recommending that 608 move forward, and an amendment on 608, and I would like to say I'd like to see that move forward as well, just so we can have this discussion at council, and we've got both of those up there the bill and the amendment. So would love to have that move forward to us so we can have discussion at council. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Council Lady Mina Johnson. Council Lady, come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Mina Johnson, a council member representing District 23. And today I would like to talk short-term rental bill, BL 2017-608. This is the bill define the short-term rental, one, owner-occupied, and two, non-owner-occupied, because short-term rental bill becomes so complicated, and we already even had a lawsuit. So after that, all the definition is finally moved under Section 17 under zoning code. So my bill, along with several co-sponsors, is trying to make it easy and simple. So owner-occupied will be accessory use, any zoning area. So whatever the area it will be, so owner-occupied short-term rental will be allowed as an accessory use. And of course, you have to follow all the regulation, permit application, and so forth. It has not changed. And only change is we are adding definition of non-owner occupied. And that will be permit with condition use in any other zoning district except residential zoning. The reason being is, many people in neighborhood, they are so proud to have residentially zoned, uniquely different community and neighborhood. So they would like to keep those community and neighborhood. So many people, who have non-owner occupied investment type of short-term rental property in a residentially zoned area, they feel as if like a micro business is moving into their area. So with respect to neighbors' outcry, and most make sense. So I and other council members are introducing the bill to differentiate owner-occupied short-term rental are allowed any zoning area, but non-owner occupied should be allowed only where it's appropriate, such as commercial, mixed use, and so forth, and reserve residential area as a residential. So for that sense, I would like you to approve 608, and substitute was introduced by staff, I believe. So substitute is mainly basically allow like Airbnb and all other people to submit the application on behalf of the owner. So it's not necessary, but I'm okay with it because application process is difficult, and also owner has to submit necessary document. However, I am opposed to amendment to 608 because amendment will again allow residential zoned non-owner occupied use into residential use. So it's kind of kill the spirit of this bill. So what I would like you to do is accept 608 and substitute if you feel so inclined to. I'm okay either way, but please deny the amendment to 608. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Respoli, I saw Councilman Pulley. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. As I've stated to a couple of you already, I'd like to speak at the time my agenda item is here, but I'm going to have to leave to go to a very important work session on a very important piece of legislation we're going to have to weigh in on at the next council meeting. So I'd like to at least share my thoughts with you now. I want to speak on two items. Item number 6, as it appeared on the agenda, which is BL 608, I believe, and item number 22, which is a contextual overlay applied to a neighborhood in the Glendale Park area. So I'm going to start with item number 22 in the Glendale contextual overlay. And I just want to tell you about how we got started with this. This Glendale Park neighborhood has a very rich history dating back over 100 years, and they had a Glendale Zoo and Glendale neighborhood, trolleys that run up and down some of the streets in the area here. And this overlay, the effort behind this overlay started really as with a contentious subdivision that really wiped out the zookeeper's cottage that had been standing since the early 1900s. I got involved in the effort to save that, and we almost did. Unfortunately, it's a tragic loss to the neighborhood. And so that said, it being recently demolished, there are still some relics that remain, and this spurred an effort to preserve the character, basically, of a neighborhood with such a rich history and in the other areas of the neighborhood. So the neighbors united and decided to advance their desire to add a contextual overlay to their neighborhood property. We knew very early on that there would not be consensus on this, so we began a process in late 2015, which began with meetings in the early part of 2016. So we've been working on this a year and a half, and we had a number of community meetings. It was a very detailed and time-consuming effort, led by and driven by neighbors designed to reach every homeowner, educate them to the effort, and educate them to the details of the overlay, and to secure their opinions about their perspective of whether or not they wanted such an overlay on their properties. So again, numerous meetings we held. There were numerous mail-outs sent to all the property owners. On several occasions, the neighborhood group who spearheaded the effort, and I got involved in this myself, we walked the neighborhood to diligently make an effort to reach out to everybody. We had surveys. Everybody was given an opportunity to weigh in, and then once we got the survey forms back and we saw people in opposition, I then held a meeting where I reached out to all of the opponents of the overlay to invite them to come in and hear their perspective and to educate them further, just to be sure that they knew what they were weighing in on. And there were some who had legitimate reasons in opposition, and you'll hear from them tonight. And they have a perspective, and the neighbors driving this effort also have a perspective, and you're going to hear them both. So planning and I surgically looked at this to the best of our ability. In doing so, we slimmed down some areas. Specifically, Gray Oaks was taken out of this, where we felt it may be inappropriate. Again, after that point, planning and I drove the area and the entire area to re-examine if there were other areas developed to the point it would be inappropriate to include. We felt that taking a look at the current layout of the overlay and the current geographical area you have before you, that it was appropriate. So I do want to stress that this is not an anti-development effort. It's simply an effort by concerned neighbors to create an area of sensitive development around their properties. So if there is a particular consensus on a particular block face, I'm personally not opposed to taking it out. And to date, I have not seen a consensus. I have been presented with, late yesterday, a couple of petitions of property owners, which I have yet to vet, that say that we want to be opted out of this. So, moving forward, I'm not opposed to that if there is such a consensus. I believe that a contextual overlay is absolutely appropriate in a maintenance policy such as this, and I reiterate to you that this has been a very time-intensive, neighborhood-driven effort. The neighbors and I have done all we can to reach out to all stakeholders, educate them, and hear their perspective on this issue. As I said before, you'll hear from neighbors who spearheaded the effort later, and they will have for you very specific information on the data yielded by the surveys of all the property owners. And although neither could be here, I was also asked to pass along to you comments from at-large council members Bob Mendez, a former resident in this neighborhood on Dale Avenue, and at-large council member Jim Schulman, a former District 25 council member. Both of these council members would like for you to know that they support the effort to apply the contextual overlay to this neighborhood. So I thank you for the time and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Now I'd like to just simply add that with respect to item number 6 and BL 608, I've not had a chance to really vet the amendments, so I really don't know what's contained in that thoroughly, and I'd like to. So I'll simply say that at this juncture, I do support the elimination of type 2s in residentially zoned areas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. And that's item 5.
Oh, it's item 5?
Yep.
Okay. Well,
Thank
it's not unlike me to get those numbers
No, it's
confused, so
perfect.
thank you very much.
We don't want to confuse anybody.
Hence the 608.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. All right. Next I saw Councilman John Cooper. You want to wait, Councilman? Okay, no problem. Councilman Robert Swope, where's? Want to wait? Councilman Scott Davis. Hello. Welcome, Councilman.
I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you for volunteering your time. Thank you for the hard work and the long hours staff put in. And let's just get down to business today. Only here really to talk about 2 items, technically 3. First item, we're going to look to item 13 on Edwin Street, currently on a consent. We started talking about this project over a year ago with my Highland Heights neighborhood. The property is owned and by current constituents who live in my district, and they're technically the applicants, but I am the applicant. I'm not the applicant. They are the applicant, and this is one of those things where I always tell you what I do for the developer, I do for my neighbors. This is a resident-driven development. This is acres of land that residents own that they were left by their family members. 2 people live in the Cleveland Park neighborhood. The other 2 live in the Highland Heights neighborhood. And they did an SP, they got help from staff, and it's on approval. And this will be a more affordable build too, comparable to other houses here. So please support this initiative. And now let's go to...
The applicant had just requested a indefinite deferral of item 13.
Huh?
Thank you.
Okay.
You may want to talk to the applicant, Councilman, make sure, but that's what they told us.
Councilman, if you get a chance to talk to the applicant and that changes for any reason, let us know before we get to the deferral list.
Okay, no problem. Now let's go to item 12. Actually, that one's been deferred too. But Greenwood, McFerrin, we're on consent here. The substitute, number 19. Number 19, this is the area where we've been working on this for the last year and a half also. This was a policy that was amended by Anita and her staff with the policy area, and I want to thank staff for their help. We did 3 community meetings just on the policy. Met at East Precinct, people signed in, met with the Greenwood neighbors. After the policy was amended, we put in initially, because we wanted some of the MUL abilities, but did not want the MUL intensity. So what we did is we brought it down to the MUN. We took out a lot of parcels, and we designated those parcels on the major corners of Cleveland Street and McFerrin. And we allowed some of the houses that are in the conservation overlay so it wouldn't be torn down. But the most important aspect of this, it allows me to create parking for the restaurants, the Holland House and the pharmacy, on those vacant parcels there. And more importantly, if we've driven in that area, we understand the gridlock and the traffic. Even though we love those restaurants and the owner lives in my district, in the McFerrin Park neighborhood, we love him and we love his family, and we're glad they're a part of our community. However, though, the traffic is getting a little bit bananas. More importantly, what this does is, because you can't park on residential property, even if it's a vacant lot, you can't do it, codes won't allow it. So I just want to thank the staff for their creative ideas and help me getting a bill that's on consent. Even though initially MUL went out to a lot of people and even most of those parcels. So I'm supporting the staff's substitute amendment, converting everything to MUN except for one parcel and allowing some of those MUL uses like a brewery to be housed in some of those historic buildings, and that won't be destroyed. And I just want to thank you and the staff members and those several meetings. And I want to thank my Greenwood and my Maxwell Heights neighbors for coming out. And I want to thank the homeowners who are part of this change also, because they requested the MUNA be used for some of their homes too that are on the corners across from the busy restaurants. And so this is a very friendly bill for those residents, but more importantly, it will allow, some additional parking uses and will allow other buildings to have some alternative uses, but not be that MUL or MUG intense, but MUN, which is mixed use neighborhood, which is very friendly toward those choices. So I just want to thank the staff for the help. But finally, let's talk about the elephant in the room that a lot of people are here for. Item 5, the Airbnb bill. That's a tough one. I have neighbors in support, and I have neighbors against. But I always follow policy. We have issues with the Airbnb stuff. Let's just get it out on the table. We do. I mean, people look at it through different colored glasses, but I have constituents that pay their bills and support their families with the type 1 and the type 2s. And I have people that live in my neighborhood who clean them. I also have people in my neighborhood who get annoyed by them. And they're all very important. I support the staff's recommendation and the amendment drafted by your staff. They did a great job. They did a lot of hard work. And I think it's a good balance and good compromise. And saying that and the great job that the staff has done with this, I also want to add is I've added an amendment too that's going in front of council, which will allow us to take $1 for every night and to give it towards affordable housing. Particularly, I'm hoping it goes to rebuilding Nashville, so we can take that money and add more affordable housing and keep the elderly and keep some of our less blessed citizens in their homes. Because one way of creating affordable housing is, which we all know, is to keep people in their homes, to keep them repaired, especially for some of our neighbors. And it's estimated that we do about 650,000 nights a year, and it's just growing. And so the amendment that I'm adding on the council level is just going to ask for $1 of that money to be dedicated to rebuilding Nashville, which has done a lot of work in my district over the years, who does a phenomenal job. And so it's not going to affect your decision here today, but basically in New Orleans, Airbnb agreed for $1 to go towards some sort of infrastructure, as a way of saying, hey, we know that, you're getting new regulations, but we want to be a part of the solution. And I just want to thank those at Airbnb, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting that amendment. But also, you have a difficult task in front of you, and follow the staff's recommendation. It means a lot, because I have people on both sides. But I have to point out, too, the parties that are happening, they're not fun. But in 2014, I had a large party before Airbnb, was popular in 2014. It was at the Joy Mansion, and college students threw a wild party. Police were called. They shut down the party. It wasn't a high priority call, but they shut it down within an hour. The owner was prosecuted, had to pay a huge fine, had to clean up a big mess. All the neighbors yelled at him, but life goes on. Recently, I think it's in January, another party was held in my Cleveland Park neighborhood. The cops were called, and the cops showed up. An hour later, the owner and the neighbor next door cleaned up the property. The kids trashed his house. And so people think that these wild parties are being thrown by tourists. They're being thrown by college kids. College kids, even when I was in college, threw wild parties. That's what kids do. And at both of these instances, the same email that we looked at had one thing in common. When it was time to go, all these Belmont, Vanderbilt, MTSU tags, not putting any particular school out there, kids started to leave. Same thing with what happened in 2014. These are kids that are throwing these wild parties. It's hard for me to believe, and not say it couldn't happen, but for someone coming into town to be a tourist, to be able to throw a party with 200 people. They might be able to do it, but all of these cases of these wild parties we're hearing about are regular, just kids just being kids, even though it's disturbing, and especially if it's near your house or next door. But we have to remember, that these aren't our tourists. And most of the time when these wild parties are thrown, the Airbnb owners don't like it because they trash everything. They do more than what the credit card deposit allows them to. So, and right now the incidents are going down. Codes is beefed up enforcement. You're having less complaints, and that could be good or bad. Maybe they're being more careful about it. But I want to have faith in our government and in our codes department, just like the faith I have in this planning commission and these planning staff, even though sometimes you disagree with me, but we still love each other and still respect each other. So right today, I am supporting your amendment to the Airbnb bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. We do still love each other. For sure. Councilman Withers. You'll wait? Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilor Karen Johnson, I saw you walk in. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Director Sloan, distinguished commissioners, Chair Atkins. I am here to speak on two items. I'm Karen Johnson, District 29. The first one is item 3, which is currently on the consent agenda, but I believe it has been pulled. And that item is 2017 SP 024001, Old Anderson SP. I did have a community meeting. Many are here today to speak to that. I think the developer is trying to work with the community as much as possible. They have been very, very forthcoming, very gracious in making changes to their plan. Originally for this parcel, it was to be townhomes originally, and the developer changed it to single-family homes, which many in our community want to see single-family homes. However, there is an older structure right next to it. We want to be very respectful to that adjacent property owner. Mr. Ali has been there, over 60 years?
She was born 70 years ago.
70 years ago. And so we, as a community, are working very, very hard to make sure that the frontage from the road blends in with his home. The setbacks have been moved. The developer has reduced the number of single-family homes by 1 unit, which the community asked at the community meeting for him to do. He also increased the green space in that development. So he is really, really working hard to accommodate the concerns that were expressed at the community meeting. He has done a tremendous job on that. And at this point, I'm going to just let the hearing take place. I think it's a good development because it is single-family homes and it was changed from townhomes. The other, for the life of me, when I get something that's disapproved, I try to figure out what in the world is different about what I request in my area from other areas. The item I'm speaking on is item number 18. This is for an urban design overlay over Moss Spring Drive and Blue Water Trace. This property is right across from my home, so I'm going to try not to even be emotional about it because it's not about that. There are a lot of people here from the community. We have had numerous community meetings. This developer has been a thorn in the side from the previous council member, Vivian Wilhoit's time on the council to my time. And besides all of that, I welcome the development, but we just want things done right. I went line by line on this urban design overlay. The staff reviewer is the same staff reviewer that did the urban design overlay for North Nashville's Whites Creek, which is near Jolton. That was item number 9 on the Planning Commission agenda on February 23rd. That one was approved. Mine is disapproved to push me to get 27 votes at the council. Every line on that urban design overlay is exactly the same. The purpose of the UDO on his says to ensure that future development is consistent with the existing and desired character of the neighborhood. Our purpose says it says that the design standards that preserve the integrity and footprint of the existing surrounding development pattern and ensure that future growth respects and is consistent with the wider area and fosters an appropriate sense of place for the community. Now, why the staff person put that on mine and put desired character on the other, I have no clue.
Council Lady, let's not get personal.
I'm not personal. I'm just pointing out for the commissioners.
Well, and we'll have a presentation on it, just like we do every item.
I still want to make my points here.
Yes, please keep it professional.
It is very professional. I'm not screaming. I'm just making some points here. I'm always professional. The compliance triggers are identical. The structures in this neighborhood are brick and masonry, which we said that we wanted in this UDO. But the staff recommendation says that it's inconsistent with the UDO because the materials are not like those around in the area. Well, those are the materials on our homes, and our homes were built in the 70s and the 80s. I think that this UDO provides the best design practices for the to-be-developed subdivision. This is on undeveloped area within this area. So it's not a UDO that's over existing development or existing properties. The contextual overlay is over this property, and the contextual overlay is over our homes, which are existing properties. The UDO is not over the existing properties. It is over the undeveloped properties. While the surrounding area may not meet all of the standards of the proposed UDO, that's because those structures, again, were developed in the 70s and the 80s. And the standards proposed for this UDO are appropriate for any new residential construction. The fact that surrounding homes are brick and stone Thus, the proposed materials in the UDO do meet the standards, and they match the existing development of our homes. The establishment of a UDO is consistent with the goals and objectives of the maintenance policy that covers this area. I ask you, commissioners, to please approve this UDO and not accept the staff recommendation to disapprove, because again, we have the identical UDO that you've already approved previously on February the 23rd. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Council Lady. Council Lady Angie Henderson, Council Lady Henderson, come on up. Welcome.
I'm here regarding item 16, which I believe is on the consent agenda, related to the sidewalk bill recently passed. And you will have received a letter from the Chamber of Commerce in support of that, but that was just in response to stakeholders, home builders, not having right-of-way dedication count against the lot size. So I would ask for your support on that if it does not remain on consent. As well, I'm here to speak on 608. I had been thinking about kind of waiting to hear what the community had to say. I think I will stay and wait on that, but I did want to make the point that I'm here in support of 608 as submitted to you by the council. I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. We as co-sponsors, we were not able to look at or really study the substitute. I mean, certainly it was presented in your staff report of Friday, but we were really not consulted as it relates to that substitute and the proposed amendment. So I would ask you, as you all consider that, to consider it as we filed the bill at council at 608. And so I guess my question would be, if I take the opportunity to speak to you now on 608, might I speak later, or is this?
You can do both.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. Well, I guess I just wanted to make that point as to how you all consider this and what motions you make, and as amended, as substituted, but to be mindful of the fact that, the way in which council filed 608 was intentional to keep that very simple. Simply that, type 2 short-term rentals are not a legitimate accessory use to residentially zoned property in our view. And so I think it sort of complicates things, frankly, to be dealing with a substitute and the various amendments and the other things. So I would ask, as you consider it, to please be mindful of that. And if I may, I'll reserve some time at the end as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Lady. Any other council members? I want to make sure that I don't think I missed anyone. All right. Good deal. Thank you, council members, for coming down, and obviously you'll be able to speak during each of the bills that you want to speak on. We're on item E, items for deferral. Lucy, and withdrawal.
Good evening. Items for deferral or withdrawal include items number 1, 2016 SP-062-001, Earhart Subdivision SP, a rezone from RS15 to SPR on Earhart Road. Item 4A, 2017 SP, staff recommendation is to defer to the April 27th meeting. Item 4A, 2017 SP-027, the Bel Air Mansion. This is a request to rezone from R8 and RS20 to SPMU on properties located on Lebanon Pike for a mixed-use development. And the related case, 2017 HL-004-001, 2250 Lebanon Pike, to apply a historic landmark overlay. The staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Diaz is recusing herself from 4A and the related case at 4B. Item 5B, 2017Z-005TX-001, an ordinance amending Section 17-16-2050 of the Metro Code to establish a 12-month moratorium on the issuance of new Type 2 and Type 3 short-term rental property permits and permit numbers for property zoned for single and two-family residential use. That's item 5B. Item 5C, 2017Z-006-006TX-001, an ordinance amending Section 17-16-2015E of the Metro Code to establish a 36-month moratorium on the issuance of new Type 2 and Type 3 short-term rental properties, zoned single and two-family residential uses. Staff recommendation is to withdraw both items 5B and 5C, and Commissioner Atkins is recusing himself. Item 6, 2016Z-044PR-001, a request to rezone from R10 to CS zoning for a portion of property on Murfreesboro Pike. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item 8 on page 7 now, 2017Z-041PR-001. This is a request to rezone from RS40 to AR2A zoning on properties located on Hudson Road. The staff recommendation is to defer to the May 11th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. On number 9, 2015 S-165-001, 2044 Straightway. This is for final plat approval to create a lot on Straightway. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 25th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Item 12, 2016 SP-097-001, 2525 Gallatin Avenue on page 8. This is a request to rezone from MULA to SP on Gallatin, and the staff recommendation is to defer to the May 25th, 2017 Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Blackshear is recused. Item 13, 2017 SP-030-001, the Edwin Street SP. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item 20, 2016 Z-120PR-001, a rezone from RS5 to R6 on Oneida Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 25th, 2017 meeting. Item 28, 103-79P-005, Riverfront Shopping Center, Lot 4, amendment. This is an amendment to a planned unit development overlay district on Robertson Road to permit an existing car wash facility. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 25th meeting. Item 30, 2017 S-082-001. This is a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on Marcia Avenue. Staff recommendation is to defer to the May 25th Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. So we'll go through these slowly. These items for deferral, withdrawal. Items number 1, 4A, 4B, 5B, 5C, 6, 8, 9, 12, 20, 28, and 30. Is that correct?
Item 13 as well. I'm sorry if you said
13. And item 13.
Edwin Street SP.
Perfect.
That was deferred indefinitely.
Deferred indefinitely. All right, commissioners, you've heard the items for deferral, withdrawal. We'll need a motion to accept. Been a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items are deferred, withdrawn. We're on the consent agenda. Item F.
Okay, so as notice and information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact legal counsel. Notice to the public, the items on consent will be voted on at a single time. No individual public meeting will be heard, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or commission requests that they be removed from the consent agenda. So the items on the consent agenda this evening are as follows. Item 2, starting on page 5, 2017 SP-012-001, 730 Old Hickory Boulevard. A request to rezone from R15 to SPR at 730 Old Hickory Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all. Item 11, 2008 SP-021-003, 1800 West End Avenue, an amendment to amend a specific plan located at 1800 West End Avenue to add medical office as a permitted use. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item 14, 2017 SP-032-001, I'm on page 8 now. Hickory Hollow Parkway SP, a request to rezone from RM20 to SP for property on Hickory Hollow to permit 350 units and apply appropriate design standards. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item 15, 2017 Z-010TX-001, a request to amend various chapters and to substitute of the Metro Code and to substitute place of worship or religious institution for church. Staff recommendation is to approve amendments to Title 17. Item 16, again on page 8, 2017 Z-011TX-001. This is a request to amend Title 17, various sections of Title 17 regarding dedication of right-of-way and minimum lot size. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 17, 2017 NHC-002, a request to apply a neighborhood conservation overlay district on various properties along Eastdale, Riverwood, and Plymouth, zoned RS10 and RS20. Staff recommendation is to approve. Items 23, on page 9, 2017 Z-047PR-001, a request to rezone from CS to R6A zoning for various properties on Keaton and Rayan Drive, south of Bridgeway. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 25, 83-85P on page 10. Ransom Place PUD, a request to revise a final site plan for a portion of the Ransom Place PUD for property on Ransom Place. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 26, 269-84P-001, Tulip Grove Road, PUD, a request to revise final site plan for a portion of the Tulip Grove Road PUD to permit the expansion of an Aldi food store. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. 27, 84-87P-004, the crossings of Hickory Hollow PUD, a request to revise the preliminary plan for property located on crossings to permit the construction of a 1,000 square foot office building and 50,000 square foot building. The staff recommendation is to approve with conditions, and Commissioner Blackshear is recused from item 27. Moving on to page 11, item 31, 2017 S-089-001, Clearview, a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots and for variances on property located at 731 Crescent Road. Staff recommendation is to approve, including a variance to the standard prohibiting double frontage lots and a variance to permit a partial contribution in lieu of sidewalk construction. Item 32, 2017 S-093-001, Willard Adams property. A request for final plat approval to create 5 lots on a portion of property at 2250 Stewart's Ferry Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 34, a contract renewal for El Hamdaha. Item 35, urban design overlays development review process update. And item 39 is to accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
Thank you. So a lot of items have been taken off consent, so we want to make sure we get these items that are still on consent correct. So make sure I'm right, Lucy. Item number 2, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 23, 25, 26, 27, 31, 32, 34, 35, and 39. Is that correct? All right, Commissioners, you've heard the items that are on the consent agenda. I need a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The consent agenda is adopted, which means that for the audience and viewing public, we will consider these following items, and Lucy, make sure that and that way, if you don't hear your item, we've already considered it either on the consent agenda or deferral withdrawal. So tonight we will hear on items 3, 5A, D, E, and F, which will be at the very end of the agenda. Items 7, 10, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24, 29, and 33. Did I miss anything? Just so the commissioners know.
Yep.
All right. So if your items have been disposed of, we appreciate y'all coming down, and then we will start with item 3. And before you get started, a lot of seats have opened up, so if anybody's standing, everybody get comfortable. It's like a Southwest flight. Scoot together. Come on in. Don't leave your seat open. We won't drag you out. We won't drag you out of here.
Down front?
Some down front, too, up front. All right, go ahead. Item 3.
Speak quickly.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 3. This is a request to rezone property from AR2A to specific plan residential on property located at 3413 Old Anderson Road to permit 9 residential units. The subject property is outlined in red. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The site is located approximately 400 feet north of Anderson Road and contains a total of 1.23 acres. The site is currently vacant. The site is currently zoned AR2A, which is intended for uses that generally occur within rural areas. The current land use policy for the site is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance. This policy is intended to preserve the general character of developed suburban residential neighborhoods. The T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance areas have established development patterns consisting of low to moderate density residential development. The site plan proposes 9 detached dwelling units. 4 units will front Old Anderson Road. The remaining 5 units will front an interior courtyard. The site will have a single point of access from Old Anderson Road, which will serve all of the units on site. Each unit will have a 2-car rear-loaded garage, and 4 guest parking spaces will be located on site. A 4-foot grass strip and 5-foot sidewalk will span the frontage along Old Anderson Road. All internal sidewalks will be a minimum of 5 feet in width. All structures within the SP will be limited to a total height of 35 feet. This request achieves 2 critical planning goals. It creates walkable neighborhoods by providing a sidewalk along the frontage of Old Anderson Road and supports infill development by providing housing which creates an appropriate transition. In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions.
Thank you. We'll open this item up for public hearing, and is the applicant? Come on up. You have 10 minutes. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal within the 10 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Commission, my name is Michael Garrigan. I'm a civil engineer with Dell & Associates. We're representing both the property owners and the potential developer for this project. I believe Councilor Johnson spoke briefly on it prior. We have had a community meeting. We've actually had a few meetings, but the initial start of the project were townhomes, as she stated. That was based upon the fact that there are existing townhomes across the street, apartments to the west, and apartments to the south, and a daycare to the north. But she expressed to us that she wanted to see single-family detached. So we came back with a plan that was single-family detached that had 10 units on it. And when we met with the community, I think that there was a lot of support for the 10 units, but there was also opposition for 10. They felt like that was too much. They would like to see more green space. And Mr. Cole, who's here tonight, who lives directly to the south, if you pulled back up that area, you'd see he's the last house left. And he and I spoke for quite a while. His house sits a little bit further back from the road, and by losing that 10th unit, we were able to stagger units 1 through 4 to get them as close as we could. Unit 1 has a 30-foot setback. Unit 4 has a 40-foot setback. That's measured from the very front edge of the porch, not the front of the structure. So they are very deep setbacks compared to current construction going on in Nashville. In fact, the deepest residential setback I'm aware of is 30 feet in the code. So we're trying to do the best that we can, but at the same time, meet everybody's needs and meet the needs of the development. We did, I don't think Karen mentioned it, but she did take a vote at the end when we presented the 10-unit plan, and she said if they're able to reduce it to 9 units, increase the green space, and scoot the frontage units back as far as possible, who's in favor of it? There was about 40-ish people in the room, and it was overwhelming in favor of that. So that's what we've done. That's what we're presenting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support of the project? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please come forward. Thank you for coming. Please state your name, sir, and your address. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I have never appeared before a committee like this before, so I'm pretty nervous, so excuse me.
It's okay.
My wife and I built this house in 1999. We built it handicap access. There are no steps coming in the front or back, extra wide doorways. The bathrooms are handicap access. We have no stairs other than one going up to a bonus room over the garage. We built this house, set it back to where it would not in any way obscure anyone's vision going up and down the street. We also tried to be sure that there was nothing in building the house that would make anyone object to it. This was top prime. Now, I understand, at least I think I understand, that the Metro Planning Commission has certain obligations. And first and foremost is to answer some questions. The first and most important question of any zoning change presented to you for consideration is who will initially, actually, and ultimately benefit. I think that's extremely important. Will it benefit and improve the quality of life of the existing neighbors, including their present quality of life? This would not do so. Is it being brought before you based on greed of a very few, particularly of the prime gainers, if the prime gainers are from someplace other than Nashville? And yes, that's true. They would be benefiting other people outside of Nashville. In such cases, you must be very careful that any of the adjoining property owners, primarily as us, but however the ones across the street are property owners too, and contrary to what Michael said, it was overwhelmingly against it, and I was asked to come and represent them.
Sir, and since you represent the neighborhood, then you'll have 5 minutes, so give them 3 minutes. Thank you.
Did I stop or what?
No, you'll have 3 more minutes, sir. Sorry. It's generally 2 minutes, but since you represent the neighbors, it's fine.
In such cases, you must be very careful that any of the adjoining property owners will not be adversely affected initially or in the foreseeable future. It is far wiser to forecast possible problems than having to deal with the aftermath of greed and ignorance-inspired poor judgment. This is very important. Now, as I said, we built this house in 1999, so it's not quite 20 years old. This house is completely brick, from the eave of the roof down to the grade. It's 50 feet wide. It is right at 60 feet deep, so it's a 3,000 square foot house. It's a sizable piece of property. It's one that we hope to live on until we die. We have 7 children and 11 going on 13 grandchildren. Now, 2 of my sons went into an occupation I don't really approve. They're both lawyers.
Hey. Easy. A lot of lawyers on the commission.
And one of those lawyer sons is married to a lawyer. They have 2 beautiful children, and that's their redeeming grace. In addition to the problem that it would cause us as far as not in keeping with the neighborhood, which is primarily as us and the people across the street, is the fact that that is a little 2-lane road that is unmarked. It is less than 1,000 feet long. It has 3 major curves, less than 70, right at 70 degrees in each curve. There are numerous wrecks on that road as it is right now. The additional 9 houses, as it is proposed, would introduce 18 additional cars at a very inopportune time. This road is used by people going to the Smith Springs Elementary School, the new school on Smith Springs Road. It is used as a cut-through by those folks to eliminate having to go to the 4-way stop sign at the corner of Anderson Road and Smith Springs Road. Now, there have been numerous wrecks. I have just barely missed 2 or 3 of them. In fact, in the last 2 years, I have been hit on the side twice and totaled my car. These were accidents that I could not avoid. And I do feel that in keeping with the neighborhood, if you wish to preserve the neighborhood and keep it as a pretty darn nice place to live, that you would vote against this this proposed zoning change. There's nothing wrong with the existing zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Ma'am, you'll have 2 minutes. Okay. If you would state your name and address. Thank you.
My name is Fran Bell Cole. I live at 3409 Old Anderson Road. I have lived there off and on for 70 years. And my main concern is the traffic in this dangerously curved road. And we don't mind 3 or 4 houses over there, but we're concerned with the fact that the traffic has already increased through this curvy, dangerous road with the building of the new Smith Springs Elementary School, and this will increase, this number of units will increase the traffic even more. Just want the neighborhood to continue to be a safe, nice place to live.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? And then we'll do 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then if the council lady would like to speak, she after the rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Garrigan, 516 Heather Place. You know, we did have a lengthy discussion about the dangerous curves, the bends. One thing I failed to mention that we have agreed with Councilor Johnson on is that obviously with an SP we're required the 5-foot sidewalk, grass strips, curb and gutter across our property frontage. We've also agreed, and we had a discussion with the community, and they chose where to put it, an equal amount of our frontage on the daycare's property to the north within the right-of-way. To us, it seemed at that meeting, and to most of the people at that meeting, it seemed like the most logical place. We offered it to be in front of the Coles property. They didn't want it. But with the daycare being there, there's a bus stop for children down across the street from this property at the townhomes, and creating that sidewalk connection made a whole lot of sense, and my client agreed to not only build, obviously, the sidewalk in front of his property, but as well as extend that same amount of length, which will take you about up to that northernmost egress point you'll see on that L-shaped building to the north. So we have done everything that we can do to satisfy everybody that we can. There were several people at that meeting. If I misspoke earlier when I said that the vote was in favor of this at that meeting, I would lean on Councilor Johnson to correct me. But from the hands I saw, they were in favor. And again, I believe Karen's in favor of this. We're more than willing to continue working, and we obviously, as we always do, will do so. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Councilor, would you like to speak?
Okay. Well, it looks as though there is still not an agreement with just the property owner adjacent to this. I did not misspeak, but Mr. Ollie says I did. The majority of people at the meeting raised their hands. And again, I don't want people getting upset with me. I always try to do what the community wants. I would like to ask for a deferral for one meeting, and I will get handwritten. I have everybody's emails, everybody who signed the community meeting register, and I will have them specifically in their writing provide if they're in support or not in support, and I'll provide that to the commission at the next meeting. Thank you.
Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we declare the public hearing closed, and the council lady has requested a one meeting deferral. Try to work it out. We'll need a motion for that if you think that's appropriate.
Make a motion for one meeting deferral to go back to the community.
Without a public hearing.
Without a public hearing.
Yeah, that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it will be deferred one meeting. We are on item number 7. Well, and before we start, there were several of these that, commissioners, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with y'all, is to make sure that the person, since so many were pulled off the consent calendar, make sure that the objection is still here, if that's okay with the commission. So on item 7, are there still folks here that are in opposition? Please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll have the hearing. Item 7. Thank you, sir.
All right, the next item on this evening's agenda is item 7. This is a request to rezone property from RS5 to R6A at 2401 Alameda Street in North Nashville. The subject property is outlined in red. This parcel is about 8,000 square feet in size, and we are a quarter mile south of Jefferson Street and a quarter mile west of 21st Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. The existing zoning on the property is RS5, which is intended for single-family dwellings with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. The requested R6A zoning is intended for 1- and 2-family dwellings with design standards intended to create walkable neighborhoods. The policy for this area is T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving, which is intended to create and enhance urban neighborhoods with more housing choice and improved connectivity. In evaluating zone change requests in evolving areas, staff looks at several criteria, including the location of the property on the block face, the distance to corridors, and whether or not the property has access to an alley. In this case, the property is an average-sized lot for the neighborhood. It is located on a corner, and it is less than a quarter mile from 2 corridors, and it has a built alley to the rear of the site. This area has a mix of 1- and 2-family dwellings, and because of the locational criteria, additionally the proximity to transit, staff found that this was an appropriate place to increase the diversity of housing choice in this evolving area, and that this proposal would be consistent with the goals of the policy. and therefore staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant in the room? Oh, perfect. All right. You have 10 minutes. Come on up. We'll open this item for public hearing. You'll have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 for your rebuttal. Please state your name.
Thank you. Ryan McClary, Rhythm Homes and Development. So we purchased this property last year. I've been working with Councilman Kendall about rezoning to R6A as mentioned. We held 2 neighborhood meetings to discuss this. There were a number of different opinions about it. Essentially, what we discussed with the neighbors was a desire to build 2 potentially smaller homes at a lower price point than what we would do with a single-family home on the lot, just economically speaking for the project for us as a developer. Over the course of the 2 meetings, Mr. Kendall, actually outside the 2 meetings, also knocked on some doors and talked to some additional neighbors who weren't able to attend those 2 meetings. At the conclusion of that, Mr. Kendall concluded that there was a majority support for this, and he recommended that we move forward and apply for the rezoning.
Thank you, sir. We'll reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Sir, come on up. And you'll have 2 minutes, and if you'll state your name and your address, sir. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Bakary. I'm at 2403 Alameda Street in North Nashville. After looking at what they're trying to do at that lot next to me, on my whole block, there are no duplexes or, I guess, double houses on one lot. They don't have that on my block. Might be in the area, but not on my block, and I think that putting that on there would change the character of my block in my neighborhood. I've been there for over 15 years, so I would have a problem with that. And I've talked to our councilman, Ed Kendall, about it, and he seemed to favor what I was trying to say as far as changing the character of the neighborhood. So I'm completely against changing it from one zone to the next in order to approve putting up these gaudy duplex-type buildings like they have over in Germantown. They have squeezed in 2 buildings on one lot. I'm against that. There are no things like that on my block. So that's where I stand on that. I'm completely against it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Developer, you'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So while I understand the comments in opposition, unfortunately, the gentleman who spoke didn't attend the 2 meetings. We didn't have a chance to address his comments at that time. But, you know, I understand concerns about, you know, a duplex, something that's gaudy, but really the goal with building 2 homes is to actually build something a little bit smaller, not as gaudy in our opinion. It is an oversized lot. It's 57 feet wide, so there's a little bit more width than some of the other lots on that block, and it is on the corner. It gives us an opportunity to address 24th Avenue as well as Alameda. So we feel like actually building 2 homes that are a little bit smaller versus 1 that potentially would be larger and more gaudy is actually appropriate, and ultimately that's what the neighbors agreed with.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And Vice Chair Farr, you want to go first?
Sure. You know, I certainly understand the concern about housing style and changing the character of the neighborhood. As I do look, I guess it's on 24th, it looks like there are some smaller units going down the street that way. So if, in fact, this house, this duplex is structured in such a way that there is it faces onto Alameda on one side, or one unit, and faces on 24th on the other, it looks like it would not necessarily be inconsistent with the street plan for the general neighborhood. So I mean, I think from what we can see in this area, it looks like there is quite a diverse stock of housing in that area. And so this doesn't seem like an inappropriate request.
Commissioner Haynes.
I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Sims.
I want to first of all thank the gentleman for coming. This makes twice that he came to voice it, and it takes a lot of courage to come and stand in a group and voice what may not be the popular kind of vote here, so thank you. I did go by and look at this property base because I was so impressed by your courage to come. And I have to support the staff too. I do think this lot is big enough, and I think that it's also does fit into the neighborhood. I wish I could do something different, but I really do very much appreciate your courage for coming. And I do this with trepidation because I live in a neighborhood where once the domino starts falling, it's very hard to keep it from falling.
Commissioner Diaz.
I had a question about the affordable housing component. I know that it says here that it's not yet determined whether it will have affordable workforce housing, and it was part of the presentation, but and also kind of it's a question I have as far as process. Can we encourage or require any of that in projects? Not yet.
No, especially not for sale units. We really don't have anything in the process other than working with organizations through property that we have and getting it in their hands to have it built and then get it out on the market. That's really the best avenue that we have right now.
I can add to that the council requested the affordable housing report just so we're talking to applicants about affordable housing up until the time that the inclusionary housing ordinance that passed last year is effective. So that will happen sometime in June. Those reports will go away, but the trigger will remain with the rezoning process.
Great, thank you for the update. I do think that, it is, this is probably a project that we're going to see start changing this neighborhood. But, it's not inconsistent with the policy, and neighborhood evolving allows for duplexes. So I also support the staff recommendation.
Council Lady.
Thank you. Can I get the staff to explain to the viewing audience what R6A means as opposed to just plain R6 zoning? What other design elements that brings?
Yes, so there are the standards of an alternative district, which would the R6A district would be, would require you to take access from the alley if there is one available. So it's primarily related to access and orientation of buildings. And in this case, there is an alley, so that alley access would be required.
Would that apply to both buildings?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. With regard to height of structures or anything, does R6A offer anything with regard to maximum height?
We're double checking, but I believe other than different than the R districts, no.
Okay, so it's mainly about the alley access,
yes.
which means there won't be a big garage on the front.
Right, or a curb cut on the street from a pedestrian perspective.
Okay, but as an advocate of having reasonably sized and priced homes be built as opposed to monsters, I appreciate the concerns of the neighbor, but it does seem that two smaller homes can be built as opposed to one looming one. If we, in an evolving neighborhood policy, this seems appropriate here. So I support the staff.
Commissioner Baxter.
I, of course, agree with staff's analysis that it's not inconsistent with the policy. It's a corner lot, and there is an alley, so these are all things in favor of approving staff's recommendation. And I do want to ask about something that was raised by our former Commissioner Clifton. I know. He was full of words of wisdom. It does seem strange to have this one lot zoned differently than all of the lots around it. And I know you said that there are other two-family lots around it, but it does seem to all be RS5.
So I have the land use map available. Now this map is based on data from the assessor's office, so I I am not able to verify the status of any of the existing uses as whether they're legal or not. But where you see yellow, that would be a single family, one family use. Where you see the orange, that would be two family. And where you see the brown color, that would be multifamily. And then the pale green is a vacant property.
So the two-family units could all be non-legal uses?
I can't speak to that at all.
They could also be non-conforming. They could have started that use and a zoning change occurred to a single-family zoning district. And so it's hard to say, we could do the research, but it's hard to say right now if all of those are legally non-conforming uses or not.
Well, I would hate to say that the character of a neighborhood is based on uses that are not legal, and therefore the zoning that the neighbor wants to maintain is inconsistent with what's going on if it's not actually legally allowed to be going on. But I guess we don't really know if that's the case or not.
We don't, and I would say, too, that there's a history in Nashville as far as rezonings go, that in the past where we had neighborhoods that were zoned R, that when council members in the past have seen a number of properties turning to duplexes, that they will downzone. This commission, the current commission has seen that, where they'll come and downzone the entire area to stop that from occurring. So I would expect that a fair number of these are legally non-conforming uses. I'd be very shocked if many of these were illegal non-conforming uses.
Well, this one certainly is a tough one for me. I can certainly see what the neighbor is arguing against. I do find it strange to have one lot zoned differently than the rest of the neighborhood, although apparently there are many units in that area that are operating as two-family, perhaps on a legal basis. But I also see what the staff has said about, basically, I mean, we know I think it's pretty clear that it's consistent with the policy, and obviously you do have the alley in the corner lot, so I will reserve judgment until later.
Commissioner Gobble.
I agree with the staff and Commissioner Farr. I think the narrower lots across 24th kind of helps set a precedent that makes me a little bit more comfortable with this concept.
Commissioner Hagan.
I don't want to, I'm struggling with this one just because of the spot zoning issue. So I agree with you, and I appreciate and respect everyone else's comments, and Commissioner Sims always drives by and looks at them so I can wait for her to tell me about them, which I appreciate greatly. So I'm really struggling with this, because if that was a situation where we had where it was been downzoned to stop this sort of development, like we've been seeing recently, we don't know that, we don't know that. But if that were the situation, then we're basically then turning around and flipping back over and saying, okay, let's spot zone the entire neighborhood.
So I feel compelled to say that this is not spot zoning because that's illegal.
Sorry, I apologize. I meant
that this, as is pointed out in the staff's recommendation, it meets the policy for the area.
It meets the policy, and there are other land use patterns around it that meet that. Okay.
All right, we'll need a motion.
Make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
There's been a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Let the record reflect there's 1 no and 8 ayes. 8 ayes, 1 no. And the staff recommendation is approved. We are on item 10.
Good afternoon. Item number 10 is the Hanias Central Park Plan. The request is to amend the building height limitation on the plat. The properties are highlighted in red. This is along Ozark Street, just north of Davidson Street in East Nashville. Staff's recommendation is to approve. Current zoning is RS5. The policy is conservation in T4 urban neighborhood evolving. This policy is intended to create and enhance urban residential neighborhoods that provide more housing choices and improved pedestrian and vehicular connectivity. A little history about this plat. In January of 2016, the Planning Commission approved a plan to create these 5 lots. These 5 lots were recorded from 4 existing lots onto Ozark Street. This was still in the T4 neighborhood evolving policy at that time, and it's not subject to compatibility criteria. The plat was approved, limiting height to 2 stories and 35 feet. Now, height restriction language is typically used in a neighborhood maintenance policy areas and not usually applied in neighborhood evolving policy areas. This is the proposed amendment in front of you. Again, there's no changes to the existing lots that were recorded in early 2016, except to amend that height restriction from 2 stories within 35 feet to 3 stories and 45 feet, which is consistent with the base zoning of RS5. So this would be consistent. Staff did a height analysis of the surrounding homes. They range in about 1 story to 14 feet to 3 stories in 45 feet, a little bit higher with the foundation. This is an evolving policy. We tend to see some changes in these areas. The newer homes that are built are typically taller than the existing homes in the area. Again, this neighborhood is within a T4 neighborhood evolving policy where we see this kind of change in development, and height limitations in this policy are not typically seen. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up. Welcome. You'll have 10 minutes. And you can reserve 2 minutes of the 10 for rebuttal if you'd like. Please state your name.
My name is Audrey Carr, here representing the developer of this project, Elevate Land Investments. Address is 521 Fifth Avenue South. We have been working through this process with the city and neighborhood for the past few months, and we are requesting an amendment to the height of the plat. These Ozark lots are extremely steep, and the code's regulations state that height is measured from the average of the 4 corners, which makes it difficult to design a home with a 2-story maximum on such steep lots. As stated in the planning staff's comments, this T4 urban neighborhood evolving policy typically does not limit height to 2 stories. When the subdivision plat was recorded in 2016, this height restriction was mistakenly put into place. We have met with all the surrounding neighbors and had multiple conversations to bring clarity on what our future house plans would look like. They were concerned with downtown and riverfront views being blocked, so we put together some sketches for them to show our intentions for height and massing. As the plans evolve, we will continue to keep the surrounding families updated. We are pleased to have staff's approval on this height amendment, and we appreciate your consideration and ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And so this item is actually open for public hearing. I did not state that prior to the applicant coming up. That was my fault. So we're open for public hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. If you'll line up, state your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for coming down.
Hello. My name is Tor Klosterud. I live on 1112 Glenview Drive. First of all, I want to say that I think it's false that she's claiming that she's proposed this and talked to us about it. I have not heard anything or seen any sketches in the last months. She said in the last 3 months she's been around talking to us, and that's not happened. I live on 1112 Glenview Drive, and that's one of the houses that will be most affected by this change. It'll affect our view, our privacy, and our quality of living. We recently moved into this house with my wife and 2 children, and one of the concerns we had when we moved in was we knew there's going to be some developments there, so we discussed it with the development group that was developing our house but also owned these lots at that time, and they assured us that it was going to be 2-story houses that would be built there because that's what it was zoned for. That was a major factor in our decision-making process for purchasing the house that we now own. So I cannot help but feel that we purchased our home under false premises, or false advertising, if you will. It is mine and my fellow neighbors' desire that the current height restrictions remain, and that the council sees this from our perspective.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Come on up. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address.
My name's Warren Bloomberg. I live at 1110 Glenview. I'm directly behind the lots that are going to be developed. I'm deeply impacted by this change. My home is a 2-story home. These will be 3-story homes. I bought the house 2 years ago, and one of the reasons that I bought the house was for the view. I thought that it brought value and beauty to the home. During the last 2 years, there have been 3 developers. I think this is the 3rd developer that's owned the lot, and the second one subdivided it, creating more lots and more housing there. And I don't see how it's fair that they're now, I assume that the height restriction was put on there when they increased the number of lots that were allowed. The previous developer had met with the neighborhood. We're a very close neighborhood, and no one was in support of it. This developer has not met with anyone in the neighborhood, and I'm not aware of anybody that's in support of it. We talk all the time. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll have the 2 minute. Oh. Well, I was going to, Councilman, do you want the rebuttal to go first and then you, or? Okay, 2 minutes for rebuttal from the applicant. Where's the applicant? Come on up. You have 2 minutes for a vote? No? Okay. Councilman?
Thank you, Commissioners, for the viewing audience. I'm Councilmember Brett Withers. I represent District 6. This is a location in the Shelby Hills area, which most of that neighborhood, actually, even the properties north of that are in a neighborhood, pardon me, a neighborhood maintenance policy. But these, when Nashville Next was done, these particular parcels along Ozark and Davidson were a neighborhood evolving for policy. And I have to agree with the staff that there is not a planning basis to limit the height, since that is not typically found in lot subdivision requirements in neighborhood evolving. The lots are very steep. There is conservation policy there for some of the houses that are built. They're more access kind of from the alley. So they are closer up to the Glenview houses than would ordinarily be the case. So the existing structures typically are closer to the alley with a pretty significant yard that drops down to Ozark. I had a while back wanted to maybe work with planning actually to look at an urban design overlay for this area. It's a very active neighborhood group, including some of the folks who live there on Glenview. This neighborhood in particular has been very active in tree preservation policies, and there are some mature trees. There are a lot of things that, you know, maybe we could have done something a little bit more interesting for this particular area to look at. Kind of planting houses around trees more than you would typically find in a lot of other urban zoning overlays, or urban design overlays. Unfortunately, with the lack of staff at planning, we weren't able to execute that at this time. There has been some communication a while back that I'm aware of with the applicant and the neighbors. I would say, based on some of the feedback that we've heard today, while I agree that there's no planning basis to not to do the 2-story, or I'm sorry, there's no planning basis not to remove the height restriction. What I would like to request is maybe a 1-meeting deferral so that we can have some time to make sure that the neighbors have the most up-to-date information available, if that would be okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, 1-meeting deferral will be fine with us.
And that'll just allow us time to make sure that everyone has the most up-to-date information.
I would say this, and I know that we have one other piece of information, since that maybe where this is headed is a deferral. that might be useful for the community. I think that we had a massing study done. And so I'd want to go ahead and put that in the record as well. Do you have that, Letitia, you can bring up?
I do.
It might help the community's discussion, Councilman.
That'd be great.
And so we'll make sure that you get a copy of that. Also, I would just point out that it's budget season, so to the degree that you don't think we have enough staffing, we appreciate you doing that.
You're out of order, Director. You're out of order.
Thank you. I appreciate your consideration on that.
I'm trying. Okay, there we go. All right, this is the massing study that was done. There we go. So what we're looking at right now is the existing restriction of 2 stories within 35 feet. And we were able to provide what it would look like with 3 stories within 45 feet. Keep in mind this does include the maximum foundation height that would be allowed. But as you can see, the existing homes in the area do range from 1 story to those 3 stories and 45 feet. So this is what it is looking like from if you were to stand in front of the units, and you can see the buildings, the existing homes behind them.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and declare the public hearing closed. And there's been a recommendation for 1 meeting deferral. And I just want to, we'll need a motion for that. Councilor, you want to?
So I would make a motion for 1 meeting deferral and the public hearing remains closed.
Closed, yeah. That's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say, any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1 meeting deferral. So let's do this on item 18. Oh, no, this is a deferral, so, I mean a disapproval, so we'll have to hear item 18.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Beekler. The next item on the agenda is item 18, the Moss Spring Drive and Blue Water Trace UDO. The request is to apply an urban design overlay to the properties outlined in red located along Moss Spring Drive and Blue Water Trace. Planning staff's recommendation is to disapprove the urban design overlay district. This shows a bird's eye view of the properties, which are primarily vacant. The current zoning is single-family residential RS10 and agricultural residential AR2A. In 2015, a contextual overlay was applied to the area shaded in purple. This includes the RS10 zoned properties within the proposed UDO boundary, which are outlined in red. The purpose of a contextual overlay is to maintain and reinforce the established form or character of residential development in a particular area. The current policy is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance, which is intended to preserve the general character of suburban residential neighborhoods. The proposed UDO standards are inconsistent with the policy since they would not preserve the character of the existing residential neighborhood. As a reminder, here are key things to note regarding urban design overlays. A UDO is a zoning tool that applies regulatory design standards over a given area, typically a corridor or neighborhood consisting of numerous properties. The design standards contained in a UDO do not replace the base zoning, but have the same force and effect as the base zoning. A UDO is used to protect the existing character or create a new character of a given area. The purpose of the proposed UDO is to protect the existing character. The stated intent of this UDO is to, quote, employ the appropriate design standards that preserve the integrity and footprint of the existing surrounding development pattern and ensures that future growth respects and is consistent with the wider area and fosters an appropriate sense of place for the community. Many of the standards in the proposed UDO are inconsistent with this purpose. In the next few slides, we're going to go over the proposed UDO standards and then go into staff's analysis. The UDO contains standards to regulate residential building and site design, including standards for height, accessory structures, garages, and access and driveways. It also includes architectural design standards for building materials and glazing or openings. The proposed compliance and modification process is consistent with other UDOs. For example, when a property is redeveloped or when vacant property is developed, full compliance with the development standards would be required. Based on site-specific issues, modifications to the standards may be necessary. Minor modifications may be approved by Planning Commission's designee or staff, and major modifications shall be considered by the Planning Commission. So now to go into staff's analysis. The proposed UDO standards for materials, driveway width, and garage location are inconsistent with the surrounding area, and therefore also inconsistent with the stated purpose of the UDO and policy to maintain the existing character of the community. The proposed UDO material standards require that the primary exterior material be brick or stone. Hardy board or fiber cement siding is permitted as a secondary material for gables, dormers, and bay windows. EIFS, vinyl, and aluminum siding and untreated wood are not permitted. The majority of the surrounding properties have siding as a primary building material and would not comply with the proposed material standards. For the driveway width, the UDO proposes a 12-foot standard, and many of the surrounding properties have driveways that are wider than 12 feet. For garage access, the proposed UDO would require detached garages to be located behind the principal structure and attached garages to be accessed from the side or rear. Many of the surrounding properties have front-loaded garages. While narrower driveways and garage location standards proposed in the UDO are good urban design principles, they are inconsistent with the surrounding properties and the stated intent of this UDO. Any proposed UDO standard should be tailored to meet the specific goals of that area and be in line with the stated intent of the UDO. So since the proposed UDO standards are inconsistent with the surrounding area, as previously discussed, the standards are also inconsistent with the purpose of a contextual overlay, which is to maintain and reinforce the established form or character of residential development in a particular area. While the contextual overlay standards for height, setback, and building coverage would not apply to new lots created along a street in most instances, it would be inappropriate to apply design standards that would be inconsistent with the purpose of the contextual overlay. Also, there are no existing UDOs that have been applied to properties that currently have a contextual overlay. A UDO is also the incorrect tool for the proposed area. UDOs are intended to be applied to larger areas in order to impact the future character and built environment of a larger context. A UDO is not a site-specific tool, and it is inappropriately applied in this proposal. So in conclusion, staff recommends disapproval. A UDO is the incorrect tool due to the number and size of the properties included. In addition, many of the standards that are proposed are inconsistent with the surrounding area and the stated purpose of the UDO, the policy, and the purpose of the contextual overlay, which is to maintain the existing character of the community.
Thank you. And we'll declare the public hearing open. And Council Lady, you really act as the applicant for this, so you're allowed to go first. Well, we always allow the applicant to go first, kind of explain what's going on. I know you explained a little bit of that, if you want to, or I can ask if anybody wants to go first.
You can also speak at the end.
You can speak in the end, too. That's fine. Okay. Anyone wishing to speak in support? If y'all would line up, that would be great. And you'll have, state your name and your address, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for coming down, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners, audience. My name is Howard Jackson. I live at 1233 Charlton Drive, Antioch, Tennessee. I'm right around the corner from this development. I really didn't want to be here tonight. Cancer patient. Got many other things to be doing. I watched this development from the beginning. This developer first, I believe, wanted to put 71 homes on 14 acres. Then it worked down to 14. Now it's back up to 38. Last year, a little bit of the year before, I watched the first home go up. I was thoroughly disgusted. I'm still disgusted. It's all vinyl siding. I don't see a piece of brick on it. Because I want to buy other properties in that same neighborhood. and I can afford to do it. I'm deeply disturbed when I drive through the entire area now and seeing these cheap homes going up. I've been a realtor since 1976. I know cheap when I see cheap. And when I see all this vinyl going up in my neighborhood, where we have brick, stone, fine lines, quality construction, I thought I was on a different planet while I was listening to this staff person. I'm sitting back here and I'm wondering, are we talking about the same place? It's disgusting what this developer is doing in our neighborhood. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brad Scarborough. I'm here on behalf of the owner of this property that is affected by this proposed overlay. I want to point out a couple things initially. As I say, I represent the owner that is subject to this proposed overlay, who owns 100% of the property that is covered by this proposed overlay. And what's upsetting or problematic or troublesome to my client, because I'm not the owner, I represent the owner, my client couldn't be here tonight. This was something that was sprung on my client very recently. He was never consulted about this, has never been asked about this, never participated or invited to participate in any meetings concerning this, and honestly is not prepared and was unable to be here because he had a previously planned trip, and therefore he sent me to request on his behalf a 2-meeting deferral so that he could meet with the council lady and possibly discuss what the requests are, what is being asked of this developer, and there could be some middle ground. We just never know. You never know till you talk. So on behalf of the owner, I'm here tonight to request a 2-meeting deferral on this proposed overlay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Hello, my name is Paul Warner. I live on Owendale Drive, which is not too far around the corner. I've been there for 30 years from this proposed UDO. I'm also a realtor. I'm here to request a deference on this UDO for several reasons. I've seen the Antioch area change over the last 30 years, and this UDO needs to be properly vetted. We need time to evaluate and review the needs of the neighborhood. We need to make sure the UDO is implemented properly. I also have appraisal concerns for current and future home sales and the possible negative impact on existing homes as well. It's very important that things like this be thought out thoroughly. Like I said, I'm not opposed to UDO. I believe we need to defer it until we can review it thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Welcome. State your name and you get 2 minutes.
My name is Bruce Harden. I live at 2908 Windermere Court in Donaldson. Did live in this neighborhood for the first 15 years. I lived in Nashville back in the 80s. My company's been hired as the general contractor to build these homes by the developer. My understanding was this plat was about to be recorded and we were going to break ground. These hearing signs popped up on the 18th. And so, like Paul said, we're certainly not against discussing all this with the neighborhood, but we haven't been invited to any of the meetings that may or may not have been had with the council person and the neighborhood or any of it. So it's all very much up in the air. And so I think a deferral would be the right thing to do, to get our heads together and see if we can work together with them. I've been a real estate broker for 20 years as well, and anyone in the business knows there's a severe affordable housing shortage in Nashville. These homes are going to be pre-sold. If someone wants stone or brick or hardy plank, it's perfectly their prerogative. But I don't know why you would mandate making a home more expensive to build and to buy if you don't have to, because there's a real shortage of affordable housing. So I think it all needs to be discussed, and that requires a deferral.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Council Lady, you're recognized.
I first want to address the reference that we did not have community meetings. There were several people here that felt like this was going to be too far down on the agenda, and so they had to leave. One was Ms. Bobby Petray, and she wanted me to specifically express that on behalf of the neighborhood, that the neighborhood is in full support of the UDO. We did meet with the developer. The situation became very adversarial with the community. We've had numerous community meetings, and we have tried to work through the issues diligently with this developer. This was not a UDO that was placed as a site-specific tool. One of the things that I asked when I submitted for the UDO was for the UDO to cover the exact same area as the contextual overlay, which you can see was a larger, wider area. I was told and advised that I could not do that a UDO could only be applied to undeveloped properties. And so that was why the width and the swath of this particular UDO was not applied to that entire area. To address the concern of property values, design standards add to the appreciation of values. We all know that. That's one of the reasons why many council members come to put UDOs on various areas. Myself, Councilwoman Jacobia Dowell, former Councilman Robert Duvall, and now Councilwoman Vercher and I, we have all put UDOs within this area. The gentleman that came up and spoke, that's a realtor that lives on Owendale. Owendale is not within the vicinity of the contextual overlay or the UDO. So it's a significant distance away from this area. The other thing the other neighbor came up and talked about was he felt like that when the staff report was given that it was far into our area. My garage on the back of my home is a rear entry garage. All of my neighbors on my street, they either have side or rear garages. We all have brick and stone masonry as well as wood on our finishes on our homes. And just like I said, those homes were built in the 70s and 80s, so they're not all vinyl siding. The reference to the home that Mark Marshall built in this neighborhood caused an uproar where we had to have a community meeting. It was not a part of this development. That particular home, he bought a lot off of an adjacent street that backs up to this development. Nobody knew that that lot was even available. And so he bought that lot and he built a single family home of all siding on it. That was just most recently built. That again created a lot of uproar, and I ended up having to do another community meeting because people in the area were concerned, why did you let this single family house go up in our neighborhood as our council person that's all siding? Well, I learned from that it was already zoned. It's an older lot. It was like one of none. There are no lots over there. The only swath of land in there is that little area where the UDO is being proposed. But for some reason, he found this one lot, and he built that home just recently, and it's all siding. That is inconsistent with the surrounding structures in our neighborhood. The other subdivision that he built that former Councilwoman Vivian Wilhoit was fighting, same thing happened. He built within an established neighborhood homes that were out of character. We didn't have the UDO tool available to us as council members during that term, and so therefore that neighborhood got stuck with low-quality development around high-quality older homes. So again, I ask that you respect our wishes as a community. We have, like I said, met numerous times, even when things have flared up with this developer, and I have worked diligently. In fact, he does not want to speak with me. I think the whole deferral thing is to try to buy himself some time so that he can get vested before you make a decision. This is a whole nother trick, and hold things up for that purpose. He has no intentions on sitting down with me in the community. I think you all remember there was an email that came around most recently when we did the contextual overlay, where one of his equipment operators and himself tried to basically run me over with equipment with a neighbor. So again, that's a whole nother issue that I won't go into tonight. But that's the type of thing that we're dealing with. When I go and question about a stormwater issue, and I'm out there with a neighbor who's pregnant, who doesn't understand why they're digging up in her yard for a subdivision that's being proposed across the street, then he tells a machine operator to move us out of the way. So again, I ask that you help us and respect our wishes to have appropriate design standards on the undeveloped areas within this vicinity. And I think I'm trying to end here. This does not take away development rights. We're not trying to stop a development. We just want the future development to be consistent with our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady, you want to go first?
Thanks. This is very complicated. It always disturbs me to hear differing opinions on whether community meetings happened or not. So I sure hope everybody's telling the truth on that one. I think it's important to communicate, and I hope that as this moves forward, communication will happen, and I would encourage that to happen regardless of what we vote on. One question I would ask for the staff is, it seems to me that the contextual design overlay has already provided some protection with regard to consistency with size, setback, and things like that with the existing neighborhood, since this is neighborhood maintenance. But the real concern here seems to be about materials, which I totally understand based on what I've heard the neighbors say. Are there tools that are available with this, and if they're not consistent with what is existing, would it be possible to change the statement of intent for this UDO, or to replace the C contextual design overlay with the UDO? What are the options that are possible here?
There may be some options. So we contacted the council member and asked if she wanted to work with us to establish different standards in the UDO or change the goals of the UDO, and the response we got from the council office was that they were fine with the way it was written and wanted to proceed to the Planning Commission with the UDO as written. So, there might be other options. I'm not sure we've explored all of those options to date. I think based on the standards that are proposed, that we feel like the SP would be a better option to achieve the goals that she's laid out. So we asked if she wanted to defer this to pursue some of those, or look at some of those questions, and the answer we got back was that she wanted to go forward with it as is. As is, okay. And then I guess in terms of the policy, if I understand this correctly, the policy is neighborhood maintenance. Is that an appropriate policy, or we're changing the policy to evolving, make this a more appropriate approach to take with regard to the intent of the UDO? Well, I think we we didn't look at changing the policy when we reviewed this, but given the area around there, we felt like the policy is correct. And I don't know that we spent a lot of time evaluating whether the policy should change, but given that most of this area is developed out, we think that the policy is correct.
Okay.
And let me say, Council, I don't think that changing the policy would change this particular issue regarding materials.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm going to listen to what other commissioners have to say. I feel like some communicating, which may be difficult, but if that were possible and could create an atmosphere where the issue of materials could be dealt with, because that seems to be the biggest issue of all here, that would be beneficial. So somebody down there figure out how to make that happen.
Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you. I agree. There seems to be an issue with miscommunication, which makes it hard for us to decide, what our opinion is or what to do. But that aside, I agree with the intent of the UDO. I think anytime that you want to incorporate quality materials and guidelines that improve the area, it's always a good thing. But I'm just confused as to what we can do as a commission if there's already a contextual overlay. What is, and I'm getting the sense that the UDO will only achieve quality material changes that the contextual overlay does not achieve. So, if this is a case about just, quality materials, then I feel like a UDO is really not the tool for that. I think a UDO seems to be more for the character of the building envelope and the setbacks, the height and all of that. And it seems like the contextual overlay is really already doing that. So I would like some help to to think of what other options, what's the appropriate tool then, if it's not the UDO. And I think that would help a lot. And maybe exploring that would be great. I think there is a good way that there could be a good middle ground, because I think the concept and the intent is there, and it's something good that I'm sure the neighborhood and everybody could benefit from.
Commissioner Sims.
This is so complicated for a 1-month-old commissioner that I just need to listen for a minute.
Commissioner Haynes.
Bob, back to you with a quick question. So this was filed by the council lady without ever coming to you all to say what would be the appropriate steps for this piece of property? Is that fair?
I may refer that question to Jessica, but I'm not aware that we were contacted before it was filed with us.
And then when you asked the question specifically about meeting with the council lady to try to come up with a better tool?
We sent an email to the council office. We sent an email to Brandon Burnett at the council office and copied the council lady on it and stated that we didn't believe that the goals of the UDO were consistent with the standards that were in the UDO, and that we wouldn't be able to support that. And I think the response we got back was that they wanted to proceed with it as is.
Can you go back to the pictures? So how do we have the communication gap between the pictures here, even prior to that, the pictures here with siding and front-loaded garages with what the council lady is saying? So I'm concerned about the miscommunication between the two sides here.
I think when we looked at the standards or the surrounding character of the area, what we did was we looked at all the properties that kind of just surround the proposed UDO properties. So the ones that are on the...
Can you go to the map and show us sort of the study area?
Do that. Let me find the best map to that. So the ones along that have the same kind of block face that directly surround this property are the properties that we kind of looked at for surrounding character analysis. And in those, we found very few that were brick, and primarily they were siding. Or if they did have some brick on them, they were not all brick, where the UDO standards call for all brick. A lot of these homes are not all brick.
You know, I think the difficult position we're put in is there appears to be miscommunication, and we need to get to something that's consistent that we can rule on. I'd love to understand from the council lady where the brick houses are in relationship to the siding houses to help us make a decision if we decide to rule on this tonight. So I'm struggling with this case.
Council lady, your name was called.
Council lady, can you point on the map where the brick houses are, or tell us where they are?
Sure, yeah. I actually live. Okay. Oh, right here. Okay. Right here is where I live. That's all brick and wood and brick and siding. We have no homes. Even on this street, this is Moss Landing. Those are the same as my house. They're older. They have all of the houses in this area have brick. Even along this stretch here, back here on Blue Water, maybe there is a couple of new houses on Charlton Drive, but it's no more than maybe 5 houses on that street there.
Okay, thank you. My quick analysis is I think the UDO is the wrong tool, so I would tend to support staff's recommendation.
Vice Chair Farr.
So just for my education, a contextual overlay does not impact new development, is that correct? It does? It just applies to the consistency of height and subdivision and so on?
So for contextual overlay, what you would look at is existing homes along the block face.
Okay.
So if there are no homes along that block face compared to, the standards for height, street setback, and building coverage would not apply, but the access and driveway standards of the contextual overlay would still apply to those that are under the contextual overlay.
Okay. So my next question is, Bob, you mentioned specific plan, which when I first saw this, I thought that that's exactly what needs to be done here, but I'm assuming that the developer that owns this land does not need to apply for a specific plan? I guess we don't know anything about that actually happening.
I mean, this application comes from the council member.
Right.
The developer is pursuing a subdivision plat. He's already had a subdivision plat approved on this by the Planning Commission and is trying to get to a point where he can record that plat. And I mean, I think he intends to move forward in some way with what was already approved on that concept plan. So a specific plan, I mean, could deal with some of these issues, but that also comes with a new development typically,
right.
Not just after the fact applying it for specific purposes of materials and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem, the developer would have to bring that forth, which, right?
Well, the council can rezone properties as well. That could have been the application as well, so.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I feel like we're all trying to find solutions to this, which indicates to me more discussion is probably needed. The other question I had was, you know, if we're looking at the urban design overlay, why wouldn't we expand the geographic area to cover the entire, I mean, if that's really the issue here, why wouldn't we just make it a bigger geographic coverage area?
Again, we reached out to try to work with the council's office on the bill, and were rebuffed on that effort. And the comment that was made that says that UDOs can only go on undeveloped property is completely false. I'm not sure who misled the council member on that issue, but that's not true. Obviously, as this commission well knows, that we put UDOs over developed properties all the time.
So it seems to me that there may be another solution, and that it probably warrants additional discussion, but you know, I agree that the tool that's put out there today is not the appropriate response.
Well, and let's talk about a deferral. Director, what happens in a deferral, 1 or 2 meeting, or is it appropriate?
Well, first of all, the council lady has indicated that she's not interested in a deferral. She'd like a vote So I think that ought to be respected and and let the council move forward with it. And I know the applicant, or not the applicant, the property owner, the representative for the property owner indicated that they wanted a 2-meeting deferral, which I would say that if you had a 2-meeting deferral, you go beyond the 30 days and it's already been filed. Has it not already been filed?
It is, but it's on the July public hearing.
It's set for the July public hearing. Be that as it may, it still, after 30 days, is deemed approved. And so I would hesitate to do that, especially given that she has clearly voiced that she doesn't want a deferral.
Okay. Just need to clear that up. Commissioner Hagan?
For all of the reasons already stated, I don't think it's the appropriate tool, and I'm in favor of the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Gowan?
I agree. I think it's a case of spot zoning again, and I think it's a case of, and I agree with the, this is a tough tool, and we've got a communications issue here, and if they can resolve it, that would be even better. But if I got to vote now, I got to support the staff.
I do have to jump in again and say that that's not spot zoning. Yeah, all right.
Commissioner Bikes here.
I have another question about timing of a deferral. So the council had a question, or she mentioned vesting, like the property owner wants to defer this for 2 meetings for vesting purposes, and you said something about the bill being deemed approved. It was not acted on within the 2 meetings. Can you explain that a little bit further?
Sure. So the bill that's before you becomes pending legislation at the time that a decision is made by this body, and it is referred back to the council. And therefore, any applications for permits would be judged against whether or not that permit application is repugnant to the legislation that is pending at the time. So if this body were to defer the bill, or defer your recommendation on the bill, then it is not pending before the commission, and any applications into the offices of the codes department or any other department really would be judged against the current zoning, not the one that is proposed, the overlay that's proposed. However, if you do give a recommendation, up or down, doesn't matter, and that recommendation goes back to the commission or to the council, then it would be pending, and therefore any permits requested, they would look at the bill that the council lady has filed and said, is this request repugnant to what this bill seeks to do? And if it is, they can't issue that permit until this legislation is finalized.
So even a 1-meeting deferral means it's not pending legislation?
Even a 1-meeting deferral leaves the door open for permits to be pulled that are counter to what the council lady is trying to do.
So I guess from the council's perspective, so even, I guess we've heard what most of the commissioners are feeling, but I know you're concerned about basically, I guess, permits being pulled prior to this going forward. So you would still be in favor of us moving forward, voting on it, not moving forward with the deferral. Gotcha.
I will need a motion.
Move approval of staff's recommendation.
There's been a motion to move approval of staff's recommendation, which is a disapproval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of disapproval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's disapproved. So we're on item 19. We've been here about 2 hours and 20 minutes. How about we do one more and then take a break probably after that? Would that be okay with commissioners? Let's do that. Item 19. All right, before we begin, is there anyone in the audience opposing item 19? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the next item is item 19. This is a request to change the zoning from commercial neighborhood and single-family residential RS5 to mixed-use limited alternative on various properties along McFerrin Avenue, Seymour Avenue, West Eastland Avenue, and Cleveland Street in East Nashville. Staff recommendation is to disapprove as submitted and to approve with a substitute ordinance. The existing zoning in this area is a mix of commercial neighborhood and RS5. The commercial neighborhood zoning is located around the intersection of McFerrin, Cleveland Street, and West Eastland. The RS5 zoning is located more interior to the neighborhood. Commercial neighborhood zoning is intended for very low intensity retail, office, and consumer service uses, providing for the nearby residential area. RS5 is intended for single-family dwellings with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. Portions of this area are also partially within the Greenwood and Maxwell Heights neighborhood conservation overlay districts. The requested zoning, mixed-use limited alternative, is intended for a moderate intensity mix of residential, retail, restaurant, and office uses with standards designed to create walkable neighborhoods. There are a number of land use policies in this area, and I'm going to walk through them one by one. The civic policy is this blue color you see here, and that is intended to preserve and enhance publicly owned civic properties. Those are Metro-owned properties. The tan color that you see in this area is T for neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to preserve the character of existing urban neighborhoods. There is one parcel within neighborhood evolving policy. It's at the corner of Seymour and McFerrin in the pale purple, and that is intended to create and enhance neighborhoods with more housing choice and improved connectivity. The striped parcels that you see is transition policy, which is intended to create transitions between lower intensity residential areas and higher intensity centers and corridors. And then the darker purple is T4 Neighborhood Center, which is a mixed-use area serving neighborhoods within a 5-minute walk. The requested zoning, MULA, would apply a moderate intensity mixed-use zone to all of these parcels without regard for the diverse policy goals or appropriate transitions from more intense to less intense areas. However, given the mix of policies in the area, there may be some zone change that is appropriate. And therefore, staff would recommend a substitute that includes some modifications to the proposal. Staff would recommend that the parcels in civic policy and T4 neighborhood maintenance policy be removed from the zone change. The existing zoning on those properties is RS5, and that's appropriate given the policy that's in place. Staff would recommend that for the neighborhood evolving policy area, that parcel on the corner of Seymour and McFerrin, that RM20A zoning would be appropriate. It's a larger parcel, it is on a corner, and that might be an appropriate place for more housing choice in this neighborhood. So RM20A there. On one of the properties in the transition zoning, or transition policy, get the mouse, here, parcel 104, staff is recommending OR20, and that would be a zoning district that allows for office and residential uses at an intensity that would serve as a transition between the area of neighborhood center and the rest of the neighborhood. And then within the center, staff is primarily recommending mixed-use neighborhood alternative. That's a scale that's more consistent with the portion of the neighborhood center on the east side of McFerrin rather than the MUL that's requested. And it would allow for mixed use consistent with the goals of center policy. Then on one parcel at the corner of McFerrin and West Eastland, staff is recommending the MULA that was requested. That property is at the core of the neighborhood center. It is separated from the residential area by other portions of the center and the MUN zoning, which would serve as a transition. And so it's an appropriate place for some of the more diverse uses that MULA would permit over MUNA. As proposed, the zone change would be inconsistent with many of the policies, but with the changes and the removal of some parcels as suggested, it could meet the diverse goals of the varying policies in the area. Therefore, staff recommends disapproval as submitted and approval with a substitute ordinance.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Councilman, you're really the applicant, I believe, on this. So if you'd like to go first, come on up. We'll welcome you back.
Thank you. This is one of those bills where we're not just rezoning properties owned by restaurants. One building houses the Moz Tacos, but homeowners that live in the district that are here in support. Planning did a great job in helping meet some of the goals. I do have some homeowner here and a constituent of mine who has some questions because they were taken from a MUL policy to MUNA policy. And part of it was so that staff and the neighbors could get on the same page, because, we try to as hard as we can, and we're almost there. But if one of the wonderful planners that we have can explain the difference between MUNA and MUL, because if I'm correct, Mr. Sloan, MUNA does allow for commercial at the bottom and residential on top. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, but MUL would allow for up to 4 stories, where MUNA is just 3 stories?
I feel like I'm getting a pop quiz here, but I think that's right. Okay, we're double checking.
We're getting the research out.
And once again, thank you for all the hours your staff put in. They did a policy amendment meetings, and they did neighborhood meetings after the policy was amended. And so I just want to thank your staff for working overtime with no extra pay. Anita and Marty are blessings, and so is the rest of your staff. But one of my neighbors is here who lives on Seymour, who owns one of those properties in the corner, who wants to be and make sure that he's able to do what he needs to do. So, and it's a vacant lot behind the gas station, and we're trying to be on the same page. I would love an approval from the staff and the commission, but he is a constituent and a neighbor, and just a great guy, great person, just like everyone else. And if we can definitely explain MUNA, and his property needs to be included, but he's just one property out of the whole urban zoning core neighborhood, whatever that wonderful policy is. And he'll probably come up and speak in opposition, but he's for this. But just like with the rest of my neighbors, he wants to be included, and he deserves to be included. And and I think we can honor all the wishes by making that MUNA and explaining. And we have another bite of the apple because we have planning. We have the council coming up, so it's not a done deal. But for the property on the corner of, I think it's 142 or 342, it's in the removal from the MULA right there. 242. It's probably 242. All right.
Is it the lot that's the most southern on the map there?
Yes, sir.
That's removed? Okay, that's 242.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And MUNA and MULA, are they both 3 or?
So the height for both MUNA and MULA is 3 stories and 45 feet in the Build 2 zone.
Okay.
And the max height is the same for those as well, 44 stories and 60 feet. The key difference between those two is the floor area ratio. For MUNA, it would be limited to 0.6. For MULA, it would be 1. And there's a slight difference in the impervious surface ratio as well.
So, Councilmember, I know that you've worked hard with our staff to get to this approval with these removals. Are you requesting now that that 242 be included in the MUNA rezoning to be considered today? Is that what I understand you to say?
Yes. And the person is here. So it's just not, even though I know it's not just Councilman Davis, just trying to be difficult here, but when the neighbors request things and we're this close, and we try to get everybody on the same page, and to me personally, I don't think it will be a significant difference, because he's just right there at the policy, and I would hate the hard work, especially when there's a slight difference between MUNA and MUL, and because it's a small lot, I don't think, and I could be wrong, I'm not perfect, I'm not a planner, but because of the size of the lot, the MUNA, MUL would not make a great deal of difference with that small lot, and still keep it, because no one wants to encroach more in the neighborhood.
Parcel 242.
Okay, can you bring up, you got the policy map
Yeah,
up
it
there.
has maintenance
Okay,
policy on that.
and that would be, Councilman, that'd be the problem that we would have with that, is that that's outside of the policy area that would allow, that would support that intensive use in the neighborhood.
Okay. Is there another use that may be more appropriate?
Is that neighborhood maintenance that I'm looking at that's shaded in the khaki?
Yes, so the
color
parcel 242, which I will point to with the cursor, that is in neighborhood maintenance policy.
And I assume that currently it's probably a single-family home, or is it an empty lot?
It's an empty lot.
Okay, but I feel like that this meeting is taking a turn into a
policy discussion.
Policy discussion and something that we normally do, in our offices in a meeting. And so I would just say is the department head, I don't feel comfortable changing the recommendation for this piece of property given that policy without further discussion.
It would be a big departure from our normal policy.
Okay, and I definitely understand that, but when my constituents ask, even at the final hour, I have to do what I have to do. So
we can have a deferral if that's what you prefer, and we can have this discussion about the potential of changing it. But I think that honestly, even if we did that, it would really have to come with a policy change as well. We'd have to go out.
I can always file a separate piece of legislation.
Right.
And remind the commission of,
And I think that we'd be happy to work with the councilman in the future and look at policy changes for some of the areas over here and then match that up with a zone change. But I just don't think that on the fly here that's a good idea.
Or maybe do an SP later.
It would take more than a 2-meeting deferral because we'd really need to go through the policy meeting.
Okay, so let's...
Councilman, would you be okay with maybe a 4-meeting deferral?
The only reason why I would not be for that is because I have other constituents that are here that are in favor, and I can always work with that one individually and come back.
Yeah, I think it'd be better taking up with a different piece of legislation.
Yes, but I just wanted to be fair to him and also to be fair. It's unfortunate that I'm a people pleaser. So
well, let's Councilman, if you're okay, I think it would be a good thing to move forward with this, and then if we otherwise, there's a lot of we'd be very, very inconsistent. So okay, thank you. Anyone? So we'll go to our regular speakers. Anyone wishing to in the audience here in support of the proposal? Is there anyone in opposition? Please come up. Welcome. 2 minutes, and please state your name and your address.
Sure, thank you. And thank you to the commission. My name is Megan Meinerich, and I live at 830 Seymour Avenue, which you can see on the map there. I am here today to say that I absolutely agree with the staff recommendation to disapprove the original submission as it existed first. However, I would disagree to approve this. Firstly, with several businesses already on on McFerrin Avenue, traffic is already a mess. It's a 2-lane road, or 1 lane in each direction. Try driving down there during any hours that Moss Tacos and Pharmacy are open at the same time, and it's very difficult to do. Our neighborhood, my neighbors consist of young professionals like myself, young people who have small children and elderly folks. This is not a main thoroughfare. This is not a large commercial district. We're just folks who live in a quiet residential neighborhood. Furthermore, if the concern is increased housing opportunities, I would like to point out that the Clio, which has 291 units, is just a few blocks down the street off of Gallatin Avenue. Makes much more sense to have some large multi-family, I'm learning the lingo, buildings that are off of those main commercial thoroughfares as opposed to Little McFerrin Avenue, which simply can't support that. In terms of communication, if there were meetings to discuss this with the community, I wasn't invited, so there's definitely some communication breakdown between the councilman and our neighbors. So in conclusion, I would recommend, voice to disapprove as originally submitted, but also to not approve this, at least not without the possibility of having more community meetings first. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And how about we start with Commissioner Blackshear?
I have a question for the councilman.
Councilman Davis, you have a second?
I know you guys I know everybody has a long night, but I have community, and I don't know, I wasn't looking, but I have community members that raised their hand to speak in support, and I don't know if they heard or whatnot, but they're here.
We can do that again. All of the folks in the audience here in support, just raise your hand. We've already declared the public hearing closed. But if y'all would raise your hand high. Okay. All right, so there are people here. Okay, thank you very much. I apologize. Councilman.
Yeah. So my question for you, Councilman, one of the concerns that one of your constituents raised was basically the inability to discuss this substitute ordinance with you.
In this area, in which they could have told you, the zone change was led by by Dave and Julia, who live on a corner. Because there's other properties involved, I became the applicant, and that is in a conservation overlay, so it's very difficult to tear something down. But they live right across from the pharmacy. And another issue I had with the property next door was we wanted to use the empty space for parking. And, and with the RS5 zoning, you can't use that for parking. And which the staff, when we did the policy amendment for the area to allow the additional uses, there were meetings about that. Staff went to the East Precinct, mailers were sent out. Greenwood Neighborhood Association meets every second Tuesday of the month. We discussed it with Greenwood. We had a neighbor. There were more people here that were in support, but they heard it was on consent, and so they left at 4. They just found out it wasn't on consent. And then one of my neighbors who's here, were kind of, upset that their property was left out when they wanted it too. So, I apologize, and we're going to have more meetings because, I don't do a rezoning without putting it through the Maxwell and the Greenwood neighbors right here, which these neighbors are a part of Greenwood and came to the meetings. And with people on the street, Megan Morton, who lives on the street, was here in support, and she's very active, and came to a couple of meetings and came to the policy amendment meeting. So there'll be more meetings, but this is a neighborhood-led effort to get these changed. This is not a developer-led effort. This is, the people that live next door to each other wanting to make the changes. And I'm sure that, I would love to talk to my neighbor and let her talk to the other neighbors and say, okay, this is what we want to do, because that's why we've been taking so long with this and working diligently with the staff to adjust it. Okay, we can't do this, but we can do this. We can't do that, but we do this. You can't park over here, but we can change this to OR, and we can do this to match up with the policy. And the staff has been very kind and very flexible and very supportive. And I do not want to take away from, and I don't want to feel like that, I'm not going to make everyone happy, but we're at a point where I got staff approval, trying to get commission approval, and I apologize to my neighbor if she's unhappy, but there are other neighbors here that will be happy, and we'll have more community meetings, and next time we'll have people stay, to say they're in support longer when we thought it was on consent, because we worked hard to keep it on consent and to make it so we have a pleasurable output. But we'll just continue. Please support this.
Yeah, well, that was, I guess, my question for you. I know you've obviously put in a lot of time and effort in working on this with the staff. And I just wondered whether you would be amenable to having further conversations with the neighborhood so that people who maybe were left out of the previous discussions would have an opportunity to discuss with you. So I guess the question would be whether you would be amenable to deferring it on this level, the commission level, or whether you would, I guess, prefer for it to be still considered at the commission level and then maybe further conversations had at the council level.
I think we should pass on this. In my opinion, we should pass on this level. Further
So this is, again, kind of the same issue again. This comes up on the May public hearing. So the next public hearing, so if we don't make a decision, has it been here for 30 days? It hasn't? All right. So they wouldn't be deemed approved if the commission decided to defer it. Then it would actually end up pushing the councilman's public hearing all the way to July, I guess, because June is the budget hearings. So a deferral here, even one meeting, is going to end up meaning like a 2-month deferral for the councilman.
Okay, thanks, Councilman.
Commissioner Gold.
Well, I'm going to kind of listen to the other commissioners. I don't think we have any simple requests tonight. So, but I do want to clarify that this thing says was originally deferred from August of 2016. Am I reading this right? So it's been around almost a year.
That is correct. This application was originally filed with us in 2016. There was an indefinite deferral right away because there were some policy conversations going on at that time. The land use policies in this area were updated during that gap, and now that that is complete, the zone change was reactivated.
I want to echo what the councilman said. He's worked really hard with our department to get to something that we were all in agreement with.
I'm really proud of our staff. That's all I just want to say. It's amazing to me that someone can bring something that's no offense to the councilman. You worked really hard with them, but it was pretty overbroad at the time. It didn't. And to sit down and parse through to make something work is impressive. So, especially in government, we're here to help, and I really appreciate the fact that our staff is truly working with folks. I understand and appreciate concerns of community members, but this is a corner where Moss Tacos is located. Across, you've got the pharmacy. Across, you've got these are Holland House. They've been there for a while. There's condos. We did a SP, I believe, up from 287 and 286, 2 lots up. We did an SP. If you guys remember, we had someone who had a house they wanted to use for a real estate business, and it's a transitional area. So I am really good with the disapproval I submitted because it was really overbroad. And you know what? In a lot of areas, you would have just gotten, sorry, that's not going to work. But this is a very well thought out, consistent with policy, appropriate for the area. I see no problem with approving the substitute ordinance.
Vice Chair Farr.
Was still sort of trying to figure out what it all was to begin with and what we were changing it to. But I think in the interest of time, as I look at it, I feel more comfortable with the fact that we really are truly looking at a corridor. And I understand that it's not a heavily utilized corridor, and it sure doesn't compare to Gallatin and But for the types of uses that I think would ultimately go in there, I think that this is the correct approach.
Commissioner Haynes? No comment. Commissioner Sims?
Actually, I want to compliment the councilman and the staff. That's kind of a perfect model of how we can work together to get something for the neighborhood going. I really like the substitute ordinance and support that.
Commissioner Diaz? Council lady?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Can I get one of the staff to explain? I think this was CN mostly before, and then the T4 neighborhood evolving up there at the top. So can you explain when you go from CN to MU, how much does that change things in terms of use?
In terms of uses, so some of the uses that are allowed in CN with conditions would in MUN would just be permitted, so the conditions go away, and then it does increase the bulk and scale standards slightly as well.
So still commercial, but a little bit more, a little bit more space. And then also, I think the concern about traffic is certainly one that we hear a lot, and it's an important one. I look at the traffic studies that were done, and that was clearly based on the very large area. So those numbers would be much, much smaller. Is that true?
Yes, and then if the memo that was provided to you as an update today did revise the traffic table to reflect the substitute ordinance, so that is available there.
Thank you. I think that's important. And then also, before the council member gets away, if I understand the timing right, this will be on council public hearing at the beginning of May, which means third reading would be mid-May. So there is time for another community meeting before we get to final vote at the council level. I mean, for the council member to get together with the community.
Before the council.
Before the council final vote. So, I mean, even if we don't defer it here, there's still an opportunity for the council member to get together with the community, which I think is, it's always good to get the questions answered and to try to get everybody.
And I know the council member meets regularly with the community because he invites us to a lot of that.
Right. Okay, good. So that being said, I'm sorry it's not unanimous, but it does seem that there is good support. It was a neighborhood-led effort, and the council members worked well with the Planning Commission on this one, so I would move approval of the substitute ordinance.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the substitute, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Ayes have it. It's adopted. So we've been here about 3 hours, and so we're going to take if it's okay with the commissioners, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. So we are now on item 21.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 21. This is a request to rezone property located at Sharp Avenue unnumbered from RS5 to RM20. The subject property is outlined in red.
Hold 1 second. We got one commissioner. We got to get.
Okay, that's fine.
Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. The site contains 0.4 acres of total area and is currently vacant. The site is located approximately 800 feet west of Ellington Parkway. The site is currently zoned RS5, which is intended for single-family houses and requires a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. The policy for the site is conservation and T4 urban neighborhood evolving, which is intended to create and enhance urban residential neighborhoods that provide more housing choices and improve connectivity. In staff's analysis, we determined that the property is located within the interior of an established neighborhood at the end of a dead-end street. The alley at the rear of the site is unimproved. The proposed RM20 zoning district, which would permit up to 8 residential units and would provide an intensity which is inconsistent with the surrounding land use pattern, would ultimately change the character of the existing neighborhood while significantly increasing the traffic flow through an established single-family neighborhood. Staff recommends that the RS5 zoning district remain in place as single-family use is consistent with policy and the existing character of the neighborhood. In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to disapprove.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. And Councilman. You're the applicant.
All right. Could you pull up the bigger map, Patrick, please? There we go. Oh,
Which one?
right there.
Is that good?
Okay. This may be one of these days that we agree to disagree. Okay? I got neighbors on the street in support. We got a dumping ground there right next to a railroad track, in which, I think, and I know in some cases, policy dictates that you could have a vacant lot, that if you have a large lot like that one right next to railroad, that density is more appropriate. Odd-shaped lot right next to a railroad track at the end of a street, so late at night, people dump things, councilman gets called, codes, Public Works comes to clean it up, classic East Nashville case. It's an evolving policy, but I understand that it's at the end of a RS5 street, and it's currently RS5, but it's not been developed at all. It's just been sitting there. And if you move forward, the rest of the property, more property extends further down. It backs up to Apex, where they tried to put that waste transfer station 4 years ago. And, I understand why you can't support this, but please understand why me and my neighbors want that taken care of, because, and we're okay maybe with RM9 or RM15, but being a weird piece of land next to the railroad tracks would be a good place for some affordable housing. However, though, we need the density, to get someone to take care of it. And that's the facts. And you're probably not going to see too many people in opposition, because they know that piece of land is an issue. So I'm once again at the mercy of the commission. If you disapprove it, that's okay. My neighbors will show up in support. When it's time, they didn't want to wait here longer because they knew there's the Airbnb stuff on the agenda. And it's okay if you disapprove, once again. But please remember that we live nearby this, and, people living next door to it have to deal with the dumping of the trash and the other issues. And being that close to a railroad track, density, I feel, would be appropriate for that area. And if you have any better suggestions, we're all ears. But I don't think, and I could be wrong, I'm not perfect, but with the issues that are occurring with that lot and with the support from my Greenwood neighbors, because of the issues they've had with that, I think 12 homes will be a lot better. 8 to 12 homes will be a lot better than dealing with the mess there that's just been there for years. And with it being close to a railroad track and having that kind of density, they couldn't charge the $300,000 to $400,000 home prices. So we'll be looking at a great affordable neighborhood that's in the urban core, that's actually right around the corner from the pharmacy and Holland House. So thank you for your consideration. And if you disapprove, that's okay.
Thank you,
But we'll agree to disagree.
Anyone else? Anyone here wishing to speak in support of the project? Anyone here wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And how about we start with Commissioner Haynes. We'll start with you. Start in the middle. I never start in the middle.
So, Councilman, we don't like to turn you down. Is there not some other density that might be more palatable to us or to staff?
I mean, it was open. I mean, RM9. It's a dumping ground. All right, it's one of those bills that, and it's one of the few spots that we didn't get a chance to hit at the whole day. You, me, and Bob toured the neighborhood. And I have a lot of these spots. As you can see in front of it, there's more. And you see that big industrial warehouse right in front of those two properties? That's where the waste transfer station was going to go until me and my neighbors convinced the church convinced Inner City Ministries to purchase that when their contract was gone. And so that property there is right next to the railroad track, and it's been a problem property for a long time. And and it's not perfect, but I think the perfect cure for blighted property is RM15 zoning, because A, it's right next to a railroad track. You can put some density, and then you'll have your neighbors there in support, because as you see, no one showed up in opposition. We know how vocal my neighbors are. If they're against something, they're going to show up. And more importantly, right there, with those weird shaped lots, and just having those areas where people are dumping trash in the middle of the night. I mean, we've done lots of neighborhood cleanups just off this lot by itself. And just to my knowledge, the best way to get rid of blighted property, you stick a high intensity zoning on that. And what do you know? People buy it, people develop on it, and it may not be the perfect answer. I'm willing to get it to the council and then do an amendment that's pleasing to the commission, to maybe we could put some restrictions on the density. Maybe we could say, yes, we'll allow 10 units, but they have to, and we could put the affordable housing requirements in there. I definitely want that. But
so, Councilman, you don't have a developer that's ready to buy this?
If you gave it an RM20 rezoning, there'll be I believe a developer the next day would buy it.
Well, this is a CSX line?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's a reason you see a lot of buffers around here, and that's because of the noise. So I know you're trying to create affordable housing. It seems to me that as active as that rail line is, there may be an issue with finding a developer to go build 8 units here.
I don't mean to put anybody on the spot. Where's Brandon Rumble?
Councilman.
All right, I'll wait and listen to the rest of my commissioners. Thank you, Councilman.
Commissioner Sims.
I feel exactly like Commissioner Hayes. I struggle when we keep saying no to this area because I know what Councilman Davis is trying to do. I think probably something closer to RM9, maybe 15 would be something that I would love for us to discuss, but certainly 20 gets to be really complicated pretty quickly here. So,
Commissioner Diaz.
I don't disagree with the changes it's probably needed, but I don't think this is a RM20 or nothing case, and I think that we actually can't even agree or approve this because it's against the policy. It doesn't, you'd need a policy change, so it's inconsistent with the policy, so we can't really do anything.
Councilor.
Thank you. I would agree with my fellow commissioners. I mean, we've seen other proposals to put a lot of density at the end of a dead-end street and decided that was not appropriate. So to be consistent with what we've done before, I think the disapproval is consistent. I think that since it is neighborhood evolving, that there's the possibility for some change to happen, but it needs to leave enough room that you're not having to build right up against those railroad tracks, because that's a pretty exciting way to try to sleep, is having those trains coming right next to you. So, I mean, I would hope that the council member would talk to this guy, and come up with an SP or something where we actually can build in an affordable component to it, so that we know that that's actually part of it. And maybe try to work with staff to think together on what would be appropriate to stimulate activity there. I certainly applaud his efforts to get things going and to get it cleaned up. And I bet there's a tool out there and we can find it with just a little bit more thought, but I'm not sure we're there yet.
Commissioner Blackshear.
No comment.
Commissioner Gum?
No comment.
Commissioner? Vice Chair?
I just have one question, and that is, why would you not include the property directly below it? I mean, I still don't think RM20 is the right answer, but if we're going to rezone something, why not do the whole? Yeah.
That property below it belongs to a group of gentlemen that own land on Apex next door. They're those houses that the gentlemen try to speak the best way I can. They're an environmental court a lot with those homes down there. There are two brothers, they're Pattersons. I mean, Doug, you might be familiar when you used to work with codes with their dad. And right behind there's the Inner City Ministry building. And
Yeah.
And I offered to put that in the rezoning to kind of stimulate that, and they were thinking that it was a conspiracy of me and codes to take their property away. So I'm like, you know what? We won't put you in there. But I think an RM15, I'm open to it. But just to get some sort of conversation going to get that blight taken care of. But, but RM20 may be too intense. RM15, I can live with that. And if we need something better or something higher, then we can come back to the commission. But RM15, just to avoid a disapproval from this commission, more than willing to work with it.
So just for those of us that can't put the numbers together, what would RM15 mean?
RM15 would allow 6 units.
6 units. So I still think this is not that going forward with a recommendation of approval is not the right decision at this point, but it seems like there might be opportunity for more discussion. And I like the specific plan idea. I think that was a very good suggestion. So I would move approval of staff's recommendation to disapprove.
What's a proper motion? That is a proper motion in a second. Any more discussion? All in favor of disapproval, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's disapproved. Thank you, Councilman. And we are on item 22, but before we start item 22, this was originally placed on the consent calendar, so we'll ask if the opposition is still here. Okay. Go ahead. Item 22.
All right, the next item on this evening's agenda is item 22. This is a request to apply a contextual overlay district to various properties on Audubon Road, Dale Avenue, Galloway Drive, Glendale Lane, Gray Oaks Drive, Leland Lane, Milesdale Court, Milesdale Drive, Scenic Drive, and Tower Place. Staff's recommendation is to approve. The zoning in this area is a mix of RS20 and R20. RS20 would allow for single-family dwellings. R20 would allow for 1 or 2 family dwellings. In both cases, the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet. The policy in this area is primarily T3 suburban neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to preserve the character of suburban residential neighborhoods. The intent of a contextual overlay is consistent with the goals of the neighborhood maintenance policy. The base zoning would remain in place, but the contextual overlay would vary some of the standards with appropriate design standards necessary to maintain and reinforce established form or character of development in the area. This would include restrictions on setback, height, building coverage, access, and garages and parking. The standards are established in the zoning ordinance and they cannot be modified. So to walk through them briefly, in most cases you would look at the 2 abutting lots on either side of the lot to be developed, and that would be true for the setback. The minimum required would be the average of the abutting lots. For height, the maximum height would be not greater than 35 feet or 125% of the average of structures on the 2 abutting lots on each side. If that happens to be less than 27 feet, then a maximum height of 1.5 stories in 27 feet would be permitted. For building coverage, the standard is 150% of average of the coverage on the 2 abutting lots on each side. This would not include detached garages or accessory buildings in this calculation. And then there are also standards regarding access from the alley and the location of access on corner lots, limited to 1 driveway per public street frontage, the width of driveways, as well as the location and orientation of attached and detached garages. As the proposed contextual overlay is consistent with the goals of the policy to maintain the existing character of the area, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. We'll open this item up for public hearing, and is the applicant would be the councilman. Is Councilman Pulliam? You can either speak now or after or both. It's up to you, Councilman. Yes, sir.
I'm going to stand by the comments I made earlier as my opening monologue, so to speak, and I would love to speak at the end if you'd give me that.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. So now anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Come on up. If y'all will line up. And when we do have large groups of folks, for everybody's sanity, we want to make sure, including the audience, we want to make sure we don't repeat ourselves. So if you could respect that, we'd really appreciate it. Come on up. State your name and address in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, evening, whatever it is now. I'm Charlotte Cooper, 3409 Trimble Road, District 34. As an officer and board member of the Green Hills Neighborhood Association and a board member of the Alliance for Green Hills, and as a longtime neighborhood advocate, I fully support this contextual overlay. I remember back in 2014 when the contextual overlay district was first proposed and approved. I supported it then, I support it now. I thought it was a great tool to help protect older, stable neighborhoods. The character of so many of our older Green Hills neighborhoods have gone by the wayside due to development for bigger and what is sometimes viewed as better, regardless of how compatible it is to the rest of the neighborhood. I think it is a good thing to have appropriate design standards to help maintain and reinforce the character of residential development, especially when the majority of the lots and homes are similar in size as in this neighborhood. Most of the lots are around half an acre or less, and the average house size is about 2,000 square feet. The contextual overlay will not prevent any homeowner from expanding their current home. The guidelines simply limit how much expansion. It will also not prevent infill development. We need to maintain this type of neighborhood. It is part of Nashville's history and still attracts many home buyers. Therefore, I hope you will vote yes to approve this contextual overlay district, and thank you for your time and service.
Hi, hi. My name is Ginger Byrne. I live at 4323 Leland Lane. We started working on a contextual overlay for our neighborhood in January of last year. We have emailed, mailed, texted, phoned, knocked on doors, and held multiple community meetings to be sure everybody knew about it, had accurate information, and had a chance to voice their opinions. The majority of our neighbors and property owners are in support. Almost half of those who opposed don't live on their property, and some of the others in opposition live in large new builds and won't be affected by the design guidelines. We are asking you to approve our overlay because many of the things that make our neighborhood so special are beginning to disappear. Developers are tearing down homes and jamming 3-story, 5,000-plus square feet houses on lots that are half an acre and less. To make room for these mansions that tower over the much smaller homes and yards next door and take up the whole backyard, big old trees are being cut down. And because the lots are so small, garage doors have to face the street, so front yards are being replaced by concrete paths. Because we are a neighborhood of small lots, what we do on our property has a big impact on our neighbors. Developers have shown that they don't build with neighbors in mind. They don't care about how they are affecting the quality of life of the people who live next door or behind the new houses. They don't care about maintaining the character of a neighborhood, and that's why we need this overlay. The design guidelines will still allow for taller and larger houses to be built, just not houses that are 3 stories tall or 6,000 square feet big. The quality of life of the people who live in our neighborhood now, the people to whom our neighborhood is more than just a good location, and the character of an old and established neighborhood are both worth preserving. But if we don't do something, all will be lost to developers who build big just to make more money. And I think it'd be really nice if one of the outcomes of this overlay is that if people who want to live in Nashville and can't afford $1 million house can still live in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Fred Pearson. I've lived at 4320B Dale Avenue for 16 years, and I support the contextual overlay. I feel that it won't inhibit the growth on any other properties, and it will keep it within the context and character of our beautiful neighborhood. Thank you very much.
My name is Martha Elder, and I live at 4203 Leland Lane, and I support the contextual overlay. I believe in protecting the character of the neighborhood and the quality of life that we all enjoy. I appreciate the effort made to involve everyone in this process.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McLean. I live at 915 Tower Place, and I support the contextual overlay. My parents built the home where I now live in 1951. Most of the houses on Tower Place were built around the same time. I was 8 years old. I moved away, obviously, have lived in other places in the city, came back about 19 years ago and redeveloped the house inside and out about 15 years ago. Obviously, I want to continue to support the architectural integrity of the neighborhood as it is. We're right in the heart of the old Glendale Park section. In fact, the tower base is on the west side of Leland on Tower Place. I'm on the east side. And suffice it to say, that's a very historical area. The old streetcar used to run out there, and rather the trolley car and so forth. And the caves and the bear pits and many, many things are connected with the historical significance of that neighborhood. So I'd simply like to keep it as it is. It's a good neighborhood, good schools at Glendale, and good people. Thank you.
My name is Laura Van Sickle, and I live at 1019 Glendale Lane. I've lived there for 15 years, and I indeed support the overlay. It has been disconcerting to me over the last 18 months that we started this process that on Glendale there are several hundred-year-old craftsman and Victorian homes. Mine is one of those, and it's located right next to a subdivision of 4-story homes. They're huge brick monstrosities, and there was no thought given into the design of that subdivision. I do want to comment that we started this 18 months ago. There have been multiple community meetings. There have been emails. There have been meetings. There have been letters. There have been door-to-door. So there's been adequate time for all of our neighbors to be a part of this process. And we just really want to preserve the character of our neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Donald Bell, and I live at 903 Tower Place, and I've lived there for 43 years, and I have always, during that time period, maintained my property to the highest quality standards to preserve the value and integrity of the neighborhood, and therefore I support the overlay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dwayne Sagan. I live at 1001 Tower Place, and we've been there for over 30 years. And I urge you to support this proposal and support the overlay. We all know there are many millennials moving to Nashville in this great surge that we have, and my son, his wife, and little boy are one of them. Our neighborhood is a prime example of the millennials moving back into our neighborhood, investing in it, returning it over into the younger group and bringing up their children in that area, and therefore we urge you to keep that same kind of feeling. That's why they bought a house on Dale Avenue right in the middle of this and not someplace else in Nashville. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Pond, and my husband and I have lived at 1023 Milesdale Drive since 1999. I support the contextual overlay because I love the character of our little street. We love that Milesdale Drive and Milesdale Court are just about the last streets in our part of town without even one mega duplex. Concerned neighbors have been working diligently on this issue for nearly 2 years. They've gone door to door in the heat of summer to ask folks what they thought. Please support what the majority of neighbors have said that they support. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Donna Sonner, and I too support the contextual overlay.
I've lived at 1016 Milesdale Drive since 2003, and one reason I bought on that street was it was quiet and peaceful, and there was a wooded area behind my house. Well, now there's a subdivision with giant homes, 5 of them on a lot where it used to be one house, and I wake up every morning to the sound of construction. I think they're building another house there now, and there's 3 houses where there used to be one house catty-cornered across from me. All the houses are much taller than mine. They can see down into my windows, and Glendale's a little bit higher in elevation than Milesdale, so that makes it even worse. They've also done tree and brush removal, and they've been bulldozing out there. We used to have a wooded area. We had privacy. The woods are gone. There's no privacy. It affected the wildlife in the area. I'm having to look into buying plants and plantings to provide screening, and if they don't provide a privacy fence, I will probably put one up myself. So it's economically impacting me as well. I really hope that you guys will approve this contextual overlay because we need it to preserve the character of our neighborhood. As Margaret pointed out, it's one of the last areas in Green Hills where it's like it used to be. It's almost like you step back into the 1950s when you look at our street. Smaller houses, smaller lots. Everyone knows each other. We have peace and quiet and privacy, and we would really, really like to keep it that way and keep the development within limits. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ronna Rubin. I live at 4320 Dale. I've been there for 22 years. When we talk about property rights, we have to acknowledge everyone's property rights and not just the property rights of developers and investors, especially those with no ties to our neighborhood and in many cases not even residency. Those of us that have lived in the neighborhood for 20 or more years who were drawn to Nashville's charm long before its city status have property rights too. The right to not be surrounded by wildly out-of-place, oversized houses. The right to enjoy privacy and something as basic as sunlight instead of having it blocked or threatened by a towering new build. The bulk of the homes in this overlay are located within what was Nashville's original zoo, as other people have mentioned. There are, of course, the famous remnants of the zoo, a portion of a bear cave, as well as concrete steps, part of an entrance. They're both on scenic. Because a contextual overlay is the least restrictive of all neighborhood overlays, property owners can still build the biggest house on the block. They can still live in the biggest house on the block. But it will also provide the guidance that is crucial in keeping construction in context with our beautiful older neighborhood. A majority of the homeowners in this overlay are in support of it. We all want to thank Councilman Pooley's tireless efforts. He knows what it's like to walk over 60 acres with some of us. His tireless efforts to work with his constituents and leave no stone unturned during the 18-month process. I want to thank the planning staff for their recommendation to approve the overlay, and I thank all of you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. If y'all will line up. And you two will have 2 minutes. And if you'll state your name and your address. Thank you.
My name is Jordan Davis. We live at 902 Tower Place. We are here in opposition. We are a new family. We just had our first child. She is almost 7 months old. We both work from home. I'm in network admin, and my wife is a realtor. We had a tentative plan to expand our home. To make it larger, to maybe make the footprint a little bit bigger and build up a little bit. This contextual overlay would limit what we could do with our rights, our property rights. She was speaking about property rights. I'm a big advocate for property rights. I love what the tenets of property rights that our country is founded on. So from that standpoint, this would impede on our property rights to do what we wanted to do with our property. And that's why we're opposed to this plan. So, thank you.
Hi, my name's Ken Pence. I'm an engineer. I live at 900 Tower Place, next to the Davises. I oppose the contextual overlay I've lived there 27 years. Across the street from me in Oak Hill, on the other side of General Bate, are 2-story, very large homes. We're surrounded by large trees, yes, but we're an unturned stone. The first letter we got from Russ didn't have a time on it. The next one had the wrong date. The signs for this meeting were August 27th. We don't want to, it's a misconception to think that this contextual overlay is going to help us that much, because we already have a 4,600 square foot home on our street on Tower Place going up right now, which will be a little over 2 stories and will be larger than the homes on either side, but it'll sure change the average. And when you have the average, you get those domino effects. And a lot of times the contextual overlay is used as a way to domino an area. So yeah, it's fine when it first goes in, but if you get one variance, it changes everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your service. My name is Mia Davis. I'm a realtor, a wife, and a mom. And I'm here with my husband and for my family and my neighbors who are opposed to the Glendale contextual overlay. We are strongly opposed to limiting our square footage and the height of our neighborhood homes. As a real estate agent, I know that it will limit our property values, our property rights, and the attraction of expanding families like mine to our neighborhood. I would like to kindly ask Councilman Pulley to either amend or remove consideration of this overlay, or to please allow our property to opt out so that we can expand our home for our family, from my mother that might want to move in, for our kids that may be born, God willing. And thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And ma'am, will you give us your address?
902 Tower Place.
Thank you.
And we bought the house in 2004. Thanks.
How are you? I'm David Condorelis. I'm at 4304 Leland Lane. I'm opposed. In my backyard is 4 on a lot. In my front yard is a 2.5-story house. So my house is 1,600 square feet on a half acre. On either side of me is about 1,800 and 2,000 square feet. So I can't do what's in front or behind me with this contextual overlay. But, you know, I'm staring at it no matter which way I go. So when it comes for me to, you know, either add on to my house, I'm limited. I've got a 1-year-old and, you know, expanding family. And we're looking at, you know, if we want to expand the house or do we want to move? And, you know, this is one of those where I can't get, you know, I can look at it, but I can't have it. And when I go to sell my house, I can't look at somebody and go, oh, you're staying in the backyard and you can see 4 houses on a lot. You can't do that. You know, you can't have a house that big, you know, and it's about 80% of lot coverage behind me on those 4 lots. And we voted with our dollars. I bought the house next door to me and started renting it to college students so that I wouldn't have 2 next door. So, you know, I voted with my money instead of putting in a bunch of stuff like this. You know, hey, I'm going to take care of it. I want to live there, and I want to live in a, you know, a nice neighborhood that's got smaller homes and things like that, and, you know, enjoy that. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I bought the house knowing that that could be a possibility, right? My house and the house next door, and have, you know, moved to try to keep it that way. But it's still one of those that I need to oppose the contextual overlay because it limits my property value, and I can't do what's in front or behind me, which is crazy when you think about it. And behind me is not included in the contextual overlay. In front of me is. So, thank you.
Hey, I'm Frank Condorelis. 4306, next door to 4304. We bought that house and do rent it to college students with the purpose of perhaps developing something together there to live in. Maybe my wife and I would move back. But this limits our rights. This overlay limits what we can do with the property and what our original plan was for our family for that property. And for that reason, and the other reasons. The gentleman on Tower Place who wants to build a bigger house and move in with his family, or just build a bigger house. We would like to do that too, and with this overlay, we can't. So that's why I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Councilman, it's your turn.
I'll just speak very briefly. Thanks very much for everybody who spoke, both in support of and in opposition to this overlay. I do understand there are two different perspectives here. I simply fall on the side of there's a significant majority who want this. It's a neighborhood-driven effort. The neighbors wanted this to create an area of sensitive development in which they live. The only thing I will speak to specifically is Mr. Pence did bring up a couple of things in the neighborhood engagement process, something that was sent inaccurately in a letter. That was corrected by the same vehicle that it was used originally, so another letter was sent, so everybody got the corrected information. And the sign to which you referred, it had August instead of April as the date of the Planning Commission meeting on it, and it was fixed very quickly within the time frame needed to notify people. So I think everybody clearly got the information on time and had ample opportunity to be engaged in this. So with that, I would appreciate your support for the overlay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we declare the public hearing closed. Council Lady, you want to go first?
Thank you. It looks, I mean, based on what I've heard, there do seem to be a larger number of people in support than in opposition. It sounds to me like the council member and the neighbors have worked hard to make sure it's been a well-engaged process. I certainly appreciate the desire to preserve some homes with yards for families to be raised in, and I do agree that property rights extend both to the people who are doing nothing with their property as well as to those who want to do something. And it does seem that this doesn't prohibit you from expanding your house. It provides some guidelines that may be smaller than people would want to do, perhaps if they were trying to max out. But in terms of total square footage, is it simply the footprint that has guidelines and then height? So within that, the square footage would be a function of those two things?
That's correct. The building coverage and the height would be the governing factors there.
Gotcha. Okay. I feel like on balance, this has got more support than opposition, and I think that, you know, perhaps there's an opportunity to maybe carve out some of these homes, perhaps if additional conversation goes on, and I know Mr. Pulley's good at chatting with people, so there may be some opportunity to deal with the small number of concern that's here. So based on what I've heard, I would support the staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Diaz.
Well said. Council Lady just said everything I was going to say about the addition, you know, doing an addition. It won't prohibit you from doing one, and I think that's what I've heard most of the concerns were about. So for that reason, I also support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Sims.
For my own education, what's the process for opting out? Can you opt out of a...
So there is a requirement of the contextual overlay that it must be applied in a contiguous and continuous fashion, and that all residential properties on a block face must be included. So the proposal was designed to make sure that it met those standards. You know, if things were to be changed, it would still need to comply with those standards. So that might mean removing a whole block face, for instance.
Okay. Even with that answer, I really applaud both the councilman and the way he's worked with the neighborhood, and I wholeheartedly approve this.
Commissioner Haynes.
I'm a property rights person in the spirit of our former commissioner, Mr. McLean. But I do think this has been well thought out. I think Councilman Pulley has taken the appropriate time to work with the neighbors, and on balance, seems like the majority are in favor of it, so I'm going to support it.
Vice Chair.
I was going to suggest that some conversations with the neighbors that were looking to opt out be considered. I mean, it did sound like they were concentrated, but I wasn't sure on Tower Place where. So it could be that there's an opportunity to have a conversation on Tower Place. But overall, it does sound like the neighborhood is very much behind this, and I agree that this kind of protection is needed to preserve these neighborhoods, so I support it.
Commissioner Hagedorn.
No comment.
Commissioner Bell.
I agree. I think it makes sense. A lot of work's gone into it, and I think the neighborhood is trying to do the right thing, and generally it benefits everybody at the end of the day. So,
Commissioner Blackshear. No comment. We need a motion.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
It's a proper motion. Move approval and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes are unanimous. Passes. We are on item number 24. But we'll try this again. Before we get started, this was, and if it was on the consent calendar, so is the opposition still here? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, item 24 is a request to change the zoning from R10 to commercial service on property located at 5510 Nolensville Pike. This is just north of the intersection of Nolensville Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard in southeast Nashville. Staff's recommendation is to approve. The current zoning on the property R10 is intended for 1 and 2 family residential with a minimum of a 10,000 square foot lot size. The requested commercial service is intended for retail, consumer service, financial, restaurant, office, self-storage, light manufacturing, and small warehouse uses. The policy for the area is T3 Suburban Community Center, which are areas at prominent intersections with mixed-use commercial and institutional land uses designed to serve suburban communities within a 10 to 20-minute drive. The properties surrounding this parcel that's the subject of this request are zoned commercial service or shopping center regional or part of a commercial PUD. The zoning requested would be consistent with the goals of the policy that is in place, and therefore staff is recommending approval of this request.
Thank you. We'll declare the public hearing open, and the applicant, it looks like it's the property owner. Are they here? Or council lady, you want to speak after? Or is the property owner here? The applicant?
The council lady.
Oh, the council lady, you're the applicant.
Yeah, the opposition would like to speak.
Oh, okay, you want to go first? All right. So first, let's hold on one second. Anyone wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up, sir. And you'll have 2 minutes, and state your name and your address.
Thank you. I'm Dan Covington, and I live at 6700 Holt Road, and I'm here as a matter of principle. The zoning is for commercial. This parcel of land was a historic cemetery, and historic cemeteries in our community need to be preserved. Saying that, it was a John Raines Cemetery that was destroyed. John Raines Jr.'s father was John Raines, long hunter, and came with Robertson and settled Nashville, Tennessee. John Raines Jr., his son, moved out. John Raines was at the fairgrounds, and I'm sure you know that. His son moved out. He was active with juries, commissioned for roads, served as a constable, and he was responsible for the first school in our community called the Raines School in the early 1800s. I had the Raines Cemetery's been in since 1888. The first person buried there was in 1832. And I live in the Ogilvie home place, which was built in 1832. And that was Frances Ogilvie, and she was the wife of John Raines Jr. It's going to become a parking for used cars. And to me, it's just a matter of principle that we let things like this happen to historic cemeteries and buildings, and we get them approved. So I just wanted to share that. I feel strongly. I'm a community advocate and a retired educator, and I love my community, and I hate to see things like this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Council Lady, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Dan, for coming out. And just wanted to give you a little bit of background on this. I didn't approve the cemetery to be moved, so let's just get that right up front. A judge did that. So this came to me as a vacant piece of property. He's already moved the bodies to nearby at Mount Olive where the other family members, which I did try to make that happen. So that being said, I am not an advocate for car lots at all. We're actually working on a UDO to try to stop car lots down Nolensville Road, but this is a very small piece of property. The neighbor, both neighboring properties are the same zoning, and it's just what they're going to do. That back piece of property that you can just see the roof of, they're going to tear that down and build something nice, so that will be a positive for this. But yeah, it's a very small piece of property that we're just going to try to make it consecutive with the rest of the street there.
Thank you, Council Lady. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, declare the public hearing closed. And Commissioner Hagendier.
I'm also not a proponent of running over some historic cemeteries, and our historic person's not here today to chime in, Brian Tibbs. But if the bodies have been moved and it's consistent with the planning, I support the staff recommendation and appreciate you coming out to give us the background of the property.
Mr. Gallo.
I agree. I don't know how the bodies got moved or who moved them, but it does seem inconsistent to zoning there now, so it makes sense to me.
Mr. Blackson.
This isn't really within the purview of planning, I don't think, but I wonder if there is the possibility of a marker being placed there or something so that as the person against the bill stated, that it could be somehow remembered and people will still know what happened at that property.
Yes, Commissioner. That's the Historical Commission actually would be the perfect organization to look into that and see about the appropriateness of it and putting a marker there. And I know that Tim Walker, who's the director of the Historic Commission, reached out to our offices on this issue, and so I know they're aware of it.
Council Lady.
I'm a fan of historic preservation, but it looks like the history's been moved. And so I think the marker is a great way to commemorate that, and it does seem consistent with the rest of the uses on the street.
Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Sims. Haynes. Vice Chair.
I think everyone's stated.
How about a motion, Vice Chair?
I will make a motion that we approve staff recommendation. Can we add something that we would like further research?
We can suggest.
We could suggest that further
historic
research be done to do a historic marker of some sort at this site.
Yeah, we can make that part of the record.
Okay.
That's a proper motion.
That's my motion.
And a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it's approved. We are now on item 29. All right. Here we go.
All right. Item 29 is a request for a final plat approval to create 2 lots at 3408 Lalamon Drive on 0.93 acres in the R10 zoning district. The property highlighted in red is located west of Antioch Pike on the south side of Lalamon Drive. Staff recommendation is to disapprove. The existing lot is approximately 40,000 square feet and contains one single-family dwelling unit. The R10 zoning district requires a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet and is intended for single-family residences and duplexes. The T3 neighborhood maintenance policy is intended to preserve the character of developed suburban neighborhoods with an emphasis on retaining the established character of the area. This plat proposes to subdivide the 40,620 square foot parcel into 2 lots. Lot 29A is 18,300 square feet, and Lot 29B is 22,319 square feet. Both lots have 128 feet of frontage. Section 3-5.2 of the subdivision regulations establishes criteria for reviewing infill subdivisions and neighborhood maintenance policies. The proposed lots meet the minimum standards of the zoning code, and both of the lots will have frontage along a public street. Regarding compatibility, this is determined based on the surrounding parcels. The subdivision regulations specifically define surrounding parcels as the 5R, RS, AR2A or AG parcels oriented to the same block face on either side of the parcel proposed for subdivision, or to the end of the block face, whichever is less. That is the definition we use in determining which parcels to analyze for compatibility. For lot frontage, the proposed lots must have at least, the proposed lots must have frontage either equal to or greater than 70% of the average frontage of the surrounding parcels, or equal to or greater than the surrounding lot with the least amount of frontage, whichever is greater. In this instance, there is only one surrounding parcel to the north and no surrounding parcels to the south because the block face ends. Along Lalamon Drive, lots created must have at least 144 feet of frontage. The proposed lots have approximately 128 feet of frontage and therefore do not meet compatibility requirements for frontage. Lot area is calculated in the same way and is based on the surrounding properties as well. The proposed lots on Lalamon Drive must be equal to or greater than 37,897 feet. Lot 29A is proposed at 18,300 square feet, and Lot 29B is proposed at 22,319 square feet. Therefore, neither of the proposed lots meet the compatibility requirements for area. Finally, we look at street setbacks and lot orientation. Future development will have to comply with the appropriate street setbacks, and the orientation of the lots is consistent with the surrounding parcels orientation. All agencies have recommended approval. So based on the subdivision regulations definition of surrounding parcels, neither of the proposed lots meets the frontage or area requirements of the surrounding lot. The applicant requests approval under Section 3-5.2, which states that when the surrounding parcels do not exist or do not meet the criteria to be used in the analysis, that the Planning Commission may grant an exception by considering whether the subdivision provides for harmonious development within the community. In this instance, the applicant has proposed some additional standards, including limiting the maximum height to 2 stories and 35 feet, requiring a raised foundation on all residential structures, and limiting vehicular access via a maximum 16-foot wide driveway. The Planning Commission may consider granting an exception by considering a larger area to evaluate if they deem it appropriate. However, staff recommendation is to disapprove because the subdivision does not meet compatibility criteria for infill subdivisions as required by the subdivision regulations.
Thank you, and we appreciate that. But I do, before we go into the public hearing, if Doug, if you could explain this subdivision, it's not a normal zoning. And
right, this isn't a zoning, or we've been able to do are going to do later tonight, a review of a text change. So this is an exclusive purview of the Planning Commission to determine whether or not it's appropriate subdivision of lots. It comes before you because we can't approve these administratively unless they meet the strict application of the subdivision regs. And as Abby pointed out, it's very close. They don't quite meet it. All the other agencies have approved it, and the commission has the ability to look at the greater area, which I think is shown on page 156. And Abby, if you'd bring that up again on the presentation. Certainly, if the commission thought it was appropriate, then you can see in a greater area how there's certainly be justification for it.
So we'll open this item for public hearing. And the applicant, is the applicant here? So.
Council lady stuck it out till just a little while ago, and I think she had to leave.
Okay. And she did ask that we resolve this matter tonight. So anyone here wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, we'll declare the public hearing closed, and we'll start with, how about Vice Chair?
So I think while we look at the adjacent lots and it seems as though this is not compatible, as long as we look over at the lot subdivisions on Overby, right around the corner from this, or look more broadly down, whatever, Bakertown or Lal something Court, you can start to see some support for saying that this is compatible. So I'm happy to discuss further, but I think we can find a way to approve this.
Commissioner Haynes?
I agree.
Commissioner Sims?
I agree with the conditions. I think those are very important conditions for our moving to approve it. So.
Approve it with conditions with the, okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz?
I agree. It seems like there's only maybe a handful of lots that are bigger or that same size. Everything else seems to be smaller. So, yeah, I agree.
I'd be interested to know what the council members' opinion on this was. Do we know that?
She specifically stated that she just wanted y'all to make a decision, and she was good either way, is what she stated.
Either way.
She trusted in the commission.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, it's interesting because I look at an earlier project that we looked at where we were wondering why in the world there was a height restriction of 2 stories and 35 feet, and it was a former subdivision, if I'm remembering correctly. So, am I remembering that right, or am I putting 2 together? Earlier tonight, we just
Neighborhood evolving, but it was neighborhood evolving.
Right, but it had earlier been four lots subdivided.
You're talking about the 5 lots that had the restriction. Yes.
Correct. So I'm just thinking through how do we make sure that the corporate memory is the reason we okayed that subdivision was because we put a height restriction on it, and then next year we don't come back and throw.
Well, this could be on the plat. Go ahead, Lucy.
So I believe you're referring to the Haney's project from earlier.
Possibly.
So that was, I know it feels like 3 hours ago.
Last week, yeah.
Right. So that was a neighborhood evolving area. And so originally we put the height restriction on, I think as Letitia mentioned, for that project, we did a visual modeling study, and that's how we determined that the proposed height would be okay. So in this instance, we have a neighborhood maintenance area, and generally speaking for neighborhood maintenance areas, we will consider a height restriction to ensure consistency with the other homes in the neighborhood.
Okay, so that's a distinction between this one and that one. I'm also remembering back to another area where there was a very strong opposition from the neighborhood, and we also had the discussion of talking our way around the neighborhood to look at other lots, and in that instance, it did not seem appropriate, especially in light of all the opposition. So it's important to me to think through harmonious development means it fits in the neighborhood. We don't have anybody here telling us that they feel like it doesn't fit the neighborhood. I guess that is helpful in saying if y'all feel like it's harmonious, I'm not going to stand in your way.
Commissioner Blackshear.
No comment.
Commissioner Gall.
No comment.
Commissioner Hagan.
I'm good with it.
We need a motion.
So I will make a motion that we approve the final plat with conditions and state that it meets the compatibility requirements.
And it meets the neighborhood compatibility.
Yes.
Just so that I'm clear, you approve the subdivision request with the conditions that have been stated in the staff report?
Yes.
Okay.
But based on the...
Based on a finding that it's harmonious with the
Right.
greater development in the area?
Sure. Sure. Okay.
That is a proper motion. That is a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and it's adopted with the conditions, and then it meets the neighborhood compatibility. All right. We are
Moving on now.
item 33.
33? What happened to 31?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm wrong. I'll be wrong.
No, you're right, 33.
33, good.
That's why you're the chair.
Yay.
That's why I get paid the big money.
Yes. Well, that makes me-
Item 33.
That's great, Patrick. That's the fastest I've seen anybody do that.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 33. This is a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located at 2223 24th Avenue North. The site is outlined in red. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. The property contains 1 single-family home on 20,037 square feet. The site is currently zoned R6, which is intended for single-family dwellings and duplexes and requires a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. The current policy for the site is T4 Urban Neighborhood Maintenance, which is intended to preserve the general character of existing residential neighborhoods. The proposed plat would create 3 lots, and each lot would contain 43.3 feet of frontage and 6,920 square feet of total area. Section 352 of the subdivision regulations establishes the criteria for reviewing infill subdivisions. As we've just reviewed this, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. No need to repeat ourselves. Lot frontage analysis and lot area analysis both require that the lots be 70% of the average for the frontage of the surrounding parcels or equal to or greater than the surrounding lot with the least amount of frontage, whichever is greater, and the same standard applies for area. As proposed, none of the lots will meet the minimum requirements for compatibility for lot frontage or area. A minimum frontage of 43.3 lineal feet and a minimum lot area of 7,209 square feet are required for an infill subdivision according to these criteria. All agencies reviewing the plat have recommended approval. For harmony of development, if the proposed subdivision fails to meet compatibility, the Planning Commission may consider whether the subdivision can provide a harmonious development for the community. The Planning Commission may grant an exception for the compatibility requirement and may consider a larger area to evaluate general compatibility. At this time, we have not received any conditions proposed by the applicant to achieve harmonious development with the surrounding lots.
In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to disapprove as the lots do not meet the compatibility requirement of the subdivision regulations.
Thank you very much. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant here? Applicant? Or the council person? Anyone here wishing to speak in support of item 33? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? I will make sure. I don't want to leave anyone out. Seeing no one wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. And how about we start with Commissioner Blackshear?
So since we just heard an item on this, I mean, I guess it's easier just to compare this to the prior item by asking how is it different or the same. They obviously both failed to meet the compatibility requirements. For staff, I guess the question is, it seemed that the prior item was close to meeting compatibility standards, but, sorry. No, you're fine. It seemed like the prior, obviously it failed to meet compatibility standards, the prior item, but it seemed like it was close and it was otherwise harmonious. I mean, just from looking at the compatibility standards, this one does not seem to be as close as meeting it, or am I mean, before I even get into the question of harmonious, I guess the question is how far off of the compatibility standards was it?
So for frontage for the 3 proposed lots, the proposed frontage is 43.3, identical for all 3 lots. And the requirement when we apply the criteria from the infill subdivision regulations would be 44.31. So yes, it's very close. For area, the proposed size is 6,925 square feet, again, identical for each lot. And the requirement from the infill subdivision regulations would be 7,219 square feet. So roughly around 300 feet.
And then the note you had that at this time, the applicant has not proposed any conditions which would make the proposed subdivision harmonious with the surrounding lots. I mean, without the applicant proposing any conditions, I mean, would there be room on the staff side to look to see if it could be harmonious, or is it, I mean, I guess how does that normally work to determine the harmonious character of it?
So sometimes when we have applications for subdivisions and we do not satisfy the minimum criteria, we'll have sometimes platted setbacks, which we've had before this commission before, restrictions on other bulk standards that may otherwise allow a future structure to achieve harmonious just in terms of bulk and mass with what's existing in that neighborhood.
Do you have a picture, not like the actual photograph, but maybe like a larger picture showing the lots? Yes. Well, you actually had it, the prior slide.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and then the one where it's like highlighted.
So back here? Or forward?
No, the prior slide, but I think there was like a blue marker for the lots.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
This one?
Well, no, right there.
Okay,
yeah.
sorry. The policy's left.
Yeah, I mean, it's harder to meet the harmonious. If it's not meeting the compatibility standards, then in order for us to approve this, it would have to be found to be otherwise harmonious. And it seems like it'd be a little bit harder, I guess, for me to find that it is harmonious. But I'm interested to hear what the other commissioners have to say.
Commissioner Gama.
It looks like there's quite a variety of sizes on the street on 24th Avenue North.
Yes, so we have various lot sizes ranging in between 40 feet to 60 to 65 and anything you might imagine in between that up and down this avenue.
You know, I think since there's not a strong rhythm to the street, if you look at the big picture, and we're only just a few feet off, I don't really have a problem with their proposal, consistent with what we talked about in the last one. That's just me. I'll listen.
I see this one is different from the last one in that there were just a couple of large lots in the last case, and we were looking around the corner, not at the frontage on those lots. So I'm struggling with this one more, and I want to hear what everybody else has to say, because I feel like we're going to have a hard time in this whole stretch when we have these regulations for infill subdivisions that this doesn't meet, and it's very close. But what are we going to call close? So where are we going to start making that line on harmonious development? And so I'm interested to hear what everyone else thinks about whether this is harmonious. Clearly, across the street, the lots are much smaller, and the ones, and then on this, like you just pointed out, the ones on this side of the street are varied in size. So I'll be interested to listen and hear what everyone else has to.
Vice Chair.
I don't think I have an answer either. I mean, I agree. There is such diversity on that street in terms of lot size. It is very close. I mean, just speaking specifically on the frontage side, it's a foot smaller. I mean, doesn't feel very noticeable. I think I'd feel better if it was just getting divided into 2 lots. But yeah, this one's pretty tough. Maybe one of these other folks has a wise decision for us.
I have nothing wise to say.
And Commissioner Sims.
Well, I have things to say. I don't know if it's wise, but I did go by and look at this. It's the way I'm trying to educate myself. And I have to put myself in the shoes of whoever owns this property. And even though it's close, it is so close that I just couldn't imagine putting 3 on this lot and without some type of conditions. And so, because they didn't submit any conditions, we're basically making it a free-for-all for our neighborhood. And actually, there are some decent homes through here and some nice people that are trying to care for this neighborhood, even though it's fairly crowded. So, without conditions, I would want to disapprove it.
Commissioner Diaz.
Just with the frontage alone, I think that I could easily be like, I could say that it's so close. And that's what I'm more worried about is the frontage, because these lots are all the same length. So, I'm more worried about what it looks like on the frontage. But without conditions, I'm afraid of what's going to be there. Are the houses going to be too close to each other, all 3 houses and the driveway and, 3 curb cuts? So I see there is an alley. I don't know if it's, is it usable or not? But I think it would make me feel better if there were conditions. So I don't know can we put conditions on this?
Certainly can, but that's actually just what I was talking to Patrick about. I was trying to find out the applicant's motives here. What type of development that they're looking at. What is the existing setbacks of the rest of the homes on the block, and some other things that would make development in the area more contextually sensitive to maybe put those sort of restrictions. Because I could hear where y'all are going, but without having the applicant here to be able to talk to those issues, then maybe a deferral to give us some time to go back and meet with the applicant and look closer at the structures that already exist on that block and see if there aren't some requirements that we can place on the plat to make sure that it is a harmonious development.
Mr. Director, do you want to, can the staff handle do you want to make a motion? No. You think a 1 or 2 meeting deferral for the staff?
Yeah, 2 meeting deferral would be great.
Okay. Councilor?
Thank you. I'm not good with it's close, because I worked really hard on those subdivision regulations, and they were born out of watching neighborhoods get sliced into smaller and smaller pieces. So, and I'm a numbers person. So,
and that's a great point, council lady, is that there is a domino effect when you do that. It will have a very serious impact with the other lots along that block, right. And that's always important to remember, because then when you come in to subdivide the other lots, there'll be a new number.
Right. So I guess what I would like to say, I think I could be persuaded on the harmonious development front if we had good conditions, and I was thinking we'll just steal them from this other one that we just did, but that's probably not appropriate. So I support a deferral, and I would even suggest maybe keeping the public hearing open, so that if there are neighbors who feel one way or another, we could include that in our decision.
Well, we've already closed it, but we could
Can we
reopen.
reopen it?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can reopen.
I would make that request then.
All right,
So
it's
then my motion is to, two meeting, what did we decide? One or two meetings? Two meeting deferral and reopen the public hearing so that the staff will have time to develop
It's a proper motion.
appropriate conditions.
Is there a second? Proper motion is second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's deferred 2 meetings. And now we are back to item 5. And just to be clear for the record, I have to recuse myself from all of these, including
all the late night ones.
All the late night ones. And so I'm handing the chair over to the vice chair.
We're going to take just a quick 5 minutes because I know that we have some people out in the hallways and give them a chance to come in. So if staff will go out and make sure that everyone's here for this meeting, has an opportunity to come in, and we go ahead and get everybody changed around. And yes, so 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Carrie, get us started.
This is items 5A, 5D, E, and F. Items 5B and C were withdrawn or recommended for withdrawal earlier tonight. So I'm going to go through some of the history of STRP legislation in Metro. It started in 2014 when the zoning administrator ruled that STRPs were allowed to operate anywhere residential use was allowed, primarily because there weren't regulations otherwise. Since then, the council has adopted a number of ordinances, starting with establishing short-term rental properties as a use in Title 17, but inserting the regulations into Title 6. Since then, there have been a number of ordinances that change those regulations. And most recently, the standards were moved from Title 6 to Title 17. At the time, the intent was not to change the standards, but just to move them so that it came through the Planning Commission review process. That was most recently approved by Council in February of 2017. Here's a snapshot as of April 11th of permits that have been issued by the Codes Department. So in the county, there have been a total of 2,661 permits as of that date. Of course, this only reflects those that are permitted. There are a number of unpermitted properties as well. But this shows the breakdown between the different types of properties as they're listed in the code now, along with the UZO versus countywide percentage. So as I mentioned, there are 3 types of STRP permits under the current code. Type 1 is owner-occupied. Type 2 is not owner-occupied. That's in R and RS. And Type 3 is a not owner-occupied multifamily permit. All of these permits are currently listed in the zoning code as accessory to residential. So they appear in the land use table as an accessory use. There is a limitation on Type 2 permits per census tract of 3% per census tract. And currently in the regulations, and it's been there since January of 2016 when those regulations were in Title 6, that only 1 permit shall be issued per lot in single-family and 2-family zoning districts. There are a variety of regulations for the application process, including needing to have a responsible party, proof of insurance, written notification to adjacent property owners. If you're owner-occupied, 2 documents giving proof of owner occupation, a statement that the applicant has confirmed that the STRP would not violate any homeowners association agreements or other sort of bylaws or covenants, and then proof of payments of all taxes that are due. STRPs are required to abide by all applicable noise and waste management provisions, as well as building and fire safety codes. Parking is required to be provided consistent with the code. STRPs are not allowed to provide food, so they differ from bed and breakfast in that way. The minimum renters for STRPs need to be 21 years of age. And right now, the maximum occupancy per STRP is twice the number of sleeping rooms plus 4 for each STRP permit. They do also have to list and post the name and telephone number of the responsible party who's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are provisions for the expiration and renewal of permits. All of these are 1-year permits. Also, permits that have 3 violations within a 12-month period may be revoked by the zoning administrator. And once that permit has been revoked, no new permit shall be issued to the applicant for the same property for a period of 1 year. There's also a series of penalties for when this is enforced through environmental court, including the $50 fine, as well as, I believe, a waiting period of 3 years becoming eligible for a permit. So there are 6 pending ordinances at the council. 2 of them have been requested for withdrawal. That's 609 and 610. Our guidance in reviewing these ordinances comes from Nashville Next, and there is a specific action item in Nashville Next under the economic and workforce development element. That action is create rules that allow home-based businesses in existing neighborhoods without disrupting the character and enjoyment of those neighborhoods. So those are the parameters under which we reviewed the proposed ordinances. So again, the list of ordinances, 2 of them we don't need to discuss. And then one of the ordinances has different elements that appear in Amendment 1 and a replacement in Title VI. So part of the issue is that the Planning Commission doesn't make recommendations on the whole package of solutions that would be needed for Metro to truly enforce these. Title VI doesn't come through this commission. That was one of the problems with having the STRP regulations in Title VI. However, once I get to that ordinance, you'll see that the standards that are included there are not land use regulations that would be part of Title 17. They are much more business regulations that would be included in Title VI. The third part of that, along with the amendment, which I will explain in detail, and the replacement ordinance for standards to the online marketplace, is an administrative process for enforcement. And that would be a process that the Metro Council would need to detail out, but it would relieve all of these from going to environmental court and would instead have a Metro administrative body that would review and handle the enforcement. So the first ordinance is BL 2017-608, and this ordinance revises the zoning code to create 2 separate uses. So the use that's there now as accessory to residential would continue to stay there, but would be the STRP owner-occupied only, and would remain accessory to residential. STRP non-owner occupied would be added into the land use table under commercial uses, and right now is proposed in districts where multifamily residential uses and hotels are permitted. So what that does is keeps all owner occupied as accessory, and it does not change where STRPs non-owner occupied are permitted other than the districts that you see listed here. So the big ones are the AG, AR2A, the agricultural districts, and then the more neighborhood level districts of R, RA, RS, and RSA. Mobile home parks is specifically left out for not owner occupied, given that that is a source of affordable housing and seems inappropriate to allow not owner occupied in that context. ON is not included on the list, but talking with the council office today, we think that's an error, and so we'd like to include that in the substitute that goes forward to the council. And then lastly, the districts that were left out of not owner-occupied were IWG, IR, and IG. The reason is that STRPs in those districts are only allowed as accessory uses to artisan manufactured housing. And so the idea is that those are live-work units where artists could maybe have other artists visiting them in a home-sharing way, but that they're not intended to be standalone units. This ordinance would also allow permits issued under the previous regulations to be renewed through June 28th of 2019. So there is a phase-out period for those that wouldn't be able to meet whatever the new ordinance would be. So this map shows all the zoning districts where not owner-occupied would continue to be allowed, and that is in the yellow, which is sort of all of the other districts, and the green, which is the RM zoning districts. I know it's difficult to see throughout the room probably, but those districts reflect areas that are higher density. It's downtown, midtown, the corridors, and those are the places where non-owner occupied STRPs would not change. They would continue to be allowed. The difference is the AG, AR2A, RRA, RS, and RSA, where 608 would remove the ability to do not owner occupied, is the purple area that you see on the map. So staff's recommendation for 608 is to approve the bill as it's been filed at council because it is consistent with guidance provided in Nashville Next. However, we do have a substitute that was included in our staff report, and it clears up a few administrative issues. Issues like making sure that permits that are renewed are properly issued and maintained so that they don't have violations or were somehow improperly issued. Clarifying that the date of no new STRP permit, that 1-year date, happens from the date of revocation. Allowing permit applications to be submitted by an online marketplace, and that does include very little information that they would submit to Metro. Any required affidavit or required documentation of owner occupation would be submitted by the STRP operator. And then also to add the ON zoning district that we believe was an error to exclude in the original submission. So on 608, staff's recommendation is to approve as submitted with a substitute. But in recognition that 608 and the substitute for 608 is one way to handle the issue of non-owner occupied STRPs, we also looked for whether there was the possibility of other solutions. And so we're going to present to Commission tonight a series of actions that together could present a different path, an alternative path. And unlike our normal recommendations where we would say disapprove as submitted, approve only if amended, what we're saying here is that 608 clearly meets the guidance in Nashville Next, and we recommend approval of that. However, if council wants to consider this other package of things, that there may be a way to recommend approval of that as well, having two separate recommendations. So the second part of this is having an administrative review process, and I'll defer to our legal counsel on the details of this, but right now any enforcement goes to environmental court, and they are limited to the judicial fine limitation of $50 per violation. If Metro were able to create an administrative review process that would have to be done by the council, then that process could be set up to levy fines in excess of that judicial fine limitation of $50 per violation. With that, there is a revised bill that adds standards into Title VI that are standards for the online marketplace operator themselves. And so the idea is, with both the administrative review process for enforcement and the standards for the online marketplace, that the commission may want to recommend that the council also consider amending 608 to allow a limited number of non-owner occupied in the neighborhood districts with additional standards. And so that amendment that was provided in the staff report is to allow STRP not owner occupied in AG, AR2A, RS80 through RS 7.5 and R80 through R6A. However, it does change the occupancy level so that in those particular districts, in the neighborhood districts, that the maximum number of occupants, instead of being twice the number of sleeping rooms plus 4, is twice the number of sleeping rooms plus 10, whichever is less. So that's one additional limitation. Also in this amendment, when 608 doesn't contemplate not owner occupied, we removed the standards, or the standard was removed, I should say, for having only one permit per lot. So if those are added back in to 608 through the amendment, then that standard would need to come back in to say only one per lot. There's also a provision for limits on quantities. like in the existing ordinance. However, it has been proposed to reduce the number per census tract outside of the UZO. So keeping 3% inside of the UZO and reducing at least to 2.5%, 3% inside the UZO, reducing at least to 2.5% outside of the UZO. This map shows the percentage capacity, I suppose, of each of the census tracts. So all of the census tracts that are orange or red, which is 2% and up, do occur within the UZO or have a portion of the census tract within the UZO. And the remainder of them, the vast majority of them, are less than 1.5% per census tract. So separate from the recommendation on the bill as filed, staff does recommend approval of Amendment 1 on a parallel track should the council choose to consider it, along with creating an administrative review process and standards for the online marketplace, which I will talk in detail about in a few minutes. The second bill is 2017-611, and this bill not just requires a statement that the applicant has notified any homeowners association, but also a statement as to whether those organizations object to the STRP permit. Staff's recommending disapproval of this ordinance. The issue is, so the current regulations already require a statement that they've notified any homeowners association. And as amended, it will require that statement plus any objection or opposition to the by the association. The issue is that that objection would not be a basis for denial of the permit. So someone would be coming to the codes department saying that they notified them, saying that they object, but codes would still be required to issue the permit because Metro can't enforce private agreements. Again, I'll defer to legal counsel on the details of this, but Metro can't enforce the private agreements between homeowners and homeowners associations. And so we've noted here that the Department of Law should also be consulted on whether there's a different way to do that. The next bill is 2017-653. That bill adds 2 forms of identification to the list of documents that are acceptable to demonstrate owner occupation. One is a verification from your employer or a current automobile, life, or health insurance policy. Staff's recommending approval of this ordinance. Here you can see the existing list of documentation. They're really intended to be, things that you wouldn't send to a commercial rental property. So it's intended to be limited in that way. And then the last bill is 2017-685, and that bill, as filed, would allow an online marketplace operator to do certain things like submit aggregate data. It would allow Metro to request that operators remove STRP operators from the marketplace if their permit was revoked, if they were operating without a permit. And it did some of the things that appear in the amendment, like reduce the occupancy and reduce the census tract limitation. However, staff recommends disapproval of this bill. I want to walk through a replacement ordinance. Because this is in Title VI, the commission won't make a recommendation on this bill, but what it does is it takes some of that language from 685 that's aspirational and makes it mandatory, and it also has a little bit more detail on the types of data that Metro would need to reconcile not just our permit information, but also our tax collection information. So I'll walk through the replacement ordinance for 685, and then this would be the third piece that would get considered with the amendment to 608 and the administrative process for enforcement. So here's the replacement ordinance, again in Title VI, so not something that the commission would review, but it does 3 things. It requires that an online marketplace require a permit prior to listing an STRP. It requires that an online marketplace remove an STRP from the online marketplace if the permit is revoked or if they're notified by Metro that they're operating without a permit. And it also requires data by STR number on the number of days that each STRP was rented and at what rates, so that to assist Metro in reconciling the tax collection piece of this. Also separate from something that the Planning Commission doesn't consider is a fee resolution for the Codes Department. When the ordinance was first done in Title VI, Council inserted a $50 application fee. I think we're all finding that Metro spends a lot more time on STRP permits, not only through the review of the permits, but also enforcement. And so in our substitute, we did propose removing that $50 fee, and then the Metro Council could propose a fee resolution separate from these ordinances that would increase the fees from $50 for each STRP application to something like $500 for an initial application and $250 for a renewal application. So this is just a summary. So again, staff is recommending approval of 608 as filed with the substitute for minor sort of clerical issues. That is to add the properly issued and maintain, to clarify that no STRP permit can be issued from the date of revocation, to allow permits to be submitted by the online marketplace, and to add that zoning district that we believe was left out in error. On a parallel track, staff's also recommending approval of Amendment 1, along with Council considering creating an administrative review process and adopting standards in Title VI for the online marketplace. Staff recommends disapproval of 611, though there is one sort of administrative change that needs to be made if that goes forward. 611 is the bill about homeowners associations. For the two types of owner occupation documentation in 653, staff recommends approval. And then staff recommends disapproval of title of 685, but suggests a replacement ordinance for the online marketplace standards in Title VI, and also suggests a fee resolution.
Thank you, Carrie. Very, very good job. Okay, so before we open up the public hearing, we need to have a little discussion about process. So as you've heard, we're looking at considering quite a few different pieces of legislation, but we're going to have one public hearing. And obviously there's people here that are for and against different components or different pieces of legislation. So what we need to do as a commission is consider suspending rule number 7B7, which would eliminate the requirement that people decide whether they are for or against, and would just open up the public hearing for comments on all items. Neither for or against. Hopefully that will help us expedite the process.
But maintain the time.
Oh yes, but we may still continue to maintain the time limits of 5 minutes for someone speaking on behalf of an organization and 2 minutes per individual. So do I have, make a motion?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor? Okay. And again, as we open up the public hearing, as you guys can tell, we have a lot of people who have a lot of good things to say. I would just encourage you to be efficient in your comments, and if you hear that the few people in front of you have already said something very similar to what you're thinking, you're welcome to come up and just state that you support the comments of your colleagues. So hopefully we're not all here all night long. So with that, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing, and I just ask everyone to line up. Oh my goodness. While everybody is coming up, we're going to let our council member, one of our council members, come up and provide some comments while people are getting organized.
Okay. Thank you all so much. I'm Larry Hager. I'm council member, District 11. This 608 is initially my bill, and I have the co-sponsors, which are council member Kevin Roden, Angie Henderson, Mina Johnson, and Freddie O'Connell. This was filed back in February. And just to go over the history real quick, I'm not going to talk long, but When we initially passed our bill for STRs, the whole idea behind the STR bills was for people to supplement income by opening their homes up for people on short-term rentals. That's what it was intended to do. What has happened over time, though, when we had in there the non-owner occupieds, and we've allowed them to go into the residential and residential single neighborhoods, that's where the problem started to occur. Now, my bill, I tried to keep it as simplistic as possible to say all I wanted to do was to phase out the STR Type 2 non-owner occupied in the residential and residential single areas. The reason is twofold. Number one, people live in the neighborhood so they know who their neighbors are. If I'm in a neighborhood, I know who's living on both sides of me. And if I've got people coming into a non-owner occupied STR, it's every other weekend. The other thing is I own 7 pieces of rental property myself. They're all long-term rentals. And the thing that I do when I have a long-term rental come to my property, I do a criminal background check and I get referrals. You don't do that on a non-owner occupied STR. So your neighbors in an R&RS district are saying, who do we know is coming in here every week or every weekend and renting my place out? We don't know what their background is. We don't know what their criminal record is. But on long-term rentals, most of us do, if we're responsible landlords, which I do. The other thing is somebody asked me about the investment that the people had made. That's why we put a phase out on this. So as such, up until 2019, they can renew their permits, which will allow them to phase out over a 3-year period. So they could technically keep the non-owner occupied in the R&RS districts through the year 2020. That way I want to ensure that the people that do own the non-occupied STRs will have time to recoup their investments. And also, if they want to keep them as long-term rentals or they want to sell them, they can recoup their investments. The thing about Nashville, as we all know right now, we've all seen what our property values have done. We have a 34% increase in property values. As such, disallowing these type of non-owner occupied Type 2 and R&RS district is not going to cause anybody to lose any money at all. I just got the amendments Monday or Tuesday because I was out of town through Monday, and when I got the amendments, I looked at them, and the substitute part of the recommendation by the Planning Commission I didn't have any problem with, but I did with the amendment. The thing about the amendment is the amendment basically guts my bill as it is under 608. So that is one thing I looked at and I said, well, this really does nothing but possibly reduce the amount of percentage of the Type 2 non-owner occupieds in the R&RS districts. But at the same time, I want to be fair to everybody, so the neighbors here can talk about the situations they've had, and the people that own STRs can talk about their situation as well. I think that's being fair to everybody. I'm sorry it's going to take all night to hear this, but I think it's time that we need to get this to the table so everybody understands where we're going with this. As you know, there were some things up in the legislature, and there was some legislation up there I think that did not pass, and I know the Municipal League of Cities was against anything preempting us as we regulate the short-term rentals. Chattanooga has passed their ordinance, or getting ready to pass it, where which is more stringent than what I'm proposing, and if they want a non-owner occupied in the RRS or even the condominiums or multifamily, they have to do theirs to the Board of Appeals. And so anybody wanting to have a non-owner occupied in those type of areas have to go to the Board of Appeals and request that they be able to do that. That allows the neighbors that live in that area to come in and say, I don't want a short-term rental next to me, period. Now, personal experience for me is I live in Brandywine Farms. Brandywine Harbor is behind me, and that's about 25 houses in a gated neighborhood, and they had an STR in there about a year ago. They called me up. raising Cain about it because they were partying down there and going down to the boat dock and doing it. They were having a bunch of parties and everything like that. They have an HOA, though. And I told them, I said, you have an HOA. If you don't want to allow that STR down there, non-owner occupied, change your HOA. And that's exactly what they did. But as we all know, all of Nashville does not have homeowners association or enforcement rules. So our older neighborhoods that do not have an HOA can enforce or change bylaws to restrict that. As such, what I'm asking Commission to do is to pass my bill as it is under 608. I'm not really complaining too much about the substitute part, but as far as the amendment basically takes out what I've already got. If the Commission wants to send it up to the Council for consideration, then I'll be glad to do that, but I still oppose it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so again, rules, 2 minutes. Start stating your name and address. Unless you represent an association, and then you will have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Laura Spangen, and I live at 2028 Buffalo Terrace in Houston, and I'm the Public Policy Director for Airbnb. Airbnb is an online marketplace that allows people to list, discover, and book unique accommodations and experiences around the world. I want to profusely thank the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission staff for all of their hard work to get us here. This is definitely a complicated issue. I also want to thank the City Council members who have been involved in this issue, particularly Council members Wiener, Swope, and Davis. And I very much want to thank Councilmember Allen for your countless hours that you have spent on this issue over multiple years, and the time you've spent with us to give us good ideas about how to make a process work in Nashville for everybody. Thank you. I also want to thank all the people in this room, the residents who are here today responsibly sharing their homes. Some had to leave because of the late hour, but they put in speaker cards to show their unwavering support, and I thank them for being here and for contributing to the economy in Nashville. Airbnb supports Bill 608 as amended, and we ask that you approve 608, but only with the amendment. Airbnb believes that with a robust regulatory scheme focused on enforcement, the sharing of data, and cooperation with the city that will ensure everyone is properly permitted and that bad actors are removed from the platform efficiently is the best approach to this issue. The amendment to 608, coupled with the staff's recommendation for a new Title VI regulatory scheme that will mandate many of these issues for the platform, is the right approach, and that is why we support both items. While there may continue to be some issues that need to be discussed as we move forward, we look forward to you giving us and the Council the opportunity to bring a truly state-of-the-art permitting and enforcement system to the city, something that meets the needs for all of Nashville, something that can work. I very much appreciate your time. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Megan McCrae. I reside at 1006 Southside Place here in Nashville. I'm speaking on behalf of an association, so I request 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
What?
Nashville Area Short-Term Rental Association.
Okay.
Good. Okay. So planning commissioners and attending council members, I want to thank you first for your time. You all carry an unimaginable responsibility in what is often a probably thankless job. We very much appreciate your time devoted to listening, to discussing this issue, and deciding legislation related to short-term rentals. I also want to thank the audience, both supporters of short-term rentals as well as the opposition. Quite frankly, we look forward to hearing everyone's beliefs and their voice. As part of the same community here in Nashville, I think it is important, and we recognize that all voices want to be heard. Today I'm representing the Nashville Area Short-Term Rental Association. We are a group of permitted short-term rental owners, as well as associated community there. And we are operating by the law with permits, spreading education about how to be a good host, but also how to be a good neighbor, and advocating on behalf of short terms. A little bit about myself. My husband and I moved to Nashville from Florida 4.5 years ago. Originally came here for my job. I spent 15 years with a very large media company, and I got transferred here after traveling here for several years. When that opportunity arose, I jumped at it. Imagine my dismay when 8 months later, they eliminated my role and 65 others. So after being with the company for 15 years, it was pretty tough to go through that, especially when I didn't really have a plan B because I didn't think I needed one. So after that, I've luckily landed on my feet. We got ourselves out of debt through my severance, consulting, and I swore I'd never get to that place again. So our plan B, after saving enough money and borrowing money from our parents, our plan B was a historic home in East Nashville that we spent a lot of time and effort and tears in the codes department, not in a bad way, they helped us, trying to get it remodeled into a state that we would personally live in it. And we rent the back out as a long-term rental and then the front as a short-term rental because it's a duplex situation. We go over there multiple times a week. We have become friends with the neighbors there. I actually know more of them than the condo I lived in for 4 years. And we haven't had any problems. So when I first started hearing about the debate around short-term rentals, quite frankly, I was a little surprised because I just had not personally experienced that. So I kind of looked at this and thought, like, am I the anomaly here? What does this mean? And the human in me, I'd like to think of myself as a good person, thought, like, is this something that's really causing a problem? Because if so, like, I have other options. We can do other things. But in my day job, I rely a lot on data to find the story. And so that's where I turned to really find out if my situation was unique. So I'd like to share some of those findings with you. I've been hearing a lot about short-term rentals overrunning our neighborhoods. We all know that there's a 3% cap on type 2. We totally understand that there are people operating outside of that, but those should be enforced and letting the rest of us continue on. I've also heard a lot about party homes and mini hotels disturbing residential areas. The Tennessean released data with an article showing all police and codes complaints from April 2015 to February 2017. In total, all types of complaints, there were 457,000 to those two departments. 975, rather 0.2%, were related to addresses tied to short-term rentals of all types. We also heard that they're causing mass displacement of long-term residents. Non-owner occupied permits represent 0.6% of the housing here in Nashville. This is all public record. Again, we know that there are those operating without permits. Even if that number were double, it's 1.2%. I would hardly call that mass displacement. Also, we've heard that there's a lot of out-of-state investments. We asked our supporters to wear blue and don these fancy red stickers. I'd like to ask them to quietly rise, and stay standing for the rest of this to show their support of short-term rentals. But outside of this room, the city data lists 1,800 type 2 and 3 permit holders. We have to report our physical address. 1,000 had that physical address, and 84.5% were located here in the state of Tennessee. So through NASTRA, I've heard several positive stories that reflect this data. We support and ask that you support Bill 608 as amended with number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that going forward, if you are speaking on behalf of an organization, it's understood that you are speaking for the members of that organization and that they are expected that they will not speak as well. So, point of clarification.
Madam Chair, I'm John Summers. I'm speaking on behalf of the National Neighborhood Alliance of Short-Term Rental Committee. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I've lived there for 26 years. And I want to concur with the staff's recommendation and support that 608 as filed is consistent with the general plan. What I really want to address is primarily the recommendation in terms of the amendment. I have to say that, and I agree with Councilman Hager, in the 30-something years I've been dealing with the council and the planning commission and neighborhood issues, I've never seen a recommendation for an amendment that was almost inconsistent with what the intent of the original bill is. And you know, I want to stress that it is a conditional recommendation, and it has this administrative process is supposed to be in place. And I would respectfully submit that this is premature to consider the amendment because that process is not in place. You know, short-term rentals are supposed to be part of the sharing, you know, community economy, and that's how it's presented to cities all across the country. And what we're having here today is a problem that cities all across the country are sharing. And I do believe that Judge Jones has ruled that Mr. Herbert's opinion that these were allowed everywhere is not correct, and Mr. Jamison has also ruled that, or opined to the council that these are not accessory uses. So that's a major issue, and what 608 does tries to solve that issue by removing type 2, I see Mr. Sloan shaking his head, but that's what Mr. Jamison said to the council and the joint committees. You know, not all the type 2s are going to be located in our RNS districts. But that's what we've tried to focus on in terms of this ordinance that Councilman Hager and others are sponsoring. So it's really a land use issue. And that's what ought to be the focus, we believe, and that's why we think 608 ought to be approved as is. And I want to say that, you know, time after time after time, in the last 40 to 50 years, the Metro Council has really been very consistent on one zoning issue, and that is no commercial businesses in residential neighborhoods. Even when this commission has recommended businesses in residential neighborhoods, the council has not supported it. And, you know, from talking, as Councilman Hager said, I think we're kind of dealing with an unintended consequences that no one anticipated, that when we dealt with short-term rentals, that only a third of them would be owner-occupied. 2/3 of these are non-owner occupied. And that's really not how this whole industry has been presented, you know, to the council and to the community. And if we had known 2 years ago what this was going to impact our neighborhoods and what was going to be the consequences of allowing these businesses into our residential neighborhoods, we would have been here in mass 2 years ago. And I don't really believe the council would have adopted the ordinance as it currently exists. So I think that's, the council's been pretty consistent, and even this commission just, 2 months ago dealt with that home occupancy issue, whether it's beauty parlors, barber shops, recording studios, law offices, accounting offices, piano teachers. We've said time and time again, the council has no commercial businesses in our residential neighborhoods. You know, you're going to have a lot of people here speak tonight. To be truthful, and, you know, it's not a problem with it, but most of the folks here are going to be speaking on behalf of the amendment are going to be people that are in the business. They're making money out of this. And most all the folks you're going to hear speaking against it are just neighborhood residents. None of us are being paid. We're just here trying to protect our neighborhood, our communities, you know. So there's a huge difference here in terms of the dynamics of what's going on. In closing, you know, I'd ask you to ask anyone you know. Ask yourself, would you want what is really a mini hotel, whether it's 10 or 14, whatever the number might be, operating next door to your residential home? We believe that most Nashvillians do not want that. And it's only until you have one move in next door, because we're all just one for sale sign away from a short-term rental next door. You know, we believe this is inconsistent to put these in residential neighborhoods, inconsistent with Nashville Next. And, you know, what you have is about 500 or 600 people in this town that are making money off of type 2 short-term rentals. Rest of them are from out of state, out of county. So you've got a pretty set group of folks, but you've got 200,000 residential homes, and I would ask you to put their interest ahead of those 500 or 600. And I understand their interest, but we think neighborhood interest should prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Cooper, 3409 Trimble Road, District 34. As a longtime neighborhood advocate, I have stood before this commission on many occasions fighting to protect residential neighborhoods. I support 608, but I am opposed to Amendment 1. I also oppose Bill 685, and I fully support the fee resolution. Contrary to what has been written and what may be said, to my knowledge, there is no organized effort to ban all short-term rentals. However, I believe the Type 2, not owner-occupied short-term rental businesses operating in our R and RS residential neighborhoods are a serious threat to our quality of life, and they need to go. And the best way is to phase them out, which is what 608 will do. And it provides adequate time for the property owner to decide how they wish to use their investment. And their investment is the property itself, not the business. It has been a long-standing policy that commercial businesses have no place in residential neighborhoods, yet these Type 2 STRPs are commercial businesses. Residential neighborhoods are for residents, but tourists are not residents. Residents never signed up to help tourists experience how the locals live. Title 17 does not regulate experience. It regulates zoning districts and appropriate land uses. And R and RS zoning and land use are for residential homes and not commercial businesses like many hotels. Some Type 2 operators claim they will lose their only income. But is it Metro's responsibility to provide the means for a property owner to earn an income? I don't think so. Bill 608 is the right solution for residential neighborhoods. Please vote yes and vote no on Amendment 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Omid Jamini. I live at 1204 North 2nd Street in Nashville, Tennessee. It's very ironic to me that the first person to get up and speak tonight was somebody from Houston, somebody from Airbnb, but I'm going to try and get past that and talk about some things. Many of you know I've been involved in this issue for a long time. Council Lady Allen and I have been in touch since 2014. And to me, this whole STR issue can be boiled down to one thing, and that's zoning. You know, when I come to these planning commission meetings, and I come here for other reasons than STRs, you've seen me here before, I come here to hear about zoning changes, I come here to hear about things happening in my neighborhood. I said that the most important thing is zoning, but let's take it a step further. The most important thing is residential zoning, okay? And what does the word residential mean to you? What's the root of that word is resident, okay? Type 2 STRs have nothing to do with residents, except some residents of our city may own them, but they don't live in them. They never have lived in them, and they never will live in them. So this it's completely against, what the residential zoning is about. All right, and again, to me, these Type 2 STRs, which host, groups of people in these unmonitored, self-service mini hotels in residential neighborhoods, are disruptive to our community. I ask that you support Bill 608 as it was written. The amendment completely goes against the purpose of 608, which is to preserve our residential zoned neighborhoods. That is what we are here asking you to do. And I would ask you to stand with the residents and ask you to stand with the people who live in all those other houses who have no idea that this is really what's going on. If you really want to get a feel for the residents' take on this, send out 200,000 yellow cards and let them know that this is what's going on, and see how many people are here, and we'll stand up for that. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julie Ryan Caputo, and I live at 606B Hume Street in Salem Town. And I, too, urge you to support 608 and reject the proposed amendment, which is completely inconsistent with the intent of 608, which was to return residential zoning to the residents. 608 is incredibly narrow and reasonable. Even in the Airbnb hotbed, District 19, where I live, only 5% of the land would be affected by this phase-out. 608 recognizes what common sense, what your own staff report, what even these STR operators will all say, that non-owner occupied STRs are their businesses. Businesses simply don't belong in residential zones. There are no mental gymnastics that you can perform to make a non-owner occupied STR an accessory use, because there is no principal use. And I know that you were shaking your head, Secretary Sloan. You don't have to take my word for it. I have the quote from Mike Jameson. Quote, "It would be hard to classify what we are calling type 2s and type 3s as accessory uses because there is no subordinate use. They are not subordinate to the primary use of owner occupation." I will get you the link. It's on video. You will hear from many responsible and good-hearted STR owners here tonight. Among them are people I count as my friends. But I'm going to tell you, they're going to assure you that they only rent to families with babies, they only rent to Girl Scout troops, they only rent to elderly nuns here for religious retreats. They're going to press on you the money that they've invested, the money that they make and they depend on, and the money they purport to bring into Nashville. And maybe that is all true. But it really should not be a consideration here, any more than it was when you said no to that recording studio a couple weeks ago in East Nashville, any more than when you said no to the hair salon over on Knobview Drive. Those were livelihoods for those folks too, but that saying no was the right thing for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a moment. I don't deny that Mike Jamison said that that's not an accessory use, but Mike Jamison seemed to have missed the record when the council called it an accessory use and passed an ordinance naming it as such. So I don't doubt that he missed that, but the council determined that it was an accessory use.
Thank you.
But it's not. It's still not.
No,
Thanks for sharing.
I'm Sam Cooper. I live at 848 Highland Crest Drive in Nashville, and I own a property downtown, a loft, in a condominium on 2nd Avenue North. I'm concerned that what we're showing here is a bias, generalizing everybody, because some people who are not registered permit owners of STRs are being afoul of the law, and they're not representing the rest of us. I'm a little guy, one person. I work on instincts. I'm in the music business. I care about feelings. I care about Nashville. I was here less than 24 hours before I knew I had to move here, and in less than 3 weeks I bought property, and I lived there for a year downtown before I bought a house. I loved it down there. I wanted to share that with other people, and that's what I do now. And I could read you reviews. I have a property manager, Playlist Properties. You're probably familiar with them. They are a model property manager. Playlist is great to work with, and love that they have an app to help you with information for your stay and checkout capabilities. Property is clean, was great for the two of us. Be prepared to cart your belongings at the garage, from the garage, but love that they stock you with paper towels, TP, trash bags, towels, etc. We take care of people. We are your ambassadors. We are the ambassadors for Nashville, and nobody pays us to do that. We pay for the privilege of doing that. We pay extra taxes. We pay permit fees. We pay for specialized insurance to be able to do it. Why would you not encourage us? I'm against the proposal all the way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanne Rod. I live at 712 Setliff Place in East Nashville. Thank you all for having us here. Back in December, I shared a personal story about my family being exposed to illegal lewd behavior at the permitted Type 2 hotel next door. We haven't had a repeat of that, no pictures for you tonight, but we do continue to have problems that are unique to living next door to tourist accommodations. And I can assure you that it doesn't take a 200-person party to disturb a sleeping infant or a preschooler. It just takes two adults screaming profanities at each other in the middle of the street. So the house next door to us continues to be either empty or filled with strangers. Those strangers have no accountability to our family, no regard for our sleep schedules, and no concern for our property value. That's actually negatively impacted every time we decide to file a formal complaint, which is a suggestion you might hear. And the tourists have no long-term investment in our communities. But my personal story isn't why I'm here today. I'm here because Type 2 short-term rentals are degrading our neighborhoods. They're taking much-needed housing off the market for families, professionals, and creatives, favoring instead cash offers from real estate speculation. So by my count, 72 different LLCs, partnerships, trusts, and investment groups applied for the permits that are out there today. One individual has applied for 60 permits. At least 9 individuals have applied for 2 or more owner-occupied permits. How is it possible for a person to live full-time in more than one house? We know that it's not, so we shouldn't allow this behavior. These are not hosts. Of the permits we have addresses for, nearly 1 in 4 don't live in Nashville. More than 1 in 10 don't live in Tennessee. And most of the non-Nashville permit addresses are in Chicago. The second most are in Brentwood, actually, where they have banned short-term rentals. So they get to go home to their quiet neighborhoods. These are not Nashvillians. So I'm running out of time. I support 608 without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nina Davidson. I live at 4413 Warner Place. I urge you to vote for 608 and against Amendment 1. I had some things to say, but everybody that has spoken has said a lot better than what I can say. But the gist was my nephews came to town for a bachelor party. There was 13 of them. The owner knew that there was 13 of them. They didn't care. It was a residential neighborhood. They had a ball. I'm really glad I wasn't their neighbor that weekend.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting us be here this evening. My name is Julie Obregon, and I live at 1989 Laverne Court. I have lived in Nashville since I came to Lipscomb University as a freshman in 2001. I had my husband move here about 2 years ago when we fell in love and got married, and since we have acquired a total of 3 homes in the Woodbine area. We have run 2 of those as Airbnbs with a third as an owner-occupied permit, so all 3 of our homes do have permits. Currently, we have 2 of those rented out consistently and just occasionally the third. We have never had any complaints from our neighbors. We have never had any issues with our guests. We have had great success, and this has been a huge blessing to our family. It has provided us with enough income to support our growing family. This year we hope to have children. And unfortunately, I worked for almost 10 years as a missionary leading teams to Guatemala to do surgical missions. But the Zika virus and my desire to have children has caused me to have to go into a part-time position with my organization. That means that the STRPs that I am able to run here in Nashville are now supplementing my income. And one day when we do have children, I'll be able to stay home with those kids and raise my children in a great environment right next door to one of my very own STRPs, which I don't have any hesitation raising my children next to. I also see that my home is able to benefit my community and individually my cleaner, Viviana, who is also a friend of mine. She is a single mom with 3 children. She is now working and cleaning all 3 of my properties when we have renters come in and out. And this month I'll be writing her close to $1,000 check for just the cleaning alone, not even counting the other ways in which she's helping me to administer the homes that we're using through Airbnb. So in closing, I know that our land has been said to be a land of opportunity, and I hope that you all will not take away my opportunity to run this. And thank you and support the amendment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Rich. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Marilyn McAllister, who owns a house at 3813 Sentinel Drive, where my brother lives. He's been there for 25 years. Next door is a long-term rental property that was recently switched over to a short-term because, of course, it was more profitable. I'm concerned about short-term rentals. I feel like they are driving up our housing prices. They're driving up our taxes, property taxes. My brother is on Social Security, disability, has a very fixed income, and honestly, without family support, probably would not be able to stay in his home that he's been in for so long and in his neighborhood. In addition, I think that STRs are driving down our neighborhood integrity. They're not improving it. I think they are limiting the community interaction with neighbors. There's safety issues. There's school support. Nobody's mentioned the fact that when you have transients coming in for the weekend, you don't have families living in these homes. You don't have children going to the neighborhood schools. You don't have families supporting the neighborhood schools. Honestly, what I think is that STRs are wolves in sheep clothing. I can't believe that, it's gotten to this point that you actually have a conversation about amendments. It's a zoning issue. Straight up, you don't operate businesses in residential neighborhoods. That's it. It's never been any different, and it never should be. I hope that you all will support 608 and not Amendment 1. There is protection needed for our neighborhoods. And honestly, nobody's thinking about the youth that are coming up. I have a 25-year-old. He lived in leased homes over in the Nations on Elkins, lost those leases due to the property selling. We tried to find more rental property, and it's not out there. So affordable housing comes when there are houses available. They're not. We're fighting with big business. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Bond. I live at 3519 Gulf Street in Inglewood. I support 608 and I oppose Amendment 1. When STRPs are discussed, there's much talk of property rights, as if the ownership of a piece of property permits one to do anything one wants, but everyone knows that that isn't so. Property rights are intertwined with property responsibilities to one's land, one's neighbors, and to the entire community. And these responsibilities go both ways. Zoning, a responsibility of the community, is also a property right. Zoning, indeed, is a promise between the city and the residents and the property owners. And as a promise, it must be respected and honored. My neighborhood, like hundreds of others in Nashville, is zoned residential, RS 7.5. We expect there that houses contain residents. Type 2 STRPs do not contain residents. Indeed, they prevent residents. The owners do not reside there, and they're not renting the property to someone who wants to reside there. The owners of Type 2 STRPs are violating the principle of our residential zoning, and they are hindering Nashville's desperate need for affordable housing. Instead of housing, Type 2 STRPs act, as you keep hearing, as miniature motels, with occasional overnight lodgers and no desk clerk, no oversight, and no acknowledgement that this charming bungalow where they're staying is in the middle of a neighborhood of families and friends, retired folks and children. If Type 2 STRPs continue to metastasize in residential areas of Davidson County, then they will turn neighborhoods into Swiss cheese. There'll be someone you know across the street, someone you know next door, but on the other side of them, and on the other side of you, mostly empty houses, minimally maintained, minimally mowed, the trash cans left out all week, these houses owned by folks who may never have set foot on the properties, but are exploiting the civility of your neighborhood as a selling point to their lodgers. Please keep Type 2 seriously restricted, highly regulated, and with all suitable taxes and fees, and keep them to areas where they're appropriate, not our residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hunter Roast. I live at 4604 Villa Green Drive in Nashville. I urge you to approve 608 without the amendment. I want to address an argument that you may hear from some of the operators of Type 2 STRs tonight. At the council public hearing in January, we heard many operators of STRs, Type 2 STRs, and you may hear some of them tonight, tell you that restricting Type 2 STRs would result in a loss of their investment. Some use the phrase that the 608 bill under consideration by the Planning Commission and Council would amount to a taking of their investment. But what is their investment? The investment is a house. It's a brick and mortar house. The investment was not into an ongoing business. These people went into a residentially zoned neighborhood and they purchased a house that was previously used as or was built to be a residence. Then they applied for a one-year permit to operate an STR out of the house, and they chose to make that their business. The business is the permit. Under the current ordinance that we have, the permit allows the investor to operate an STR business out of the house for 1 year. It was not intended to be and never was guaranteed. It's a permit that expires every year. It has to be renewed. It's subject to suspension by the city or revocation. It's a permissive use, not a guaranteed property right. So let's not confuse the investment with the business. Don't confuse the asset with the use. 608 does nothing to diminish the investment asset. The asset is the house. My wife and I live in and own a house in an RS zone neighborhood, and 608 does nothing to impact the value of our investment. Please approve 608 without the amendment. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nell
Levin. I live at 1611 Forest Avenue. I've lived there for the last 20 years. I've watched my neighborhood go through an incredible transformation. I think that 608 should be supported without the amendment. I am also a short-term rental type 1 owner. We've been doing Airbnb in our house since 2010. We were one of the earliest people in the city. We've never had any complaints or problems with our neighbors. But I think with the type 2, we do have a problem. We have my understanding is we have at least 35 in Laughlin Springs of investor-owned. Those are the ones that are legal. And we have another 35 in our neighboring Edgefield. So it's become a real problem. And I just on my block, and I'm also on the NOAA Affordable Housing Committee, and I'm very concerned about what's happening with affordable housing. We have a real affordable housing crisis, and the short-term rentals are not helping us with that situation. My block, at the end of my block, was a Section 8 housing. It was converted to short-term rentals, and now we have bachelorette parties on my corner. The people that live there, a woman with her children was kicked out of her house, and I know I was on the NASTRA board, so I'm good friends with a lot of the people that are here tonight, and they will say that this is not affecting the cost of housing in Nashville, and I do not see it. In my neighborhood now, unless you are in six-figure income, you're not going to be able to buy a house, and when I moved here 20 years ago, we had a diverse neighborhood, and that was not the case. We had musicians, we had people of color, we had workers, blue-collar workers. We had a diverse neighborhood, and we are increasingly less able to have the kind of neighborhood that I moved to East Nashville to be part of. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My name is Baylor Bone Swindle. I live at 3814 Abbott Martin Road, which is zoned R10. I live in Council District 25, home of the great Russ Pulley. I've actually changed my testimony after sitting here for so long. I think I'm going to focus on things that can unite us. I'd like for Greg Atkins to learn to talk faster. I think we can raise the temperature in the room. More snacks, and on a night like tonight, I think we should pipe in the NFL draft in the hallway. We've seen Titans round 1, right? Has there been any updates? Okay. So, in all seriousness, I represent HomeAway. Our ask is simple. We ask you to support staff's recommended amendment to 608. The staff has done a tremendous amount of work on this issue, and we think this amendment sets us on the path to finding a solution that works best for Nashville. We believe this amendment to 608, along with the intent of the new 685, strikes a delicate balance for all residents of this city. Planning staff is aware that we still have some concerns with the new 685 that they're recommending, but we are committed to working with the city to achieve the intent of that legislation as it moves through the council process. And finally, as a citizen of Nashville, I want to be part of a city that embraces innovation and seeks creative solutions, and I think this amendment sets us down that path. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name is Leslie Key, and I reside at 1411 Fatherland Street. East Nashville now has one of the highest concentrations of non-owner occupied commercial short-term rentals in Nashville. This trend has hollowed out neighborhoods and diminished home availability for individuals and families who would be invested in schools, civic activities, and resource conservation. When I struggled with a newborn 3 years ago and had no family nearby to assist, one neighbor brought me to a new mom's group for support. Another neighbor came over unrequested to hold my son for hours so I could sleep. Others brought food. What an impact our neighbors had on the well-being of our family. Converting a home into a hotel deprives communities of the very relationships that would strengthen it. How many STR guests have children in our local public schools? How many guests are involved in neighborhood associations? How many volunteer and donate to local homeless outreach, the Martha O'Brien Center, the Wayne Reed Center? How many are involved with local pet rescues? And how about the jobs that my family creates? Weekly trips to the local neighborhood dry cleaners, grocery stores, and patronage of local farmers, hairstylists, a housekeeper, nanny, veterinarian, pet stores, doctors, dentists, pest control, and lawn maintenance. Replacing residents with tourists weakens the long-term fabric of our neighborhoods. Our city's great neighborhoods are too valuable to sacrifice in this way. I ask you to approve 608 and disapprove the proposed Amendment 1, which is inconsistent with the intent of 608. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Pat Williams. I bought my house at 4301 Elkins Avenue in 2003. It's in Sylvan Park. I would like to introduce a point that I feel is relevant considering some of the conversations that have taken place regarding STRPs. There are 5 organizations in Nashville that provide more than 200 homey rooms and 1- and 2-bedroom apartments for hospital patients and their families who come from out of town to Nashville. The prices range from free to $40 a night. Free food is provided, including some home-cooked meals. These places are not in our zones, but are licensed properly and inspected. Most also provide laundry supplies and other amenities that families and patients need to feel at home while seeking treatment in Nashville's wonderful hospitals. A couple of places even provide shuttle services back and forth to the hospitals. All of the nonprofits that offer fully furnished accommodations also have on-site coordinators and hosts who can help patients and their families with any problems or emergencies that they may have while they're in Nashville. These hosts are well informed about other services or needs and contacts for this special population visiting our city. Sorry, having one slight problem here. Well, there are also hospital coordinators in each hospital that help families and patients to find what they can afford, places to stay. One major hospital coordinator even went so far as to say that they never recommended that their families stay in private homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Lisa Kirk Levine. I live at 6607 Ormond Drive in Westmead. My husband and I have a Type 2 property that is less than 5 minutes from our home. It is still our home. Our home is not a hotel. We provide a safe, inviting place where people can come for family reunions, family weddings, and college graduations, where people can stay together, enjoy each other's company at a reasonable cost. Our home happens to be my husband's prior residence that he has owned for over 20 years, where he raised his children. Being able to keep this home was the reason that we decided to turn this into a Type 2. His children would like to still be able to come home and visit and stay in that home. That's what Reed and Sybil have told us, and that is the reason that we have done this. My husband has invested not only in that home, but also in the community for over 2 decades. We shared this property with guests that come, and we also support our neighbors. Our neighbors happen to have 7 children. They have from time to time not only become friends with people that have stayed at this property, their daughters have babysat for people, their children have played with them. They've also loaned a car to one of the people that stayed in our property. So needless to say, we really don't have any problems with our neighbors. They wholeheartedly support us. We happen to be the only property in our census tract that is doing this. Again, we feel that we don't have problems, as we've heard many people say they have, and there are bad apples out there. We try to follow the rules to the letter. We pay our taxes on time when they're supposed to be, and we hope that you will support this with the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. My name is Deanne Sessler, and I own a short-term rental at 1912 Shelby and 204 Scott Avenue. And I'm a little nervous. Greed. It's not a word that fits us, and yet some people labeled us as such as the council meeting in January. My husband and I lost everything in the 2010 flood. We did not feel greedy when living in the backyard inside a 33-foot trailer behind our destroyed home. The financial as well as many obstacles we endured were difficult to go through, but we managed to survive from day to day. 1.5 years later, we had enough for a down payment to purchase a home in East Nashville. It wasn't in great shape, but through hard work, we were able to turn it into a better house, which made our neighbors happy. Health issues entered my life and made it difficult for me to continue my full-time position. I invested my heart and soul even more into our home. Details became even more of a focus to welcome guests, to feel the love we poured into the home. After 4 years of welcoming guests, we have books filled with positive comments and no complaints and have a 5-star rating. All neighbors on my street are aware of what we do and know to contact us with any concerns that they may have. We have never had a complaint. Putting all vacation homes into the same negative bag isn't right. I love what I do, as so many other owners here tonight. We are proud for our home. We are proud of our city. Making guests happy to visit our great city is the goal. I ask you that you reinforce the laws towards the people who do not follow the rules and operate illegally. I ask that you do not punish everyone because of the few bad apples that are out there. They are the ones who are greedy and uncaring. Thank you for your time, and I support 608 as amended. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for your time this evening. My name is David Sessler, and I reside at 1914 Shelby Avenue. I have a short-term rental at 204 Scott in 1912 Shelby. I oppose the ban to phase out the moratorium on any type of short-term rental and strongly support Bill 608 as amended. Short-term rentals should be considered an accessory use. Regarding complaints, our neighbors are well aware of what we do and have our phone numbers and contact us with any issues. In 4 years, we've never had an issue. On the other hand, we've had complaints from our guests about our neighbors. Dogs that bark all hours, code violations, parties late at night from the residents. These are things long-term residents also do. We all want a peaceful place to live, but it's a fallacy to think that just because your neighbor is a long-term tenant or resident, that they're going to be quiet and respectful at all times. The main driver for us starting that short-term rental was to have better control over enforcement, and since we lived in an attached unit, we wanted that control. We knew that we could have better enforcement of our contract terms because they were backed up by the current laws allowing short-term rentals. Regarding zoning, the IRS lists short-term rentals in the same category as long-term rentals. Both are classified as passive income. Tennessee law also has a special provision for passive income, including the exemption of franchise and excise tax for LLCs. Any zoning law in conflict with these classifications should be revised to allow for retention of this valuable economic resource that could be partially redirected to enforcement in the future. Enforcement is the answer between this bill as amended and software applications will make a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to share my opinions. My name is Pam Silikowski, and I live at 1529 Ferguson Avenue. We've lived there for 26 years. I am asking you to support 608, but respectfully ask you not to support Amendment 1. My opposition is because I believe in neighborhoods and in residents who make up these neighborhoods. Our city is built on neighborhoods. This city's economic and social health is directly related to the quality of our neighborhoods. I want to address a common question raised. Is there a difference between a short-term and long-term renter? Yes, I believe there's a significant difference. Long-term renters are residents. This is where they live, they vote, they send their children to schools, they have legal rights. Short-term renters do not have these rights. Therefore, long-term renters are our neighbors. They're a part of our community. Short-term renters are strangers in our community. The risk of strangers is better managed by owner-occupied because they're bringing people into their own homes. They're vetting them much differently. They are living with them while they're here. If you look up the characteristics of a strong neighborhood, there's a few key words that are common: connectedness, participation, which leads to feelings of security and trust. Short-term renters are not connected. They do not participate in our neighborhoods. As city planners, I know you're committed to our city and our health. You have an opportunity to control and manage and support good neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Luca Milisvik, 704 Somerset Farms Court. My wife and I were both full-time employed, and we only own one short-term rental, and yes, we have absolutely invested all of our savings into it. We just got our permit today, actually, so I'm extremely excited. It took me five tries at the building next door, but we finally got it because something kept on changing, but I'm okay with that. I fully intend to comply with all laws. I think that my wife and I, we represent the majority of type 2, actually, short-term rental permits, in that we're just individuals just trying to make some extra money. I want to just address a few comments that folks before me said. The fact that these are not monitored hotels, that is not true. We have very expensive noise detection software. We can let our guests know if they're being too loud. The fact that we have enough time to get out in the next 3 years. I can show you my financials. They say otherwise. I will be filing for bankruptcy, let me tell you. Not vetted guests, that is also not true. Guests have to, they also get reviews, so we can absolutely vet them. That is not true. On the fact of affordability, as far as I know, the tax collected on short-term rentals is the largest contributor to the Barnes Fund, as far as I've been told, which is the fund for affordable housing. Just lastly, I'm relatively new to the country America. I've been here for a couple of years, just got my green card, and I beg you to not sweep the rug from underneath my feet, as I've put in a lot of effort and I've invested a lot of money into my one short-term rental. Thank you for letting me speak. God bless and go Preds.
You let him clap now.
My name is Greg Garner, and I live at 1882 Baker Road. I own a Type 1 property, and I would like to own a Type 2, but I don't. I've owned many long-term rentals, and believe me, you want less of those and many more STRPs in your neighborhoods. It's like night and day compared to STRPs. STRPs are upgrading clean daily. Long-terms degrade exponentially over time. I know I've owned many of them. The future seems bleak to me in our family's fundraising plan to adopt children because of the risk of all this government control that we're doing here. Two things I'd like to talk about: manipulation of hotels to stifle their competition, and the misguided argument that STRPs are hotels in residential areas. If you take a rate comparison of hotel prices in downtown Nashville versus Times Square in New York, on Friday, May 5th, Union Station Hotel in New York is $669 a night for May 5th. And, in Nashville, $669. The W in New York is $233, about half. The Renaissance Nashville Hotel is $569 versus the Renaissance New York Times, $359. The bottom line is that the Nashville rates continue to range from $402 to $669 a night, and that's before tax, and they're already unaffordable for the vast majority of travelers to Nashville. The point is that if you get rid of the 2,600 vacation rentals in Nashville or continue to stifle the growth, mainly by non-owner occupied owners, then these hotel rates are going to continue to go higher and higher than they are now. My second point is about hotels in residential areas. Again, not solving real problems. I live in an agricultural area. You want to ban non-owner occupied from there. My neighbors can't even see me. They don't care. When you're going to say no, when are you going to say no to long-term rentals in residential areas operating as non-owner occupied rentals? STRP not being accessory use because it is a business is a straw man argument. As a veteran who fought for freedom, I ask that you quit legislating things and specifically stop fantasizing about bans and start dreaming about freedom.
Oh, thank you. I haven't even said anything yet. How you doing? My name is Colin Schiller. I live at 1103 Joseph Avenue in Cleveland Park. First, I just want to say hi to my girlfriend, Shireen, and my son, Elliot, at home, who are listening online right now. We have a Type 2 STRP on Meridian Street, which is a couple blocks away. I'm going to spare you the same story that everyone else has told you out of respect, because that's what you asked for. I know this is an emotional subject for people, and I could see both sides of the coin, in all honesty, but there's a lot of emotion and a lot of opinion being expressed as fact here tonight. I don't know if I'm the other one who sees that, and I'm for 608 with the amendment specifically because it gives Nashville and Metro the opportunity to work with the STRP owners as well as the residents who are not owners, and to try to actually have a solution to this problem instead of, people just bickering and, bickering over things. I don't think we've actually had an opportunity for real regulation. And like people have said before me, I will repeat this, there is a lot of people operating illegally. And I think this is a huge step in really getting down to the core of the issue. Let's penalize people who do not respect the neighborhoods. I love Cleveland Park. That's why I bought a house there. I lived there for 3 years renting, and I was lucky enough to buy a house. I love the neighborhood. Everyone who stays in our house knows we live right there. They go to see us carting our kid in his stroller. I think there really is an opportunity here for us to try and coexist. If this doesn't work out, we could go back to the drawing board, but we haven't tried yet. And I feel like with this amendment and getting together with HomeAway and Airbnb, we could really regulate things and start to punish people who deserve to be punished. Thank you for listening, guys.
My name is Rick Ames. I'm from 3307 Orleans Drive in Miss Allen's district. Let's see here. We've owned this house for 30 years. My wife and I, it was our first house from after we got married, and in process of my career before I retired, I was transferred around, so I lived in and out of that house, rented it from time to time, and mostly to the Vanderbilt students that came through town. And that's no picnic if you've ever rented to college students before, because we've had our share of cars parked in the front lawn and couches on the front porch. 2 years ago, we decided to renovate the house and possibly put it up for sale. Next door, my house sold, or the house next door sold to a STRP operator. He has 4 houses. While I was renovating my house, I watched his guests and looked at the quality of the guests that came and went, and I was very impressed. People from out of town, professionals. Even the bachelor parties weren't that wild. I didn't have any issue with that. So we decided to do a STRP and just try it out. So we started in January, and we do vet our people. We VRBO and Airbnb have reviews that have to be that we can review, and we go in on the internet, we go on Google and on Facebook, and we check the people out. And so I haven't had any bachelor parties, I haven't had any football parties, and haven't had any of the stuff that I've been hearing about, but I understand that has happened, and I'm not denying that, but I'm saying it hasn't happened to me. Now, we've had quite a few people, professionals coming into town for conferences and reunions and that sort of thing. But I'm down to 5 seconds, so I'd like to say that I support 608 as amended. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adam Vollrath. I live at 322 Wilburn Street, and I'm here representing the McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association as its vice president. Could I have a couple extra minutes for that? Thanks. McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association, yes. Thanks. Our association meets regularly every month, and at our March meeting, we discussed 608 and the other 2 bills that have been withdrawn. And we discussed it only as it was written in its original form. And I tried to explain to my neighbors what the bill would do. And after 20 minutes of discussion, we unanimously passed a motion opposing 608 in its original form. But my membership felt more strongly about enforcement. We're concerned about the effectiveness of enforcement, as we've seen, and we, the membership, passed another motion calling on the city to devote more resources to identify violations and hold owners accountable. And I appreciate the planning staff for adding some recommendations for how the council could take that up. We believe strongly that both the existing and proposed STRP policy cannot achieve its goals without enforcement more effective than what we've seen. And I thank you all for listening attentively. I know it's not easy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Self. I live at 1009B North 5th Street over in East Nashville. And I just wanted to say thank you for giving us the time to speak here. I've been looking forward to this opportunity. Special thanks to Councilmember Allen. I know that you've been working on this for a long time. I've been keeping up with it for a while. And there was something that I heard earlier that was said that some of the people, some of the only main beneficiaries of this are the 500 or 600 out-of-town investors or the people that don't live here. I would like to say benefits are all relative. So what I'm saying with that is, out of all the investors, all the homeowners, all the people that have these investments, guess who has texted me for the 6 or 7 hours I've been here? It's been our head cleaner, Melanie. Alex, what's the word? What do you think she's asking? She's asking, what's our future? What is that, you know? It's not just the out-of-town investors that are benefiting from this. It's Melanie. It's her dreams that she's wanting to have and build a cleaning company and people under her and be an entrepreneur when she's been in a struggle. This is real-life situations going on with everybody that I talk to. Everybody has a little person or a medium person that's benefiting from this substantially. Dreams are being made. And another thing, one common denominator when people stay with us, they always say, my gosh, that was so great. I'll never stay in another hotel again, right? Well, I think that Nashville and the council and the opposition need to realize that Nashville has been given such a great opportunity with the attraction that it has over the United States and the people that come here. And we should take advantage of that and harness this energy and make it a positive for everyone involved.
Good evening. I'm William R. Huffman. I'm from 2500 North Berries Chapel Road in Brentwood, Tennessee. My wife and I own 918A Jackson Street in Nashville. My son and I built that property around 10 or 11 years ago. My son lived in Hope Gardens, which is in that neighborhood, for 4 years and got to know a lot of the neighbors. We rented that house out for about 7 or 8 years. During that time, we had several instances where the police was involved, and I almost had to evict one of the people who was renting during that period of time. But then 2 years ago, we decided to spend tens of thousands of dollars and furnish the property, get a permit, and do an STRP. We contracted with Playlist Properties, who does a great job. They have noise monitors, and all of the neighbors that I know there we've not had any problems in the past 2 years. And it's been a plus for Nashville because Nashville needs affordable places for visitors to stay, brings in a lot of money for the neighborhood and for for restaurants and entertainment in the area. So I think it's a plus and therefore I'm for 608 with the Amendment 1. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for your time. My name is Stephanie Borick. I live on Beacon Drive in the Tyne-Mead neighborhood of Green Hills. I have a Type 2 STR next to my home since last September. We moved to Nashville 4 years ago with our 2 small children, and we settled in a traditional family neighborhood known for lemonade stands in the summer and sled riding in the winter. This was exactly the environment that we wanted for our children. About a year after our home purchase, our next-door neighbor turned his home into a long-term rental. We met the tenants and interacted with them as neighbors. This changed when the home was turned into a Type 2 STR last September. Nowadays, there is a constant turnover of people. There is absolutely no interaction with the short-term renters. Many are groups of young people who are coming to vacation in our city. As exciting as this may sound, our neighborhood is the last ideal place for such guests. I dread pulling into my driveway at 3 o'clock on Fridays, as this is the check-in time. We've been barraged by large groups of people, excessive traffic, noise at all hours of the night, no different than the hustle and bustle that you see outside of a hotel. There is no more peace and quiet, and more importantly, the sense of security I described above is gone. The property is advertised on Airbnb for $250 a night, 1 night minimum stay, a 10-person maximum occupancy. Neighborhoods are for neighbors, not hotels like the one we have next to our house. We live with a chronic feeling of uncertainty as we never know who's next door. And let me tell you, my children sure have gotten a crash course on stranger danger. We love Nashville, and we want to see it grow, but not at the expense of our neighborhoods. We are not promoting a citywide ban on STRs, but we feel they are not suitable to operate in residentially zoned areas just like the other businesses. Living next to a short-term rental has not been desirable from a quality or a quality of life standpoint. Even if we wanted to sell our home, buyers who are drawn to residential neighborhoods are not interested in living next to a hotel. Please vote for 608 and against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to try to get through this as quick as I can. My name is Amy Walters. I live at 7750 Sawyer Brown Road. The problem with short-term rentals are the rentals that are operating illegally. By doing an internet search, you can find about double the number of short-term rentals in Nashville than there are permits issued. Most of those who have permits have something to protect and therefore are more responsible and more neighborly. We do screen our guests. We do greet our guests and meet them personally. We do have noise-aware monitors in our properties. Most people who do not have permits obviously have less regard for the laws and likely much less regard for the neighbors in which the laws that are in place to protect those neighbors. Those operating illegally put public safety and are at risk and are not remitting the taxes to the city and the state. Those operating illegally now will continue to operate in the future unless sweeping, aggressive enforcement happens. Eliminating the illegal, irresponsible short-term rentals will remove the majority of the short-term rental issues Nashville has been experiencing. In addition, there's no way that the effectiveness of the current legislation can be measured since it's not been effectively and actively enforced from the start. It's rash and unreasonable to simply ban short-term rentals when the legislation that has been passed on it already has not been enforced. Again, piling sweeping, rash, and unreasonable legislation on an issue that is already currently has legislation which is not being enforced is irresponsible to our city, our neighbors, and our guests. The proper plan to alleviate this ongoing dispute is to give Metro Codes the support it desperately needs in order to efficiently and effectively enforce the current legislation. As a short-term rental owner, I support 608 with the amendment.
Guys, we have a long night, so let's hold the applause.
My name is Paul Walters. I live at 7750 Sawyer Brown Road. I am here in support of 608 with the amendment. Pretty much everything I wanted to talk to has already been discussed by everyone. I don't want to hold anybody up longer than that, but I do support 608 with the amendment and hope that you will too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joni Wilson. I have 2 properties in the city of Nashville. I believe in Nashville. I've been here 20 years from Canada. And I'm a real estate agent. And my husband and I put our heart and soul into our one STRP that we have down there in the 12th South area. And I just wanted to quickly tell you a little story about Cody, the gentleman that lives across the street. He bought his house for $56,000 15 years ago, and it's just a cute little ranch. And he could kiss us every time we see him because we have upped his value from $56,000 to $1.2 million. With the fact that our STRP is brand new, gorgeous, it costs $800 a night to stay in it. So it would not be transients, and I do hear you. I see why you probably feel scared for this. But properly run STRPs that are legal, where we spent money to make sure they're legal and that they're watched over. We have state-of-the-art noise machines. We've had 0 complaints, and we've had very high-end renters and people come as tourists to Nashville and really, really enjoy it. They love this city. And like the other gentleman said, we need to take advantage of the fact that our city is just booming, and it's doing amazing, and we should be proud of it. Thank you. Oh, and I support 608 amended.
Hello, I'm Brad Pennington. Live at 713 Lakeshore Point, Old Hickory. That was my wife. We do have a short-term rental in Nashville. I'm going to make it very brief because I was asked to. So I support 608 as amended. I hope you do as well. Thanks for your time.
Hello, I'm Kim Sorensen. I live at 2627 Miami Avenue, and I have maps. Can I pass these out? Okay. This just shows where all the permitted short-term rentals are in Nashville. Like a lot of people here tonight, I'm a real estate investor, and I've kept hearing about how much money you can make during doing a short-term rental, and so I started looking into being a short-term rental operator. Then one came to my street, and I saw some of what the family next door had to put up with on a daily basis. I wasn't surprised when a for sale sign went up and the family moved out of the neighborhood. But they can visit their former home anytime they like because as long as they're willing to pay $500 a night, because it's now another short-term rental. Then there was another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, all on one street. So out of the first 11 houses on our street, 5 are short-term rentals. And they're allowed to sleep up to 12 people. So most of the residences only have like 2. So the tourists outnumber the residences by quite a bit the majority of the time. And I'm not their neighbor, I'm just a tourist attraction. My neighborhood isn't unique, so if you look at these maps, you can see that this is happening to neighborhoods all over Nashville. I hope this is not what you want for Nashville's neighborhoods. So the actual neighborhoods around Nashville, we don't have lawyers and lobbyists like the short-term operators do, and we don't have multi-billion-dollar companies pushing for local and state governments to establish laws in our favor. All we have is you, and so I hope that you will support Bill 608 without the amendments. Thank you.
My name is Taria Clark. I live at 1101 Laurel Street. And as a Nashville native and real estate agent and former bartender, I have watched firsthand our city grow because, in part, tourism. I don't see this mainly as versus neighbors. I see it versus hotels. If we take away these permits, it's going to inflate the hotel cost, and that is giving money to big business. At least this way, we're putting money back into our community. If hotel prices get inflated, people are not going to come here. They're going to go to another city. And if, at the very least, they'll have less money to spend while they're here. A lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but I support the amendment.
Carol Williams, 800 Russell Street, 37206. I've been there 41 years. Why do I care about residential zoning? Brief history of my neighborhood. Our neighborhood was crime-ridden with numerous substandard properties and absentee landlords. Neighbors hit the ground running with the help of Metro Historic. 1976, first historic home tour with only 2 homes. Proceeds went toward an Edgefield neighborhood design study. We fought to down zone. 1977, Nashville's first residential National Trust Historic District. 1978, Nashville's first locally zoned historic district. 1980 to 83, with the guidance of MDHA, our neighborhood purchased 11 vacant lots to ensure appropriate future redevelopment. 84 to 85, we had Nashville's first infill PUD at 906-910 Russell Street. Edgefield's award-winning designs for historic infill were recognized in Southern Living and in National Trust publication. The years that followed involved endless hours spent by neighbors to enforce codes and zoning, address vacant properties, while working with our police department on pervasive drug and prostitution activity. It took 20 years to stabilize a struggling neighborhood. With Type 2 rentals, I find myself again fighting for residential zoning, what I fought for in 1976. Protecting RRS zoning status remains the one stabilizing factor in Nashville neighborhoods. The very nature of absentee landlords with transient customers makes codes and zoning enforcement impossible. Please vote to approve BL 2017-608, which removes commercial STRs. Please do not pass Amendment 1. Thank you, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Deborah Volley, 2445 Eastland Avenue. Only 6.6% of the total housing units in Davidson County are Type 2 and Type 3 permitted properties. Any rational person can easily see that 0.6% is not causing the affordable housing crisis or destroying Nashville neighborhoods. I commend the mayor, the council, and this commission for recognizing the real issue, which is lack of enforcement, and taking steps to correct the problem. We are already seeing the new hires and software system help with that enforcement, and let's give these things time to take full effect. STRPs of all types are so important for our growing city. We all know that it's much cheaper for a group to rent a home than it is to book multiple hotel rooms. Many people who otherwise could not afford to stay overnight in Nashville can now make a weekend trip. Imagine needing to travel to Nashville, to Vanderbilt for a medical procedure. Imagine that procedure is for your 10-year-old daughter who's confined to a wheelchair and needs a food processor for each meal so she doesn't choke. And what if that procedure had to be done the day before Thanksgiving? You're now faced with the reality that your family will be spending Thanksgiving in a cramped hotel room. You do a quick search online and you find a glimmer of hope, a home you can stay in instead of a hotel. After a quick conversation with the homeowner explaining the situation, you're assured that everything you need to make a proper Thanksgiving meal will be ready for you, including a food processor. Relief sweeps over you. Maybe this Thanksgiving won't be a total bust after all. You see that house can accommodate 12 people. You call your sister. Thanksgiving in Nashville? There's room for all of us to stay together. This is the story of the family I hosted this past Thanksgiving. What could have been a very stressful experience in a cramped hotel room turned out to be, to quote the note left by the little girl whose reason it was for the trip, the best Thanksgiving ever. STRPs are not the problem. We're part of the solution for our growing city. Support the amendment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Molly Collins, and I live at 1313 Greenwood Avenue. I've lived there for nearly 6 years. My husband was born and raised in Nashville, and we left to pursue a military career from which he retired several years ago, and we're thrilled to be back here. We're kind of in the thick of the short-term rental conversation. Our next-door neighbors with whom we share a backyard are Type 1 owners. We love them, and we've enjoyed getting to know their guests. Jeff and I are also owners of a Type 2 within a mile of our house, and we run it with what we think are impeccable standards and care for the neighborhood and the community. Our next-door neighbors there have a great relationship with us and are happy to live next door to a short-term rental. We screen our guests and we meet them all. We treat them with the utmost care. Some of the comments we've received from families and people that have stayed with us include parents of 5 children who said, "We love Nashville. We're so glad we had the space. Our kids could run in the grass, and your home was lovely with amenities that we needed." We've also been able to showcase local artisans and business owners and send our guests there. So as I think about why we do this, it's about care. It's about caring for people who want to visit our city. It's about showing them the best that Nashville offers. We work very hard to give them the best time possible. We're also part of community organizations ourselves, and we are part of Good Hosts, and we work to train our additional STR owner colleagues on how to be good hosts. So I urge you to support 608 with the amendment. Help Nashville be what it can be, which is an example in the United States for good hosting. Thanks.
Hey, y'all. I'm from Texas, so we say, hey, y'all. My name is Carla Livingston, and I live at 2115 Yeeman Place, which is right across the river. You can throw me in just one swoop. I used to be a type 1, but I am a type 2 now, host. And my husband and I actually got the home that we currently host. We purchased it. It used to be a long-term rental, and it took months to clean. Months to clean. These people never once picked up a Swiffer. They never once picked up, they probably never heard of Windex. There was feces on the floor. We had to rip out the ceilings. I never thought I would ever have to rip out ceilings because they were so dirty. The carpet, of course. But our neighbor, all of our neighbors have our, phone numbers, and I talk to them all the time. I'm at the property almost on a daily basis. I'm the one who takes out all the trash bins all by myself, and my neighbor actually told me that she was so happy. She's been living there for I don't know how many years. She was so happy that there was someone who was taking care of the property. She said that there used to be pit bull fighting in the back, illegal pit bull fighting. Multiple people lived in that one little house, and now she was happy that there was families coming from, happy, smiley families coming, and I screen all of my guests. I don't just let anybody stay at my house because at the end of the day, that's my furniture, and I don't want anybody messing up my furniture or messing up that dang ceiling that costs so much to fix. So all of my guests know that there's a long list of local places that they go to. Sometimes I even send them to Barista Parlor, and I've paid for Ubers just so they can taste the best coffee in East Nashville. So please support with amendment. Thank you.
For the record, I do help with the trash cans. My name is Dart Livingston. I'm at 2115 Yeeman Place. To start, I want to state that I support the bill as amended. Now, there has been a whirlwind of legislation, and I'm slightly confused on all that legal jargon, so I'm just going to be clear. I support the use of Type 2 and 3 STRs as accessory use, no different than my long-term rentals have been for almost 2 decades. My STRs and my LTRs are the exact same, with the exact same activities taking place at both types of rentals. The only technicality is the length of stay. Short-term renting is a win-win scenario. Actually, it's a 6-way win-win scenario. Visiting tourists get a homey place to stay at an affordable price. Hosts and their cleaning and repair people, accountants, landscapers, etc. benefit by having a job. Local businesses receive increased foot traffic due to tourism in their specific neighborhoods. $477 billion last. That can't be right. That's amazing. No, million. Okay. City collects millions of dollars in tax revenue hosts, as well as the increase in taxes from benefiting businesses. Neighbors, this is number 5, neighbors receive indirect financial benefits in the form of increased funding for government amenities. Homeless families receive direct financial benefits via the Barnes Fund. Before I rattle off a few concerns, though, I feel it's necessary to highlight tonight's turnout. To the best of my knowledge, there are approximately 300,000 homes in Nashville. Please fact check me. And as the briefer stated earlier, there are about 2,661 STR permits on file with the city. Now let's round up to about 3,000 for simplicity's sake. That's about 300,000 to 3,000. By those numbers, and you know public math, the law of proportionality suggested there should be 100 times the number of black shirts or anti-STR folks versus the blue shirts in the room tonight if Nashville was equally opposed to this issue. As you saw earlier, and still at 10 p.m. tonight, the opposite is actually the case. So I close out with I support the use of Type 2 and Type 3 STRs for accessory use.
Good evening. I'm Dave Rich. I'm happy to say that I am a licensed STRP owner at 518 Skyview Drive in East Nashville, Tennessee. I appreciate all of your time and attention this evening. I stand today in support of 608 with the amendment as amended because of my own personal experience in East Nashville. Airbnb and the people that lease their homes through HomeAway, at least in my own personal experience, find that their homes are basically little ambassadors of our city. Two of my guests now own homes on Skyview Drive in our own neighborhood in East Nashville. I've leased to families that have had their children treated at Vanderbilt Children's Medical Center, and that my house was what accommodated them. And further, I also have helped out East Nashville businesses, because when you recommend that someone go to Ugly Mugs to get their coffee, or you recommend that they go to one of the incubators over in East Nashville, or to go to a specific restaurant like Lachlan Table, everybody benefits. And today, when you look at this legislation, before you pass it, I want all of you to seriously consider whether or not the legislation that is currently on the books has actually been enforced. And if the answer to that is no, then I question whether or not this is just a surrender. To wipe the table, was like when I was a child playing chess with my father. If I didn't like the way the rules went, I just swiped all the pieces off the chessboard. That didn't go so well for me then, and I don't think it'll go well for Nashville now. I think what's necessary is for us to seriously consider the benefits of Airbnb and the short-term rentals, and look at people like myself and the other people that sitting in this room, because I think there's one thing that we can all agree on. We want to be responsible owners, and we want to have responsible guests. I vet my guests very personally, and I want them to be good neighbors, and I want to be a good neighbor as well. Please pass 608 as amended. Thank you.
Hey, Ari, my name is Brian Foster. I'm a Type 2 short-term rental owner, and I support passing the bill with amendments. I'm a Nashville native and lifelong resident. Other than a short stint in the military, my family's been here since the grandparents, about 90 years. Short-term rentals have helped. I've watched East Nashville change. My grandparents still live there. My parents still live there. I'm enjoying watching it change. I've seen it be good for the neighborhoods. I hear all these negative stories, but the numbers don't back it up. Please use your logic. Please listen to the numbers and the facts and not all of the hysteria. Thank you for having us. I know it's late, so y'all have a good night.
Hi, I'm Tim Weeks, Hager's Grove Pass in Hermitage, president of Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association, and also chair of the Nashville Neighborhood Alliance. I just have a few comments tonight. One, I think you're getting a skewed view of Airbnb tonight. The people that are here tonight are good people. I don't contest that. You're getting glowing testimony. But the deadbeats and the people with the party houses are not going to come down here and testify. You're not hearing the full picture. Another thing is that Airbnb takes credit for tourism in Nashville. Everyone's coming to Nashville because they want to stay at our Airbnbs. I don't think so. The Tennessean published that study, and I'm really sorry they published that piece of PR that was done by the industry. People come to Nashville because they want to go see the Predators or the Titans game or Keith Urban or the Country Music Festival, and they happen to stay at Airbnb or they stay at a hotel. They stay at a place where they can afford, period. So they can't take credit for building our tourism industry. Second thing I want to talk about in my time left is simple about zoning. Zoning is a complicated issue. You guys deal with it on a regular basis. But for us lay people, it's a very simple thing. That McDonald's belongs over here, residents belong over there. Hotel, Holiday Inn, oh, that belongs over here with McDonald's, not in the residential area. What's happened is the line has become blurred. And the more this line is blurred, the more there's going to be problems and instances. On Miami Avenue up near Opryland, it's practically a war. People are getting to the point of violence. You can stop this. You can change it. Vote for 608 without the amendment because the amendment guts it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm Logan Key, and I reside at 1411 Fatherland Street in East Nashville. I'm going to make a subtle point that heretofore you have not heard. Late last year, Metro commissioned a consultant to report on staffing and organization of the Property Standards Division of the Codes Department. That report at page 12 stated that some short-term rentals had effectively rezoned residential neighborhoods into commercial ones outside of the established rezoning process. As this commission knows better than anyone in this room, Nashville has a robust and deliberative rezoning process for developers or property owners who wish to increase density or otherwise change the base zoning of a property. That process, as you know, involves case-by-case public hearings before this commission and the Metro Council. Signs go up on the property announcing the proposal. The staff conducts analysis to determine if the change is consistent with the general plan. Under the current regulations, none of that happens. None of that happens. There's no consideration for what nearby residents think of the new use. There's no consideration for whether the property use that's being proposed is in any way consistent with the general plan, because it's an accessory use. In fact, we know that non-owner-occupied short-term rentals are not consistent with the plan. The staff report itself found only one element to support STRPs, home-based businesses. But you can't have a home-based business if the property is serving as no one's home in the first place. We are pulling residential dwellings from our own housing stock to serve a commercial purpose, and that runs directly counter to the vision of the general plan. Please approve 608 as a reasonable measure to phase out non-owner-occupied short-term rentals from R&RS zones, and most importantly, disapprove the proposed Amendment 1, which is inconsistent with not only the general plan, but inconsistent with the intent of the drafters of 608. Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Good
Director
evening.
Sloan, members of the Commission. My name is Bill Terry. I live at 4641 Villa Green Drive. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Nashville. For 40 some odd of those years, I have spent my career as a planner for cities and counties across the state. And I want to look at just one thing, land use, the land use issue in this. All zoning ordinances in some way address what transient occupancy is, what it amounts to, and what kinds of uses represent transient occupancies. I think there is a definition in the Metro zoning ordinance of the word transient. But transient occupancy means that people come and people go. And this is exactly what happens in hotels and motels. It's what happens in a short-term rental. The only difference is a difference of scale. So I'd like to say that basically the short-term rentals are motels in a residential district, just small ones. How does that contribute to the protection and preservation of neighborhoods, as is pointed out in several places in Nashville Next as a goal of Nashville Next? The neighborhood in which I live is classified by the manual as T3 maintenance. And in that particular classification, how does the introduction of a new use in the neighborhood or a conversion of a use from a residential use to a transient occupancy, how does that help to preserve the neighborhood? So I'd like to say that zoning deals with land uses, and it ought to continue to deal with land uses, and your staff is well aware of what all the land use issues are. I support the bill and oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ashley Kraft. I live on Caldwell Lane here in Nashville. I talk super fast, so I apologize. I have a Type 2 permanent rental. I'm a homeowner, and I also worked in hotels in Nashville for 10 years. I was there during the inflation when hotel rates went from $99 to $129, literally overnight, to upwards of $300 to $400 with inflation. I saw what it did. It ruined... Hotels almost didn't know how to recover. We lost group sales. We lost several things. Having short-term rentals and providing affordable places for visitors to stay is a big business in Nashville. It's needed. It brought in $500 million almost in 2015 for Nashville in tourist money in economic development. That is a huge hit to ban it and get rid of it. Can I please remind you that Austin, Texas tried this? State overrode them, unconstitutional. Miami, Florida just tried it. Florida came back, unconstitutional, overrode it. Just think about this. My biggest thing with it as well is it's private property. And you're telling people how they can and cannot use a residential home that they bought and purchased with their own money. So do I come to your house and tell you that, no, your aunt and cousin and uncle cannot live with you? You know, it's almost like I-65. If you a driver, do you not like speeders? So should we just ban all drivers now? There's regulations that should absolutely be put in place with people paying taxes, people getting legal permits, absolutely. But banning it altogether is almost just the immature thing to do. It's very immature. I don't think it's the smartest decision, and I think this council is a lot smarter than that. Just look at how well Nashville is doing. So I am for this with the amendment. Thank you.
Bobby Brecken, 424 Church Street. I'd just like to say that I think the staff's recommendation is setting a clear path to some enforcement. I think we have really lacked that enforcement over the past 2 years. There's no doubt that there are bad actors out there. I think this will in large help rectify that situation, and therefore a lot of these problems will go away. Because of that, I am for Bill 608 with the amendment. Thank you.
My name is Brandon McDonald, 3759 Homeland Drive. I think the land use issue is kind of the biggest deal, because everybody's nice stories about nice tourists coming in or I love my neighbors, they're kind of irrelevant. I would imagine most of y'all have already kind of made up your mind that that's how you're going to look at everything. It's more of a land use policy issue. And that makes sense. So why 3 years ago start issuing Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 permits? Because I invested $2 million in debt on Type 2 permits because of all the good reasons that everybody said. So now when you come in and say, we're going to take these away, we want to restrict them, we want to do the thing. So you say legally, here's what you can do, and now never mind. No, we don't want you to do this now. The issues are clear. I mean, the issue of what we believe, you guys said, yeah, we should do this, and then said, there's some problems, never mind. So clearly slowing down a hair and just let's work on some enforcement and see how that goes. And if that doesn't work, then let's take the next step. The other risk is if the council's too heavy-handed, the state will come in and say something, and then we've been here till 11 o'clock at night for no reason. So let's keep this local and let's make it make sense. So I 608 with the amendment.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw. I live at 220 Mockingbird. Should a small number of investors be privileged to run commercial lodging establishments in neighborhoods zoned residential? I support 608 because I believe the answer is no without the amendment. Nashville's strict prohibition on businesses in residential zones protected neighborhoods until our STR ordinance passed. In 2 short years, some neighborhoods have become de facto hotel zones. Airbnb could shut down the more than 2,000 illegal properties. They don't. Now, a show of hands. How many of you ever host 12 overnight guests at your house? All right. Okay. Every weekend? Do you host family reunions and bachelor parties for people you don't know for money? Anybody? If someone did this next door to you, would you consider it residential use? Our current ordinance dances around this by defining the use as residential while treating the activity as commercial for tax purposes. And why did Nashville engage in such legal semantics? For more tax revenue and more hotel rooms. Exempting short-term rentals from Nashville's strict prohibition on businesses in residential zones was a quick and easy solution to a short-term tourism planning problem. And most homeowners didn't realize Metro was forcing us to solve that problem until SDR started opening up in our neighborhoods. We also passed a law because people were already running STRs. Ever told your children that everybody's doing it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do? I'm here because an STR opened on the other side of a duplex I rent to my daughter. I feel sick about the security issues of a constant flow of strangers under the same roof. I can't sell it. No one wants to buy next to an STR. 608 protects neighborhoods from unprecedented commercial zoning. Please support it without the amendment.
Hi, I'm Deidre Duker. I live at 1130 Woodvale Drive. I thank you for your time. I am a long-term tenant landlord as well as a short-term one. I have a couple of type 2 rentals in Edge Hill. I also live near one off of Woodvale, and I find that those guests, those short-term tenants, are delightful. I've heard a lot of people talk about how short-term tenants don't invest in the neighborhoods, but I find the opposite to be true. They support public transit, they take the Music City Circuit, they take their savings from what they would have been paying on a hotel, and they spend that in the neighborhood and in Nashville. It's a win for our city. I pay a lot of taxes for short-term rentals, and that's not great because, like the IRS, I don't make any distinction between long-term and short-term. I think they're the same. However, I am proud that my money is going into the Barnes Housing Affordable Housing Fund, and we've already made, I think, $600,000 to put toward affordable housing. So that's a win for Nashville also. I hear a lot of people talking about noise violations, their neighborhoods becoming Swiss cheese, whatever. If we had effective enforcement of noise and codes, and we enforced the permit caps, that wouldn't be the issue. It just wouldn't. I don't see how 3% of type 2 short-term units could possibly affect the neighborhoods in that way. The last point I'd like to make is that Nashville is so blessed to be living and working in a 21st century economy. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio originally. Let me tell you, my friends and family there would love to have these kinds of problems. I urge you, the city planners and the council, to help us solve these problems, adapt to the new ways that people live, travel, and earn money. Thank you.
Are you guys as tired as I am? I'm exhausted. This is about the 45th time that I've come before council or have had meetings. My name is C.J. Hicks. I live at 1702 Ashwood Avenue. My type 2 short-term rental, non-owner occupied, is right next door to me at 1700 Ashwood. Early on, Councilmember Allen and I worked diligently to help craft some reasonable legislation to try to get a handle on this. They're going to come to Nashville. A lot of people do not need to be in a hotel. They can't go to a hotel because they've got extended family members that they're traveling with. They're traveling with dogs. Last week, I had a family that came and stayed with us that had 4 basset hounds. 4 dogs, yes. And they were great. They really enjoyed it. They were able to walk down to our local neighborhood shops. They were able to walk down to Bongo Java, to Edley's, to all the 12 South places. They enjoyed it very much. Now, here's the thing. We need to have enforcement. We really need this. This is very important. All the measures, everything that you've done to try to regulate and try to get a handle on this, the bottom line is enforcement. We will work with you. We want to work with you. We're paying a lot of taxes. We're paying a lot of money toward doing this. It is a good thing for us. Help us help you enforce this situation. That's what we'd like to do. So please, please, don't phase out type 2 short-term rentals. Please don't phase those out. Don't put moratoriums on us. Let's work together to try to get an answer. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope we get to go to bed soon. Okay, thanks.
This microphone's probably going to pick up my heartbeat. My name is Laura Roast. I live on Villa Green in Nashville. I support 608 without Amendment 1. I was a member of Nashville Next Community Engagement Committee. I've been a commissioner on the Metro Historical Commission and a staff member of both the MHC and the MHZC. In that role, I went out on house calls to meet owners who wanted to alter their building. My task was to determine whether a proposed project met the guidelines for that neighborhood. Sometimes it was hard to be the bearer of bad news, but that's the nature of being a steward of a neighborhood enforcing the overlay. It's similar to the position you're in as stewards of Nashville regarding Nashville Next. In neighborhoods with overlay zoning like Edgefield and Germantown, people bought their houses aware of the base zoning, which covers its use, and any overlay restrictions in place. Some of the people I met on house calls may have bought their house hoping to add another bedroom or add a dormer, but they knew there was never a guarantee that they could do those things. Someone buying a house in those neighborhoods today may have hoped they could operate a hotel there, but there is no guarantee. Having an application process in place does not create a guarantee of its being granted, whether in the first place, and certainly not for perpetuity. But as a previous speaker said, the investment was in the property, not in the business. As for Nashville Next, probably similar to how your staff did in preparing their recommendation, I went back through the plan page by page to see what it says about non-owner occupied STRs in residential neighborhoods. It says nothing. They were but a twinkle in their operators' eyes just a few short years ago. What the plan does say in the section titled The Nashville Housing Market on page 180 is this. Quote, local governments intervene in the housing market to influence supply through regulations and incentives. The largest of these is the zoning code, which permits or limits where and what kind of housing can be built, end quote. That seems pretty clear. Zoning exists to identify appropriate land use, keeping houses separate from restaurants, factories, and hotels. You are the ones to protect the boundaries. You are the stewards of Nashville Next. Thank you for your time.
My name is Susanna Scott Barnes. I live at 700 Crescent Road, and I'm a small business owner. My gift store would not and should not be allowed to operate in a residential neighborhood. I think good zoning exists for a reason. Allowing someone to operate a home as a hotel business in a residential area goes against what I believe is good zoning. Please support phasing out the short-term rental properties type 2 and 3. Please support 608 without the amendment.
Hi, everyone. I was optimistic when I wrote this because I started it with good afternoon. This isn't about whether or not we have good people running good businesses. It's not about tax revenue, and it's not about enforcement. This is about commercial businesses in residentially zoned neighborhoods. That's what this is about. If we can agree that a home that is never lived in by its owner and is rented out 100% of the time, day by day for rental is a business, then you know they don't belong in residential neighborhoods. I sat through this committee meeting not long ago where this committee declined to accommodate requests for a recording studio and a hair salon to operate in a residential area. If a music studio in Music City is not permitted in a residential area, then how can thousands of hotel rooms? Supporting 608 without the amendment remains consistent to keeping commercial businesses out of residentially zoned areas only. There are appropriately zoned areas where they can operate. You've heard a lot about enforcement. That's popular. But what's it enforcing? It's enforcing a cap that doesn't work, because even with the cap, you have a lot of commercial businesses in residentially zoned neighborhoods. A 3% cap means thousands of these businesses. Not one recording studio, thousands of these businesses at the 3% cap. It doesn't work. Please vote yes on 608, and please vote no on Amendment 1.
Sir, can we have your name and address?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Bob Hopkins, 1300 Shelby Avenue.
Great, thank you.
Hello.
I'm Brandon Rumbley, 4056 Port Cleburne Lane in Hermitage, Tennessee. I am terrified of public speaking, and I love my kids, and I've missed a night with my family, and I'm here in front of a bajillion people, so that tells you how important this is to me. As a father of 3 kids under 7, I say a lot of things like, stop licking your sister's face. No, you can't eat that. What's that smell? But one of the more important things I say to them is our consequences have actions. And one of the first commentators up here tonight asked the question if it was the job of the metropolitan government to ensure that people had a livelihood. And I agree with her, it's not. But you did. 2015, you passed legislation along with Metro Council that said, these are the rules for Type 2 and Type 3 permits. And as a result, I and all of us here in blue shirts with red stickers on went into millions of dollars of debt, and we bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of furniture. And we did put our livelihoods on the line for that. So it's very serious to me. It's very serious to a lot of people that are here. A 2-year phase out, a 3-year a 5-6 year phase out does not give us enough time to get that money back. So I ask you to take that into consideration as you guys think about a bill that does any sort of phase out. I cannot support any sort of bill that phases out Type 2 permits. Please be responsible for your actions.
I'm Devin McClish. I reside at 3102 Wellington Avenue over in Hillsborough Village. I'm a developer here in Nashville. I'm developing about 60 homes right now in every single one of your districts. I just want to talk about a couple things that have been addressed tonight. This notion of these commercial businesses in residential neighborhoods, there's not really a distinction between a short-term rental and a long-term rental. It's just from a night-to-night basis versus a year-to-year basis. From a night-to-night basis, it's actually better. I have never evicted somebody in a short-term rental. I have evicted plenty of people in a long-term rental. Most of my short-term rental residents, I have not had one complaint, 0. Whether or not I put 10 plus people in my short-term rental, I could put 20 in my long-term rental. This notion of that they're minimally maintained, I have taken houses that nobody wanted to touch. I have completely redone houses in every single one of these neighborhoods. I have recently taken a condemned house that the city of Nashville wanted to demo, and it is the nicest house in the neighborhood. That tax value just went from $50,000 to $230,000. I just experienced a 200% tax increase, and I'm okay with that because I have taken the worst house in the neighborhood and I have protected your neighborhood by doing that. So when I take these houses and I make them beautiful, it's not because I'm a greedy developer. I actually care about these neighborhoods. I care about the people I put in these houses, and I want to continue to put nice people in these nice houses and create nice neighborhoods. Please support with the amendment.
Good evening. I'm Ann Roberts. I live at 210 Jackson Boulevard, and I'm here strictly, I'm discarding this because just about everything has been said, but I'm here as a neighborhood advocate. I worked for the Metro Historical Commission for 33 years, 28 of those years as the director. Carol Williams literally wrote the story on neighborhood revitalization and what it takes. And believe me, it took a lot of hard work by a whole lot of people. The threats were the same: absentee landlords, lack of enforcement. But one thing that I learned as I look back, and here we are, history repeating itself, one thing that I learned as a preservationist was that preservation of neighborhoods is not just about the buildings. It's really about the neighbors and the neighbors who are creating community. And that's why I am in favor of 608 and opposed to the amendment. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Wester. You don't see me here too often, but I am past president of the Real Estate Investors of Nashville, REIN, and I won't take 5 minutes, but I would like to have the allowance to be able to take some of that time. And
can you clarify your role again?
I'm past president, I'm on the board, and I'm also editor of the newsletter. And
are you speaking on behalf of the organization?
On behalf of the organization as well, yes.
Okay.
But I'll give you some, okay. Let me go back to my notes here. I just lost my notes of what I was going to say. Okay. I live at 1717 Nottingham Place, and I would like to say that after looking at all of this and what Carrie presented, I think it's a great compromise. It recognizes things on both sides of the issue, and I would like to see, and I see the neighbors and the homeowners all being represented in some way here. And I've been to most of these discussions over the past 2 years. I actually have a Type 2 permit and a Type 3 permit, and I was one of the original permit holders. And I would like to support 608 as amended for our organization, and to recognize that the people who have invested, such as Brandon Rumley was saying and others have said, they've put their money into these things. I've personally gone down streets and seen long-term rental properties, such as on Battlefield. The long-term rental properties are not being taken care of, and I didn't even know there were short-term rental properties on that street until my son, who lives on the street, told me they are. And those are the ones that are being taken care of. So there are coexisting landlords on those streets who don't take care of their tenants' properties, and they do take care of their their short-term rentals. I would like to see something that hasn't been mentioned here, that we grandfather homeowners to remain homeowners. I just went down to renew my permit, and I was told by several people waiting for permits that they're not being grandfathered in. We were told by councilwoman here that we would be grandfathered in as long as we had that permit before the lot one per lot designation went into effect, and we've continued on that basis, and now Codes is refusing to grant those. They're saying that they're not allowed to, that their lawyer has advised them not to renew those permits. And so there's several of us that are in limbo now because of that. And I don't like to be in that situation when I've been promised over and over again that I would be grandfathered in. There are many other real estate investors who are in that situation, and I was talking to them while I was down there. There's several. Anyway, Codes is denying those permits, and I would like you to see how that can be addressed tonight, if possible, before it goes to the council. I want to talk to you about my experience recently. I just traveled to London and Ireland with my daughter. She was in London for the college semester, spring semester, so I really missed her. And I went over there. She had just experienced the terrorist attack in London. She was just there. And on that Monday that it happened, and her classmates and her friends were there on Wednesday while it happened. She called me and she was scared. She was upset. I luckily had planned a trip, and I left on Thursday and was there on Friday morning to be with her. I stayed there, and we went to Ireland. We stayed in Airbnbs. And she kept telling me how she has gone every weekend from London to another country with her friends, guys and girls. They've rented an Airbnb, and they were able to stay on a budget. She said she's scared to stay in a hostel. She did not stay in one hostel this entire semester, and she came home Sunday. So to her, it was a matter of cleanliness, it was a matter of bed bugs, and it was a matter of having a safe place, cleanliness and safe. And to me, that was really important. And I discouraged her to go to London. I said, why don't you go to Australia, someplace where I feel like you'd be safer. In the end, she was safe. She was there. And I want to say, don't you want people in your family to have the option to go somewhere? I have cousins who tell me after they've been here, when I go home, oh, I was in Nashville. I said, why didn't you call me here? Well, we didn't want to bother you. So now I have a type 3 Airbnb. I met a cousin, unfortunately, at a funeral recently. She came and visited me in January, and she stayed there. And I was able to participate in the family and get to know somebody I hadn't seen in 20 years other than at a funeral. There are reasons to have Airbnbs in this town. And there's reasons. It's not just for those of us. I want to tell you, I'm going to move in next door to that Airbnb. It's a triplex. It's actually in commercial zoning, and I'm going to move in next door to it. I'm not renewing the tenants that have been in there. They threw a St. Patrick's Day party, and I've got a bad review on my Airbnb now because of it. I want to also tell you one more thing, if I can, is that in 2010, the state of Tennessee ruled that Airbnb, vacation rental type thing like this, is residential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'll try to be fast. My name is Kelly Govea, and I live at 221 Gentry Avenue. My husband and I have an STR that's located at 612B North 2nd Street in Scott Davis's District 5. I've lived in Nashville for a little over a year, and my husband was raised here. I strongly support Bill 608 as amended, and I strongly oppose any ban, phase out, or moratorium. We've been hosting for over a year now, and from the beginning, it's been our top priority to respect our neighbors and neighborhood first and foremost. We have policies in place like enforced quiet hours, a $500 fine for a noise violation, and threat of eviction if guests disrupt the neighbors. I'm proud to report that we've never had to fine or evict a guest because we've never once received a noise complaint from a neighbor in over a year of posting. We also go above and beyond to be gracious neighbors and contributing members of McFerrin Park because it's important to us. We attend monthly meetings, East Precinct neighborhood watch meetings, and volunteer our time and resources to community barbecues, holiday events, and donation drives. We're in touch with our neighbors on a weekly basis and even attended our neighbor's grandson's basketball game and went to dinner with another neighbor just last week. As a reminder, we don't live in this home, but we still stay connected to all these people. Just because we are type 2 permit holders does not mean that we can't be a fabric of our neighborhood. We're active, contributing neighbors, not out-of-town investors. We live less than 5 miles away, and we're at the house a minimum of 3 times a week. Owning a type 2 rental property doesn't impede on our ability to be involved with our neighbors or our community. This is a conscious choice on our part. My husband and I invested in District 5 knowing this was a long-term investment for us. When we bought the home, our plan was to keep it for 20-plus years, and it's a major piece of our retirement plan. A phase-out of short-term rentals, would potentially force us to unload the property 5 years into the investment. Please don't impede on our ability to save for our future. We have a child on the way. This is very, very important to us, so please support the amendment.
Good late afternoon, evening, whatever it is right now. My name is Daryl Bengtson. I live at 2816 Blair Boulevard. And you need to look at these people that represent these Airbnbs and vacation rentals. This is the cream of them. This is the best there are. And those gentlemen over there that represent HomeAway and Airbnb, I just got done doing work in the legislature for 8 weeks, trying to make sure that their bills did not get passed. Of course, we were successful, it didn't, so that's why you can hear this bill today. But ask them, like I asked Representative Sexton 6 times, why won't you tell the city of Nashville who represents all of your hosts? Who are they? Where's the addresses? You have to know how much tax you are. Why don't you start paying tax to the city? I am not in favor at all of the amendment. I am in favor of 608. I've worked with my councilwoman for years. 8 years ago, I went and tried to get these vacation rentals outlawed. There was 38 of them in the city of Nashville. I own Daisy Hill Bed and Breakfast. I am a legal, licensed, taxed B&B in Nashville. I've been operating for 18 years as of next Friday. These people that are in this room that just groaned about me all can go to Codes tomorrow and apply for a bed and breakfast license. And they won't have anything to worry about, and they can do it and be safe, and they'll be satisfied. Berkeley, I'm sorry, Ms. Allen, I want to thank you very much. You've done so much on this, and it's incredible. 8 years later, I'm still sitting up here and spending 2 full months fighting legislation in the Capitol. but thank you all for listening to me. And please, we have to stop this. I know that there's people here that are going to be hurt, but we do not need businesses in our neighborhoods.
Hi, I wasn't going to speak because I am not good at this at all. But my name's Kelly Reeves, and I live at 1909 Oak Hill. I have a type 1, so this is all kind of just fascination to me on the type 2 thing. I see a lot of points on both sides of this. I do have 2 type 2s right on my street, and the funny thing about one of them, it was a known drug house for a long time in East Nashville. SWAT team actually invaded. That's fun in the middle of the night to hear, come out with your hands. Yeah. But anyways, once the SWAT team came in, and that was kind of the last straw for that deadbeat landlord. To me, a deadbeat landlord's a deadbeat landlord, whether it's Section 8, short-term, long-term, halfway houses, group homes. I want enforcement to, that all of these things can fit into the fabric of what you guys deem they should. And why... Anyways, that SWAT team one, investor came in, renovated that home. It's a type 2 that has been wonderful. I have a neighbor that we talk about it, and she said, I would rather it be a homeowner. And I said, I would too, but remember, it was a long-term rental that was invaded by the SWAT team. And the other one, the police came a bunch for domestic squabbles. Anyways, that's gone now, and it is a short-term rental. And I just happened to see the people that are there because I ran home to take my trash out. She just sent me this text because I talked to the couple there very briefly about what was going on tonight and how this is, and I said it's going on across the country. So she sent me this. I would be disappointed to hear that the option of staying in a VRB home would no longer be available in Nashville. Tourism in Nashville and all of the U.S. is huge. Having the choice to pick a unique home in a beautiful neighborhood other than a generic hotel is a privilege that I appreciate. My experiences staying in private homes has made my journeys to Savannah, Portland, Mexico, and many more destinations extremely relaxing and enjoyable. We both win. I am able to experience the destination as a local, meeting amazing people with the community benefits.
Thank you.
The large corporations do not win.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You have a beautiful community, she wanted us to know. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Stevens, and I live at 305 Woodland Court, Nashville. I have a Type 1 and 2 Type 3 Airbnbs, and I would like to agree with this gentleman here that those of us who are represented are the cream of the crop. We are the ones that care enough to come to this town hall meeting, that care enough to get the permits and to pay our taxes. And I feel like it's the ones that do not go through those channels that are causing the issues in our neighborhoods. I feel that the regulations that we have in place are sufficient to maintain the integrity of our Nashville neighborhoods. I grew up in Nashville, and Airbnb has offered me and my partner Sarah, who also grew up here, an opportunity to provide for ourselves our own means of living, to get out of the hustle and bustle of the grind of waiting tables. That's what I do. I still do that part-time, but I'm not stuck in that anymore. Moreover, since I moved into my neighborhood, my neighbors were overjoyed. I live in a cul-de-sac, and they were so thankful that I was there. And I told them all I was doing Airbnb and gave them all my phone numbers. So if there's ever any problems, give me a call, and they don't hesitate to do that. And then I handle it and take care of it. The tenants that lived there before me, they kept their yard a wreck. It was always overgrown, big dogs in the backyard, barking, and they just didn't care for it. And every one of my neighbors loves having me there as opposed to the people that were there before me. My point being that even permanent residents, you're not guaranteed to have great neighbors. Also, I've had great cultural exchanges with people who've come through my house. I had a beautiful couple from Australia, and we got to exchange stories of different cultures. My neighbors came over. They love to talk with them as well. And they offered me a place to stay when I go to Australia, and a place in New Zealand at their parents' house. So I want to encourage that type of cultural exchange in my community. That's why I love Airbnbs. And I support 608 with the amendment. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Jeff Collins. I live at 1313 Greenwood Avenue. I'm a Nashville native, kind of a rare species around here. My 5-hour energy ran out 2 hours ago. So thank you for listening. I completely understand that. My wife has already testified, so I have nothing else to say because she covered it. But I'd like to highlight the one piece about the amendment and the online marketplace and the responsibilities that the online marketplace has to remove folks that have an issue or don't have a permit If they're not on the online marketplace, then they're no longer the problem that we've been experiencing lately. So that's the piece I want to highlight. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. I'm John Stern, and I'm the president of the Nashville Neighborhood Alliance. We are a 30-year-old organization of neighborhood organizations, and I'm here today to voice our organization's support of Council Bill 2017-608, but without the amendment. I think you probably explained that well on the front end, Doug, that they're two separate items that'll be voted on differently. And to all the folks that are here tonight, this, where we are right now, is not these people's fault. And I've talked with Councilmember Allen about this, and we agreed to disagree. It is our city's fault for allowing this to happen. Now, unfortunately, we have to come up with a fix. Our Committee on Short-Term Rentals spent thousands of hours researching, recording, and evaluating the issues relating to STRs in Nashville, in other cities around the country, and internationally. The suggestions which they have given you already are informed suggestions and not from financial interests, but from interests of the community. While the Nashville Neighborhood Alliance is against all commercialization of neighborhoods and residential properties, we are taking a restrained view on this issue at this time. So this is not a ban. This is merely segregating residential and residential single-family zoning from areas where type 2 STRs are allowed to be put. We are not asking for a total elimination of STRs in all residential districts. Personally, I think it should be. Our goal is to improve the quality of life in Nashville neighborhoods. And a number of the people that have been up here have actually benefited greatly from the last 30 years that we've been working in neighborhoods, bringing them up to a quality where you can host a bed, a type 2 or a type 1 unit. As we know, neighborhoods are for neighbors. And as you also may know, after we rewrote the zoning code in the last century, we had only one non-residential use allowed in residential areas, and that was home occupation. And for dozens of years, we kept it at home occupation. And the limits of home occupation is it can only happen in a percentage of the area within your house. It couldn't have a certain number of pounds of equipment back then, and you could have no customers or no employees. Somebody did put through a bill that allowed for one employee, and they still have to abide by all the other restrictions. So that's the only kind of business that is allowed in residential zone other than short-term rental properties. Type 2s are standalone. There's nobody there for most of the week, and in the weekends they come in and you've got a whole new group of folks. Having done this since 1988, I can give you a little bit of testimony that the current situation with STRPs in our neighborhoods is both untenable and unsustainable for the residents of the city. Investor-owned STRs are mini hotels operated in residential neighborhoods.
Thank you.
We support 608 without Amendment 1.
Hello, my name is James Sweeney. Thank you for your time. My wife and I live on West Eastland Avenue. We own a Type 2, 428 Myrtle Street in East Nashville. My family relies on the income for. We don't have a concierge service, a valet. We don't have room service. We don't have a restaurant. We're not a hotel. We did make considerable investment in our property, including the work on our house, the furniture in our home, things that I would not have done if there wasn't a legal path was given to us to be able to do this short-term rental property that we took advantage of. I do get multiple complaints from neighbors, but it's in regard to the Section 8 tenants across the street. We've never received one complaint on our STR. Why? We know our neighbors. All neighbors in front and behind us all have our phone numbers. If they have a problem with anything, they call us, and we take care of it, and they appreciate that. You get a bad neighbor, for a long-term rental, it takes a lot longer to evict a long-term tenant than it does, if I've got someone that's jeopardizing the right for me to have my short-term rental, that's staying in my home, I want to get them out of there. I don't want them staying in my place. I don't want them bothering neighbors. That's why I give the neighbors my phone number. The IRS does classify our short-term rental like a long-term or long-term rental homes. I ask that pass 608 with Amendment 1, and please don't penalize us for the actions of a few. Yank the permits of the people that take advantage and those that show no regard for their neighbors, and penalize them, not us. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Brett Diaz. I live at 925A Russell Street in East Nashville. I'm a father of 3 young children. I'm also a short-term rental owner, Type 2 short-term rental owner. Take tremendous pride in my properties, try to keep them up to the best of my abilities, and really am excited about being part of sort of Nashville's vibrancy and allowing people from all over the world to come and host them and give them a great experience. As just from personal experience, when I go on vacation and we go to new cities, we look for vacation rentals. When you have small children, it's much more convenient and affordable to actually stay in a home. And we're not looking for condos or multifamily properties. We're looking for homes in neighborhoods where we can actually experience the city. So I think there's going to be a large segment of travelers who just won't come to Nashville simply because A, it's not affordable for them and their family and maybe other groups of families that they travel with to come because the hotels have just gotten so outrageous. And B, when you're traveling with small children, it's much more convenient to rent a home. I'd also like to point out another benefit is when we're hosting folks in our neighborhoods, they're going to our neighborhood restaurants and shops and using the neighborhood services, whereas downtown or multifamily neighborhoods are going to be concentrated in those more traditional tourist areas of town rather than our neighborhoods. So it's providing tremendous benefit to not only our businesses but our neighborhood residents who are employed by these businesses. Excuse me. And then I'd also like to point out that, yes, there are folks like me that invested in this structure, this legal structure, but there are also small businesses that have been built around servicing this industry, the managers, the cleaning folks, the maintenance folks. You're going to put entire businesses, just shutter them if Type 2s are eliminated. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Jason Garrett, 1508 Sevier Court. Our residential neighborhood, a mile from downtown, has just seen cases of some homes tripling in value with a reappraisal. Our unique housing stock and proximity to downtown has made it ripe for Type 2 non-owner occupied STRs. Regardless of hitting census tract limits long ago, these mini hotels still possess their immutable location, location, location. But this intervention has disrupted the benefits that normally would have come with urban core renewal in this booming planning cycle. Houses are being squatted on by investors, possibly waiting for a permit or advertising without, waiting for market price floors if to sell. Minimal makeovers are done. Two-bedroom houses, perfectly adequate as starter homes, are left as is. Why improve when it can accommodate 8 or more visitors? We have over 10% of our 900 homes being used for short-term rentals. If you can't sell at a desired price, just wait an STR. The explosion of STRs from 2013, starting with 158, has increased exponentially year per year, and now it's put at well over 5,000. This has symptoms of an epidemic. Sociologically as well, folks are now content to say that they're making neighborhoods great again by removing houses that didn't cut their lawns, that the replacements can only cause problems a few days of the week, and we're helping tourists and making Nashville affordable at $500 a night. Of course, that could be accomplished with Type 1 STRs, or even using commercially zoned areas to do the same, but less money. An ESTR heat map speaks to showing downtown proximity being the key driver. So displacing residents continues. The people you can meet are really interesting. If you've ever stayed at one, I've never had a complaint. Some of us live just down the street and really care. Then why not help first with the problems that you're profiting greatly from solving? Many of us do that for free, just like tonight. So we've missed out on our planning cycle. Nashvillians wanting to live somewhere have missed that triple of property appreciation. We're creating magnets of distractions that are focusing people on money and not on the people that want to live here. Please support 608 and not the amendment.
Good morning. Almost. Hello, my name is Meredith Alexa Herndon, and I have resided on and off at 1215 Fifth Avenue North since 1977. When my parents bought up a large portion of Germantown and long before anyone wanted to live there. For nearly a decade, we fought the city to get the zoning changed in the neighborhood so families could live there and new residences could be built. My home is nearly 200 years old. It is on the National Registry of Historic Places. It is a part of what drives people to Germantown, and it is a gem to the city that it cannot afford to lose. Historic properties require continuous upkeep. In the past, long-term renting has never been adequate enough to keep the property in good shape. The rent one can get for long-term rental is much lower for an historic house because it does not have all the amenities of the thousands of new rentals that are going up around me like a fortress. Renting short-term has been a major game changer in my life. It has produced enough revenue to renovate and keep the property in good shape. Major maintenance problems have declined drastically because I'm able to keep a constant eye on the property and its service needs. And most importantly, short-term renting has allowed me to keep the property that my parents saved from becoming an industrial dumping ground so many years ago. Short-term renting is saving the life of this beautiful historic property. I oppose any ban or phase out to any type of STRP, and I am in support of Bill 608 as amended. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diana Fernandez, and I lived in Nashville for 20 years, and I live in 5600 Country Drive. Oh, I'm so nervous. Sorry, I'm shaky. But I am in support of 608, and I just want to also defend SDR people that I don't think the problem is for kids not going to school or what all that is because maybe people nowadays are deciding not to have kids anymore, and maybe there's not enough kids to go to the schools and stuff like that. And I don't think it's also the reason why Nashville is getting so expensive and so hectic. Also, Nashville's growing. It's becoming a bigger city and more traffic. Everything's more expensive, rent, everything. So I don't think it's fair to just blame us. And I am in support for 608 as amendment. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you all for being here so late to listen to our community. My name is Gia Carey Lazarga. I live at 3740 Stevens Lane. I have two Type 2 permits, and they're owned by an LLC, not because I'm some big shot out-of-state investor or out-of-county investor. It's just because that's what I was advised to do in case someone slips and falls and wants to sue me and take all my equity that I'm hoping to get one day. We're talking about rental property. I'm not the smartest guy in this room, and maybe I'm not the dumbest guy, but I'm here in barber shops and recording studios and gift shops and bed and breakfasts and law offices and nail salons, and I don't know what that has anything to do with four walls where someone resides. You got rental property that people sleep in and rental property that people use for a commercial purpose, like a yoga studio or a salon or any other type thing. So I use this for people to rent from me, and they stay there as a residence. And it's got nothing to do with a recording studio. And so, I don't know, I just want to go on the record for saying that. But I'm in favor of the amended version. And I don't even know if I'm the cream of the crop. I'm just here to support the amended version. Have a good night.
Hey, I'm Steph Utterback. I live in East Nashville. I'm going to try to make this quick. A one-size-fits-all prohibition of Type 2 STRPs is causing more problems instead of solving them. The problem is enforcement, and Bill 608 does not help that. Bans have been attempted across the nation, and none of them have worked. We have ordinances in place that target wrongful behavior. Short terms do not undermine authority. Call the police if they're noisy. Heck, even call any neighbors if they're noisy. You don't ban all outdoor barbecues just because some of them are noisy. I respect and understand the folks who have terrible experiences. I really do. With some of the properties, and if enforcement was in place, these particular properties would not still be existing and not ruin it for the thousands of responsible Type 2 owners. I am an owner-occupied STRP owner and also have one non-owner-occupied short-term rental a couple streets away. No problems at all, and I have a small business that responsibly manages 25 short-term rental properties. I am in this every day with lots of properties. Out of the 25, only one of them can house 12 people. The rest average 2 to 6 guests. 23 out of the 20 houses I manage belong to Nashville residents. The other 2 used to be residents and had to relocate and decide to keep their Nashville property. Each owner has one property, not a mini hotel or a bed and breakfast with multiple units. No complaints from neighbors. We have house rules, and we threaten our guests that any neighbor complaint, whether noise or whatever, will result in withholding of their deposit. It works. Every neighbor has my phone number. We check all homes multiple times a week and always chat with friendly neighbors. The only neighbor complaint that I'm sorry, I'm gonna fast forward. Look, there's a piece of the pie for everyone, including the hotels and bed and breakfasts. Banning Type 2s would be shutting down an entire economy and industry that will have a grave impact. The solution is the amendment of 608, which promotes enforcement, not banning. Thank you.
My name is Matt Utterback. That was my wife. She's a way better speaker than I am. I'm a musician. This is like my magic hour. So I'm usually about halfway through a set right now. So I'm sorry you guys are staying so late. But I'm a musician. I moved to Nashville to make a music dream for myself. I make a pretty good living. I definitely stay very, very busy, but it's really not enough for me to set aside for retirement or other expenses that can come up in life. And I've had to deal with a broken arm that I paid for myself because I couldn't afford insurance at the time, which I also can't afford now. But having a condo behind our old house that we rented allowed me to pay for a very modest wedding, allowed me to pay for a honeymoon, and it is allowing me to save into retirement so that if I do maybe lose a couple of fingers in a couple of weeks, I'm not out of a job. It's all I know how to do, and I really, really love to do it. And I just am in full support of 608 with the amendment. The bans haven't worked anywhere else. I don't think it's going to work here. You know, let us use it as a little bit of a supply to help us out. Get by with doing it, because it's great. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Ovea. I reside at 612B North 2nd Street. My family moved to Nashville in 1989. I was raised here. And just want to make the record show that you guys are all machines, and I appreciate you staying in there. Basically, I just want to say that I support 608 as amended. My beautiful wife, Kelly, was up here earlier talking about our impact to our local community in McFerrin Park, how we are constantly, weekly involved from a community standpoint. We're with our neighbors every week, going to dinner, going to their child's basketball games. I'm constantly cleaning out the alley on North 2nd Street, taking it to the dump, the convenience center in East Nashville. We are invested, and we are a type 2, which may be very shocking to a lot of people, knowing that we are technically an investor. And I would say we are. We are an investor. We invest in our communities. We invest in our neighbors. We invest in the lives of the people that make Nashville great. We believe in this bill as amended. We solely believe in enforcement. We want to see this done the right way. We do not want this to be a situation to where things are done to where a lot of neighborhoods are dismantled. We don't believe in that. We want this done the right way. We are above board in our process, and we would love to see other people fall in line with that process. But we need the enforcement from the city. So we believe in the 608 as amended. Thank you.
Good evening. James Weaver Waller, Lanston, 511 Union Street, represent Airbnb and the STRP Coalition. Thank you. Thank each of you for your time and your effort. I have a feeling that all you new folks on the commission, the mayor probably didn't mention this part in the phone call to you. I got 3 things I want to knock out real quick. I will not use all of this time. I want to do some sincere thank yous to some people who have worked very, very hard to get us here tonight, almost this morning. I want to talk a little bit about the process that got us here tonight, because I think despite everything that you've heard tonight and great comments from both sides, the process of how we ended up here tonight and how we ended up with this sort of unusual recommendation out of staff is important to your understanding and your decision about how to go forward. And then I want to talk just a minute at the end about what a reasonable path forward might be. First, with the thank yous. The mothers and the fathers of 608 are extraordinarily committed and wonderful council members who serve this city every day in what is one of the most thankless jobs I can imagine, being a district council member. Hager O'Connor, who's a new dad. Congratulations, Freddie. Councilperson Henderson, Johnson, and Roten are the mothers and fathers of 608, and they worked very, very hard, and they're very, very passionate about this. The mothers and the fathers of 685, Councilperson Weiner, Swope, the Davis brothers, as I like to call them, Anthony and Scott, and Councilman Glover, worked very, very hard in helping and pull together 685. 685, as you'll probably hear during the debate amongst the council members, is based primarily on New Orleans and Chicago and what New Orleans and Chicago have put in place in terms of STR regulation. Those 2 bills came here to this department and to your staff, and through an extraordinarily hard amount of work, not so much by Director Sloan perhaps, but his hard-working staff, and particularly Kerry, what you have ended up with what you have before you tonight. A compromise, taking 685, breaking 685 apart, putting it into an amendment to 608, and then a proposal which we know is in Title VI. It is not, while not in your bailiwick necessarily, it is crucial to the path forward that I'll talk about in a minute. And so that process really involved a number of council members working with the industry, working with the platforms to come up with 685 and then 608, which was already introduced and is the band proposal. And so those 2 bills ended up here. And through a lot of meetings and hours and hours and hours of meetings and calls and drafts back and forth, we've come up with what's before you tonight. What's before you tonight is not perfect yet, but it's good. It's really good. It needs a few more tweaks. I think everybody would admit it needs a few more tweaks. It still needs a lot of council input. It needs a lot of council input by our chairman, who sits on this commission with you. It needs more input from the fathers and mothers of 608, and I know some of them are sitting in the back. And this proposal needs more input from them. And then it's going to need input from a lot of other folks on council, because this is a highly, this is an issue that's got council's attention. But the path forward is that we take something here tonight and we go to council and we continue to work. And we try to take something that's good and we try to make it great. We've got to do a lot more work with these folks and talking to these folks and helping these folks understand what it is we're trying to do as platforms and getting their input, so that at the end of the day, we can have something presented to council that's not unanimous. I don't think I can get a Mother's Day resolution unanimously these days out of council, but it's something that's got broad support, particularly among the 35 council members who represent the districts in our great city. So with 36 seconds to go, I will end this by telling you that the Titans took Corey Davis, a wide receiver from the University of Western Michigan, with their 5th pick, and Adora Johnson, a defensive back from USC, with their 18th pick, and we welcome them and Councilman O'Connell's new little girl to Nashville. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. If anyone doesn't know, I'm Councilmember Brett Withers. I represent District 6, which is the district with the most, unless that has recently changed, the most number of short-term rentals in the entire county. And so I have quite a unique experience with folks on both sides of this issue, and certainly have my own thoughts on it, but I've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of constituents. One of the things that I'm hearing first today is, just a few moments ago, is that the sponsors of this bill were somehow consulted on this amendment that was proposed. That's shocking, not just to me, but to the sponsors of 608. So that's pretty surprising. It's late at night, I guess, but we always should communicate early and often, I suppose. One of the comments I would like to make to staff is that in looking at Nashville Next, the home-based business bill as a start to having commercialization in neighborhoods, I don't necessarily think that this is a good model of that. I actually spoke in favor of Councilmember Allen's original bill at that time as a citizen, and one of the things that I remarked is that my then Councilmember Mike Jameson had attempted to pass legislation at the council that would, to use his words, have legalized piano teachers, and that did not pass at council. There was no home-based bill that was passed. Efforts to pass recording studios did not pass either. But one of the things that I remarked at that time is that, Councilmember Allen had done a lot of work with the community and stakeholders, and I recommended support of the original ordinance at that time. But, the thing about it is that most of us who did speak in favor of it, and I did with some concerns, but I did speak in favor of it, is we were talking about helping our neighbors stay in homes and helping them generate income to literally stay in the actual home that they were in. And what we have seen is that by a very, very wide margin, that is not actually what is taking place. And so that original intent that many people had has been distorted and warped by a pretty extreme market, which has now turned into an entire industry that has its own lobbyists that are coming to town and wanting to get involved in Nashville's business, who are going to our state legislature and trying to prevent Nashville from actually having any of these meaningful conversations. And that's very concerning to me as a council member. I want to hear people on both sides, but I think it does a disservice to every citizen of Nashville if an industry lobbyist says on the one hand we want to work with you, but on the other says we're going to go to the state and take away your right to listen to your constituents one way or the other. So I believe that the home-based business is not a good model for this necessarily. I would point out that home-based businesses do have the homeowner present, we would assume, which is not necessarily the case with type 2s. So again, I just think that's a bad model. I think that if the Planning Commission and the planning staff want to have a dialogue with our whole city on the level of Nashville Next about how we can incorporate businesses into our communities, we need to have a whole session of town halls just on that topic, because that's a very worthwhile topic. This seems to me a little bit rushed and a late-minute justification for that. I do want to talk about this amendment a little bit more and why I do not support the amendment. I was initially sort of more in favor of a moratorium approach that maybe would have given us a little time to work out some of our enforcement things. I know that those bills have been passed, but as I've just sat back and watched this, I've sort of come onto the side now of being fully in support of 608, as the sponsors did, maybe with a couple of tweaks. I think there might be some ways that we can adjust a few things, but I believe that this amendment does gut that bill significantly. I believe that if the council wanted to, I mean, Councilmember Allen, what, have we had a dozen bills in the last year? If the council wanted to say, well, you know, we just want to limit the cap from 12 to 10, we could file a bill that does that. If the council wanted to say, you know, we're not comfortable with the 3% cap because it's still a lot, which it is, and we said, let's do a bill that does 2.5% instead, we could bring that bill. That's not an amendment. That's not an amendment, and the trade-off about the enforcement is, to me, is not worth it. And I would also point out that the enforcement is not something that I think the Planning Commission reviews. That's codes. So I'm not sure why y'all would actually be ruling on enforcement measures. So I do want to get back to that 3% cap. So we have a 3% cap for type 2s currently. And what I can tell you as the council member with the most of these in my district is, of course, you have the 3% of non-ownerhood, but also every homeowner, virtually every homeowner in our single family or duplex neighborhoods can still get a permit anyway. And that aggregate is an awful lot in some cases. And what you find in particular in some of our neighborhoods, when you have the cute little bakery or the restaurant that all the hosts want to send their guests to, is that the type 2 properties congregate in certain areas, and what I hear from constituents in some of those areas is that they feel that they live in a resort district and do not have a neighborhood left. Now, other parts of the district won't have as much of that, and they're like, well, what's the problem? Well, what you are starting to see now is that as these are spreading out from downtown to the rest of the county, people are experiencing what that's like, and council members are hearing from their constituents. And that conversation is not always as pleasant as maybe some of these hosts would always think. I would invite any of these hosts who believe that they have never had complaints to run for council and imagine all of the emails that I get on this topic. So what we find on council is that a lot of constituents don't necessarily call the police. They don't call codes. I mean, that's something that we deal with all the time, but they do call their council members. So I have some folks who have written in emails that I have noted, at least in my records, well, I had no complaints on my property, and I'm like, well, I need to call you. So those are my main points, is that, you know, I really do want to listen to folks on both sides. I believe that the amendment is a significant departure from the intent of the sponsors, and I believe that if you're going to weigh 608, you should not consider the amendment, that you should vote it up or down as substituted. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. We haven't yet crossed across midnight, but I really do appreciate your willingness to listen to everyone about this issue. I think as I've listened to everybody tonight, you all probably as well have seen kind of some themes developing, but I think a lot of the themes that have been shared with you to be a compelling reason to support 608 as amended really aren't up for consideration here as we look at 608. Ideas of supporting local business and so forth. Homeowners also support local business, and I have great empathy for those folks and have spoken with many who have made this investment. But with all due respect to those Type 2 owners who made this investment, they did that with a 1-year permit for a new and emerging and evolving business model. And so perhaps it was not a good business decision to invest millions of dollars in multiple properties for a new and emerging business model. As well, I think it's worth mentioning that, having a short-term rental property next to you significantly diminishes the value of the adjacent properties. No one in their right mind would purchase a home next to a permitted STRP. That just would not be a good investment on the part of that buyer to do their due diligence. I, nor anyone I've ever spoken with, would knowingly purchase next to a rental. I think you've heard enforcement mentioned a lot, and certainly I know Council Lady Allen, we have put up a lot of bills to try to fine-tune the enforcement piece and worked on that with codes and MNPD. But as it relates to this bill, 608, as submitted to you, it's a bit of a red herring as it relates to this bill as it's before you, because the need for enforcement does not supersede the fact that this is not an appropriate land use in neighborhoods. And so, the enforcement piece, I say to folks often that having an STRP next to you, again, a lot of these folks here tonight are, your kind of model operators, but it's, for many people, it's kind of death to quality of life by 1,000 cuts. It is just, nothing ever rises to the level of a violation. We district council members have worked with our constituents when they have an adjacent property like this. It's problematic. And it's not necessarily, the raucous party house. It's just, consistently over weekend after weekend after weekend, who's going to be there, loud noises. But at the time at, 1 a.m., you just kind of lament it and, go back to bed. You don't necessarily call that in. And when and if you do, as it relates to noise enforcement, it really never rises to that level of, 70 sustained decibels per the codes. It's kind of, it's untenable, and the onus is always on the adjacent resident to be the enforcer. All of which illustrates the fact that this is, just not a legitimate use, in my view, in residential zoning. It is the primary use in type 2. It is a primary use of this property is a business use rather than a residential use. And so I know, we spoke about the past council, saying that it was an accessory use, but what I want to point out to you all is, I was president of my neighborhood association first when we had the conversation about home-based music studios, and when we had this initial conversation about short-term rentals. And I think for the short-term rental properties, everybody's frame of reference for that was owner-occupied. At the time when this business model emerged, that's what it was. It was legitimately home sharing. Someone else lived there, or if you had a large property, you had another, accessory building or something like that. Or I think we all know, beach communities or mountain communities where there's a certain level of acceptance. If you buy in or invest in a beach community or in a mountain community, that the people who live next to you are going to be kind of, subleasing that and renting that out. You have that level of expectation. But no one who makes an investment in a residential neighborhood does so or wants that, or has the knowledge that, really somebody can come in, tomorrow and pull a permit at that adjacent house. And we did add a provision to a bill that they can have to notify those folks. But, that I think just kind of subverts the whole goal of residential zoning. And so I would ask that you support 608 as submitted. And I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
I just want to speak in closing real quick. There was a statement came up here earlier about working with us on this amendment and things of that nature. Let me make it very clear. Nobody approached any of us as sponsors or co-sponsors about this amendment until a few days ago. We didn't even know about it till Monday or Tuesday. So we had to review this amendment pretty quickly to see what was going on. So I want to make that clear right now. I want to make it further clear that my bill is for neighbors and neighborhoods. not for short-term type 2 rentals, and I appreciate y'all submitting my bill and passing it so the council can take full debate on it. Thank you.
Yes, 1 minute. Secretary Sloan, would you like to?
Yeah, I need to clarify a few things real quickly. One, I called Councilman Hager to tell him about this amendment so that it wasn't a surprise. I hate that somehow has gotten lost in all of this, but that's exactly what we did. The whole reason for the department drafting the amendment was because when we looked at 685, which the council sent to us, so the council did send a bill to us to address the regulation of short-term rentals in R&RS, and we looked at the bill that was sent to us, and we felt like that it didn't give a good, clear explanation to our. We felt like it stated that it was creating regulations that in reality it didn't give teeth to actually do that regulation. And as so often is the case that we say to the commission and to the council that when developers tell the public that they're going to build something or do something, and then they submit a bill that doesn't actually do what they've been out there telling the public that they were going to do, then we seek to amend that bill to make sure that it does exactly what they've been telling the public that it was going to do. We didn't believe that 685 actually gave regulations to short-term rentals in R&RS zone properties. But what we've been given by the council were two bills, essentially. One that said no short-term rental in R&RS, which is Councilman Hager's bill, and then one that said yes, short-term rental in R&RS, but with all these regulations. So what we heard from the council was we have two different things that we want you to look at. To accomplish the yes in R&RS, but with regulations, we felt that we had to create a rewrite of 685, but in a way that we really couldn't adjust 685 to get there. So we created the amendment. The amendment would allow it in R&RS, but with substantial regulations in a way that we felt gave it teeth where it would work. The only reason we drafted it was because what we heard from the council was we want to look at these two different options, and so that's why we wrote it. Now, the way that we've tried to present it to the commission tonight is so that you can take those up completely separate. You'll notice that in our staff recommendation, we recommend approval of 608 on its own without amendment. We were very clear about that, and our recommendation says that. Because we believe that if you pass 608 without the amendment, that it meets the goals of Nashville Next. But there are a lot of goals in Nashville Next. And we also think that if the council, as they have told us through legislation, also wanted to have short-term rentals in R&RS zone properties, but with heavy regulations, then you could also approve separately 608 with the amendment and send that up as well. And then let the council decide, do you want to restrict short-term rental, non-owner occupied short-term rental in R&RS? Then you have 608. If you want to allow it at some percentage with enforcement, then you have 608 with the amendment. And it was our intention, the way that we presented it to you, to give this commission the option to send both of those up, one of those up, either way. It's up to you. But that's why we presented it that way. It wasn't trying to get around anybody. It wasn't trying to create our own legislation. It was trying to respond to what we heard the council tell us. So I'm sorry that got lost somewhere in the mix, but I hope that cleared it up. Now, I believe that the chair would like to take a short recess because we've been here for over 3 hours.
We're going to take a 5-minute break so everyone can stand up and stretch their legs. Starting our discussion, I am very impressed to see so many of you guys still out here, so thank you. I know it's been a long process for everybody. And I am going to ask our council lady, who gets the pleasure of doing this again next week, to go first and get us started.
Thank you for that opportunity.
I will start with thanking all the people who are still here, and you know, everyone that spoke, I think, speaks the truth and speaks from their heart, and I agree with everything everybody said, which makes this a really tricky process. I think that there are benefits to short-term rental. I started this journey with many of the people in this room in 2012. We have learned a lot since then. I mean, at that point, there were no rules, and we felt like we needed some rules. And we looked at what other cities had done, and we made a stab at it. And I think it was a decent starting point. It was clearly not perfect. We've been adding to it along the way. Tonight is a substantive change to that, and I think it's brought about largely based on two issues. One is that our enforcement has simply not been possible. We I think, didn't have the will or the resources to do it properly. The mayor has listened to the plea of the council and hired a consultant. He made some substantive suggestions. Those are slowly being put into place, and I believe that those are critical, and I'm committed to following up on those regardless of where this goes, because we'll have to have those regardless. So I think that's a key piece that's important, and we have the mayor's support on that, and that part will begin to fall into place slowly. And the other piece of that is the fundamental existential question of whether these belong in residential neighborhoods if the owner isn't residing in the property. And that's something that we've had two very definite sides of the issue on. That being said, I came with my, you know, everybody who knows me knows I'm a chart maker. I had my chart, I've got my pros and my cons. I haven't done the rating and the weighting yet, so I don't have my scores. So I'm not sure where I am on this yet. I believe that there are a lot of good hosts. There are a lot of people who have made substantive investments in this, and I hope that we can do this process in a way that doesn't ruin anybody's life. That is certainly not our goal. But we also began this process with the goal of protecting the neighbors. I mean, that's in every meeting that I've been in. That has been a statement that's, you know, regard what we come up with in this regulation has got to be protecting the quality of life in the neighborhoods. That's our first obligation. We had hoped that the regulations and the enforcement of those would make a difference from the get-go, and it hasn't. And there are enough stories that we've all heard and seen pictures of that we know we need to continue to improve, to work on that piece of it. I would say the one thing that's obvious, I think we can all agree on, is that everybody supports 608, so that part's easy. It's just the question about the amendment or not that I think we're going to have a long and thoughtful discussion on. And again, I think it's important to remind people that this is the recommendation from the Planning Commission. If we as a group decide to send both of those to the council, it's so that they can discuss both of that, and then if they accept or reject, then that's two different groups that have had a thoughtful discussion about that, and that may be very worthwhile. I want to go from general to very specific for just a second. Carrie, I see you're there at the ready. There was one mentioned, this is the fine point that we can come back to later, but I'll go ahead and throw it out there. One mention that was made of permits for duplexes being grandfathered, and I always try to say I'm not an expert, check with the lawyer, but at early points in our process, we talked a lot about grandfathering in things as we made changes and thought that we could do that. As it turns out, a permit is a one-year thing. You can't do that. So if we are, in my mind, to be consistent with where we led people to think, then we can't just simply say, yes, you're grandfathered. That has to be solved with a legislative solution. So that may be something that I bring up later as we talk about amendments and things like that. I've got two things that Carrie's kind of got sitting ready to bring up later that we need to deal with those things. I just throw that out now so it can be inserted at the appropriate point. I think at this point we're still talking in general terms. So all that is to be said. I appreciate the effort that Carrie and the rest of the staff have put into this. I know you've worked really hard to try to integrate 1,000 different things that have come in from a lot of different council members who care deeply about getting this right. And I appreciate the
the parts in Title VI that I think can deal with a lot of the issues that I've had great discussions with the platforms about how they can help us do our enforcement better. And I'm thrilled to hear you say that y'all support the pieces in Title VI. If we can get that part right, that would be a huge progress in that area. So I think that's very exciting. I would like to ask for a little bit of clarification on pending legislation. Pick a lawyer to tell me how that's going to work. I guess two questions. If 608 passes, how does that figure into pending? If the amendment passes, how does that figure into what's pending and what's not?
Sure. So if 608 passes, it's already been considered by council, and so if you all make a recommendation, then it will be considered pending under the pending legislation doctrine.
And to explain to people, what does that mean?
So that means that if permits are repugnant to that legislation, they will not be issued by the codes department until everything's resolved.
And if someone has started a permit, but they haven't completed the process, how does that affect them?
Really, we consider whether a permit's been issued. Not necessarily the application for a permit. Also, if the bill is not passed, it would be dead here. If it does go to council, it wouldn't be considered pending until the council has reviewed it and they have a recommendation by planning.
Gotcha. And so on 685, or the amendment, let's talk about the amendment, because that's a funny animal.
I think that was what I was talking about, the amendment
because
to 608.
Right.
So if that hasn't been considered by council yet, so the pending ordinance doctrine would not go into effect until it's considered by council and by planning. So only the planning part would be triggered tonight if that goes forward.
That's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that's helpful. I think that's important to know that. At this point, I'm just going to say I think we've talked. I mean, I'm guessing process-wise, we're going to deal with each of these in order. We'll come back and vote on the little ones and things like that. So at this point, we're just debating 608 within the context of everything we've heard. Is that correct?
I think the issues are intertwined enough between 608 and the parts of 685, which are the amendments and the Title VI standards. And so I think the idea is that the commission discusses everything at once, but then we'll take separate actions.
The other little ones. Okay. All right. That sounds good. I mean, I would say I was a sponsor of one of the moratorium bills, which we have since withdrawn, mostly because it muddied the issue, I think. But I do think that there is value to finding out how better enforcement can work. And as I reflect on the different options here that we can consider, it feels to me that if 608 passes, which it seems to have strong support from everyone, amended or unamended, that still gives us a 2-year period to work on this enforcement and see what happens. It's possible we may discover in 2 years that the enforcement worked miraculously, and we go, all of a sudden this is great. That 3% limit was perfect, and we're good, and maybe we want to change things. We could do that. If we discover that enforcement is still a struggle, then we'll know that we're on the right path with that. So that being said, I clearly support 608. I am still thinking about the amendment and would like to hear other commissioners, if I might make that request.
So I'm going to jump around a little bit just to keep us all awake.
Ready to go.
No? Oh, you were ready to go? All right, go for it.
Thanks. I'm ready. Thank you, everyone. I know it does seem like it's been a very emotional topic, and I can see why a lot of people have invested so much on this. I just wanted to mention in general, this STRPs have been something that our generation has dealt with, and no, we don't have a precedent before how to deal with this. So as a government and as the world, we're trying to figure out how to best work this through with our neighborhoods. So, I don't think it's too late to fix or improve these regulations, just saying, oh, well, the council approved this 2 years ago. I think there's always time to improve regulations. There's always time to work with the neighborhood. I don't think it's ever too late to do that. So I just wanted to start off and say that, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation now because it's very important to a lot of us. And, I want to say I personally use Airbnb as well, and I wouldn't be able to travel as much as I do if it weren't for Airbnb, but I do want to, I want to say that we need to be responsible about where we have Airbnbs or, STRPs and all of that. And make sure that we're all benefiting from it as a city and as a government. And so going more into specifics, it's weird to me, or I think it's a little crazy to me that a lot of people that have STRPs want the amendment, because it seems to me that the amendment would require more hoops and more enforcement and more regulations, and it just, to me, it seems like when people mention that they wanted more freedom, having that amendment would require the government to be more present in their property rights. And so, to me, I'm kind of still trying to figure out, 608 just seems very, black and white and very efficient in a sense, but I can also see why, it would be a good thing because it seems like a very good compromise. So, so I have some ideas, but I just want to about how maybe we could do a little bit more tweaking and more compromise. But another thing that I've noted is that most of the people that spoke up here for the for STRP and for the amendment, most of you all live in the city. And I think that's great that you're taking responsibility and you're here, you're speaking up for, what you believe in, and that you live in the city and, you have this business and, you make a living from it. But not everybody that has one lives in the city, and that's the problem. And so on Bill 653, where it says that, this is another idea, where Bill 653 says that you have to prove for an owner-occupied permit to be, to get a permit, you have to submit all of these things. What if we consider that the non-owner ones as well have to go through these hoops, that they have to also live in the city? Because it seems like, I know, sorry, this is just an idea, and I just, maybe, we can ask the lawyer, but I just want to put that out there so that we can, maybe shut it down right away, or, what is...
I'm not sure that I heard a question. What was the question?
That for 653, it says the owner-occupied permits have, they have to be a resident. They have to show this proof of, identification and documents. Can we require that same level of identification and require non-owner occupant permits to be residents of this county? No. Okay. Okay. All right. Just wanted to know. Yeah, strike that out. Okay, so my next thing is on 685. So I heard that, in order for this to be more enforceable, then that's why we added the amendment, right? So that it has more teeth to it, or the planning could actually kind of enforce it, or?
The amendment to 608 are these contains, sorry, the mouse isn't working, these last two standards that were in what other council members proposed in 685. And so what 685 did not do was that it didn't make a distinction between the owner-occupied as accessory and the non-owner occupied as a commercial use, which is one of the reasons that those standards from 685 were reframed as an amendment, because I do hear a lot of consensus from council members that non-owner occupied is not accessory. And so very basically 608 changes that structure, and then those last two standards that were proposed by council members in 685 were added as an amendment. But when you add those back in, what it does is that it adds the non-owner occupied back into AG, AR2A, R, RA, RS, and RSA. And so with that, if council wanted to consider what was proposed in 685 to allow not owner occupied in those districts, we felt like what that needed were standards for the online marketplace, and also some additional consideration from council around it creating an administrative review process.
Okay. So there is a way that we could just approve 608 without the amendment, and then 685, we can also approve 685 without the...
685 wouldn't work if you approved 608, which is part of why they were rewritten.
Right. Okay. It's really hard to, to understand like all of these things, and I'm sure it's even harder for us to understand now at this time. But I've been thinking the whole time of this other, thing that, if we just merge these other things, but I don't want to sit here and throw out solutions or ideas. So I'm just going to say I do approve 608, and I don't think at this point I'm comfortable with the way that or the amendment to 608 looks, because I don't believe that based on land use alone that I'm comfortable with having STRPs, non-owner occupied, in residential areas. Because I do believe that even though things are changing and we have new industries and new business models, and in the world, you can make money so many different ways now. I still believe that land use, residential and commercial should be separated, and I believe that because we have policies that believe that, and we, as Nashville Next, we have policies that allow live work, which is, I think, something similar to that. And then we have policies that allow commercial. We have policies that allow mixed use. And to me, that kind of goes into like getting a little muddy. And I'd rather see it different, like, very completely different instead of being muddy. And I know we keep hearing the whole thing about recording studios and piano lessons and things like that, but it is similar, because if you can have a business making money from your home, regardless of how it is, you're still making money from your home. And if someone can't do that with, living in their home and providing piano lessons, that I believe that, that if that's the way this government has decided that that's what that means commercial, then I don't believe that we can justify approving STRPs, non-owner occupied.
I'm going to let Commissioner Haynes go next, because I saw his notes earlier tonight. Oh my, well, yours were all typed out. I was so impressed.
All right. Number one, our city was cool and we had fabric before Airbnb got here. So I don't buy that argument. Some questions for somebody on the staff. So whomever wants to take this.
We got a 50-50 shot.
For type 2 permitted owners, how are they taxed from a property tax perspective, commercially or residentially?
I believe as of the last update I received, they are still being taxed as a residential use.
And how are they paying their water and sewer tap fees, residentially or commercially?
I do not know for that one. I believe residentially.
Yeah, residential.
So, Airbnb started with a sharing concept of sharing houses or apartments with people who live there. That's how it started. It's now morphed into this industry where people can afford to buy houses and make money and not live there and not pay commercial property taxes and not pay commercial water and sewer tap fees. I don't think that's the fabric of what we want in the residential in our city, period. So I'm in favor of 608. I am not in favor of the amendment as written. I'm in favor of disapproving 685. And then on the fee resolution, I think the type 2 fees need to be double the type 1 fees. We need to make it expensive as part of the business model.
Commissioner, did you want to speak on the other ones regarding the identification? There was one of the bills that talks about increasing the types of information that can be gathered from applicants.
Yeah, I'm okay with 653.
And
I think 653 is well written.
And then the other bill that the legal department has said is a really bad idea. Did you want to go ahead and log your opinion on that one?
Yeah, you all have recommended disapproval of this, correct?
Correct. Because it has the government regulating private contracts.
And I agree wholeheartedly with that. The challenge you get into is, homeowner associations oftentimes don't have a lot of teeth to go enforce that. But I agree with the recommendation that staff's making on that particular item.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so now to keep things interesting, we're going to let a lawyer talk. And I'll call on Commissioner Hagendier. I'm going to mix it up. I've had
Well, there's two of us
I've got
down
two
here. I
lawyers.
was
We gotta
thinking
go into
maybe-
this and then I'll
Well,
mix it up again.
and I was trying to harness my inner Stuart Clifton. I was going to lean back like this, and then I was going to be really surprised that I agree with Commissioner Haynes. As one of the lawyers and a person who likes rules and clarity and appreciates neighborhoods and passion, and loves to make money too. But our job as a planning commission, and I can hear Commissioner Clifton say, what's the role of the Metro Council, and should this be a political process, or is this a planning decision? And I appreciate the effort the staff has, and I asked you for a day off for you guys tomorrow. I appreciate the time and energy and all the passion that's gone into this. But here's the thing. If we as a planning commission are to make planning decisions based on the character of a community and the use of the land, which is my understanding, and I'm still a novice at this thing. And as an attorney, when I hear commercial usage, I agree with 608. That's right, 608, right? I'm losing my mind. If you're living in a home and you're renting out a room to someone as an STRP, as a homeowner occupied, that I get. That's resident. You can do that in a residential area and it still be considered residential. The non-owner occupied, that's not a residential usage. I mean, it's commercial activity. You're paying permitting fees, you're paying penalties, you're paying taxes, or you should be. You're paying insurance. I heard that tonight. You're paying for advertising, which I heard tonight. I heard you're paying employees and contractors and cleaners and management companies. These are all commercial usages. So that's a commercial use. My lawyer in me just says that's what that is. And that's what that is, then that's not an accessory use. That's a commercial use and should be regulated as such. From a planning perspective, we have said that commercial usage are not in residential areas. That's what we've said as a planning commission, a part of National Next. And there's one statement in our report that specifically says, and I may have just lost it, there are two things that trouble me about this. Enforcement's an issue we've had in Metro Nashville for so long. I lived in Edgefield for 9 years, and I heard this afterwards when I moved out to Whites Creek. In East Nashville, houses were being knocked down, and by the time the codes or someone got there to try to stop it, the house was already gone, and the fees are so little that there's no teeth, right? We can't enforce our way out of this. We have to make a planning decision. And we can't have the staff for that. We barely have the staff to stay here till 12 o'clock at night to hear all the comments on this issue. Unless we want to pay a lot more in taxes to get a lot more staff, we don't have the enforcement and the codes. We'd have to have a whole department just to enforce these things. And that's not the purview of our government right now, in my understanding. So the statement in this here that I read was specifically, and if I can find it, I had it written out. Here we go. With substantial fines and aggressive enforcement, the non-owner occupied STRP's use has the potential to exist in neighborhoods without disrupting the character and enjoyment of those neighborhoods, which is the standard included in National Next. With substantial fines and aggressive enforcement, the non-owner occupied STRP has the potential to exist in neighborhoods. But that's not where we are. So I'm in favor of 608. I'm not in favor of the amendment. I'm with Commissioner Haynes pretty much on everything he just said. No.
Okay, well, I'll let two attorneys go in a row. So Commissioner Blackshear, you want to go next?
I do want to go, and I will keep it brief. Everyone before me has said something that I'm going to say, and I really wish I could just say what I support and be done with it, but I think at this point it's fair to just at least kind of summarize my analysis. So 608, with or without the amendment, is not a citywide ban on any type of short-term rental. Everyone has an equally valuable opinion. I obviously heard tons of opinions in favor of STRPs, specifically non-owner occupied, and then against it. And I think everyone's opinion is very valid, and everyone's, to me, is on equal level. But the question is, are STRs a residential use? From a planning perspective, that's our question. Are they appropriate for residential areas? And there were a few people who likened short-term rentals to long-term rentals, but obviously the big difference is that a long-term renter is actually a resident of the area. Someone said this earlier, they live there, they vote there, they send their children to school there, and whether they're good or bad long-term renters, just like good or bad homeowners, they are residents. So it's just not the same thing. And I also think everyone agrees that enforcement is needed, but regardless of enforcement or the lack thereof, STRs, non-owner occupied, just is not, to me, a residential use. And any benefit that's gained by a type 2 STR does not convert it into a residential use. So for all of those reasons, I will be in favor of 608 without the amendment. I guess I can go ahead and give my opinions on the other bills. So 611, I think. Yes, disapprove, that's the one. 653, approve, right? And then 685, because I'm in favor of 608 without the amendment, I would be in favor of disapproval of 685.
Commissioner Sims.
This has been a difficult one for me because I really like to think that I'm talking from the heart, but I'm a trained researcher, and so I really need to look at this much more with some intellectual integrity here. What I've been taught in my own field, and first of all, thank you guys. This is true democracy. When a community cares either way, willing to stay to 12:30, that's what makes Nashville great. So thank you. But I'm new to land use, but I'm not new to policy. And in good public policy, you're always looking, what did the data show you? Well, in this case, we need two sets of data. One would be, do we have any kind of data that supports that the fabric of a neighborhood is either being hurt or maybe even benefited from short-term rentals. It's just too early in Nashville to have that kind of data. That's going to take some longitudinal studies. They are going on right now, but they're not there yet. The other one is, does it actually increase housing costs and therefore adding to some of the housing affordability issues? Again, it's too early for us to know. When we don't have research findings then to inform us, what we have to do is look at, are there proxies then that will help us understand what might be going on and what the long-term effect might be. In this case, the proxies would be, what are the people telling us? And I'm involved a lot in neighborhoods, and the neighbors do feel like there is some social fabric erosion going on. And I don't think that that's just one or two. You could tell tonight that that was a major theme. I don't know about the affordability issue yet because we don't really have that data. So when we don't have enough data or even proxies, then the rule is do no harm. And in this case, I think doing no harm would be simply making sure that we stay true to the true tenets of Nashville Next. And Nashville Next then would be to preserve neighborhoods. And neighborhoods as they are defined in Nashville Next. So my belief would be that we would see residential separate from commercial. And I think that it has to, they just can't be mixed. Unless we want to change our land use policies. And so I think what we have, for me, I like 608. I want to go ahead and send it up. The other thing I'd like to say is thank God that there is a council. We have to hear this again. And they get the real problem solving here. I do think that there's only one thing worse than unintended consequences, and that is unintended policies. And what's going on right now is unintended rezoning going on in our neighborhoods, and I just can't vote for that. So no to 608, yes to 653, and no to 685.
I'm sorry, just so that I'm clear on that.
It's okay with disapproving it.
No, I want 608, yes to 608, no to the amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay to 653, and no to 685. I think it's
And 611,
611 is the disapproval.
that's the HOA piece?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Last but not least, Commissioner.
I'm afraid it is last and least. A week ago I couldn't spell VRBO, so I don't know that I'm even qualified to sit here. I do have some basic questions that I want to just clarify in my own mind. Type 1 is owner-occupied, where they're basically renting out a room of their house. Is that or part of their house?
Yes, that is one kind of owner-occupied. There are some instances where the owner will rent out for short periods of time, but they leave the house, and the zoning administrator will call those owner-occupied. So you live there all year, but you rent it out during CMAs.
Right. So that's type 1. Mm-hmm. Type 2 is not owner-occupied, so you don't live there at all.
Right.
And
it's in a neighborhood district.
And it's in a neighborhood district. Type 3 is you don't live there at all, but you're in a multifamily or a commercial district. So essentially all of downtown and most of the areas around are type 3.
Yes.
Is that right? Am I getting that?
That's correct.
Yeah, but if it's a residential district, that's type 2.
Right. If someone lives in the unit, it could be a type 1, but neither type 1s nor type 3s are affected by this new structure. It's truly the type 2s that are affected.
Type 2s in R and RS districts.
Mm-hmm.
Basically. Okay. Well, that helps me understand that. I guess some of the 2-year phase out is in the 608 thing. Is that right? And that time just seems a little tight for me, but that's just me. I don't know where that number came from. But.
Well, I know it's come up a couple of times, but on that issue, I do want to point out that the permits are only 1-year permits.
Right.
So even that is twice what the permit period is.
2 cycles.
Yeah.
And the phase out is only for renewal of permits. It's not, there are no new permits issued during that time. It's only to allow existing permits to renew for a short period of time.
Okay. Okay. I do think anything that's evolving as quickly as this industry is the evolution of the regulations that guide those is going to have to evolve with it. I don't think those of you who knew how to deal with this a few years ago could never see it like this. We're not sure what it's going to be like in 2025. So I think that has to be in everybody's mind. I do think also that we've had a lot of good people here on both sides, and enforcement is the key because the bad actors are the ones that really do cause a lot of problems. So, I'm 4608. I'm a little ambivalent on the amendment. And the reason is that, and I don't totally understand the amendment, but the reason is that I've been involved, and I was involved in Edgefield in the early 80s. I was involved in other neighborhoods around, and when they're in that transition phase, this could be an excellent tool to help that transition. I certainly understand if I had an established neighborhood that I wouldn't want this kind of commercial activity next door. I understand as well. So, that's if the amendment would allow some tools where the council and others could use that sparingly but judiciously, that would be a good thing. I don't know if that's the case or not. So that's really where I am on this. I think that, and on the rest of them, I can kind of go along with what everybody else is saying. One other clarification, in the 685, the part where it caps the total number of people in the unit, is that capped at 10 people total?
Yes, and that's one of the standards that was proposed by council in 685 that was carried into the amendment for 608. And so it was capped at 10, or 2 times the number of sleeping rooms plus 4, whichever is less.
But if the amendment doesn't go, that doesn't show up anywhere. So
in the yes, it shows up in the amendment.
But that's the only place. Okay. So I'm confused.
This is a very confusing topic, and Council Lady, you mentioned you had some other items.
Yeah, just to muddy the waters. Again, because I think there was enough confusion about grandfathering that I feel like, personally, I feel like the city has an obligation, and the lawyers can disagree with me on this, to at least give people time to have an exit plan as opposed to what they're hearing from codes right now. So I have asked to propose language, if you can find it, Carrie, that simply says for the 2-family structures that were properly permitted before the January 25 of 2016. At that point, we passed a law that changed, that said you could only have 1 permit per lot. But there were some properties, not a large number, that had gotten a permit for each of their 2 properties on a duplex or an HPR or something like that. And at the time we were doing that, we were also talking about phasing out and going to lowering the 3% cap to 1%. And the conversation was all about, well, what if I've already gotten my permit? And the assumption and the discussion was, if you're already in, then we wouldn't kick you out; you'd be grandfathered. That was not legal, lawyerly information. And I'm learning to always say my disclaimer. But having led people down that path, I would just throw this out as something that I intend to offer as an amendment to the council. And so I didn't want the Planning Commission to not have seen this. I don't know what the procedure is, whether we need to vote on this or not, but I didn't want it to have to come back to the Planning Commission and throw everything off track. So, Mr. Sloan, if you can tell me what I should do here. Actually, you've already told me, but if you'll.
Well, let me say that I don't think that provision if added to this legislation later, substantively changes the overall land use regulations and would require it to come back.
Okay.
It would be a discussion that probably myself and Mike Jameson and John Cooper, the Director of Law, would have, but I don't believe that element alone is substantive enough to cause it to come back.
Fair enough. I just didn't want this commission to not be aware that was a possibility that I'm at least going to throw out on the table on Tuesday as we're discussing other things like that. And then also, the one good thing that 685 does is that there's some issues in there about the online marketplace, or out of the discussion of 685 came the suggestions for the Title VI ordinances. And again, I guess if this group doesn't officially vote on that, I don't know that we can make a statement, but I just want to make sure that part doesn't get lost because we don't address it. So help me out with that.
On this slide, the things that are in green text are the things that don't get officially referred to the Planning Commission for a recommendation. So they're framed as suggestions for the council. So I think we're comfortable with that being part of the motion.
Just as a suggestion. Okay, that sounds good.
So do we need to make separate motions?
Yes.
Per line item?
Yes. And I would ask that, I would suggest, it'd be up to the commission, to go ahead and make a motion on an action on the amendment because they were proposed by council. If it later gets attached at council, then it would have to be re-referred back here because it would substantively change the bill. So if you wanted to go ahead and make that motion so that council knew what your direction was.
Can I ask one more question? The duplex thing just occurred to me. If you are in a duplex and you live in one side and you rent out the other, are you considered a owner-occupied?
Right now, if you are an accessory dwelling unit, whether attached or detached, you are considered owner-occupied, but as a duplex, you're currently considered non-owner-occupied.
So if you're living with an attached wall and you're renting out the other side, that would be considered a type 2.
That's right. I believe.
We've talked about that, and I think we'll talk about it some more.
I believe the councilman's willing to consider changing that to being an owner-occupied use.
Yeah, that seems.
The current language says if you live in the unit or in a unit associated with it, and
with the primary one. And it's the zoning administrator's interpretation that the accessory unit meets that definition, but the duplex doesn't.
Yeah, I would say the duplex should be considered a non-investor owned.
Okay. And I'll throw one more out.
Yep.
Just to further muddy the waters, I've heard this is really muddying the waters, but just so people are aware of what other conversations may come up, that the sponsor had also perhaps considered if the lot were abutting, that might also be a discussion, not necessarily anything you have committed to. I said if the owner lives in a lot abutting the existing, that might.
Well, what I talked about was if you had two houses on one lot.
On one lot. Okay, fair enough.
That'd be one plat or one lot. If I've got property out at 7 Points, I've got two houses on 7 acres. If I lived in one of those houses, in the house next door, could I rent that out, as a owner occupied? Because the property's still on one plat.
Okay, so I guess we're getting close. This really is a pretty challenging debate, and it really is. There's my tendency would just say this is easy. We can just focus on this from a land use perspective and try to really, narrow this down. But we definitely heard the stories from folks that are clearly relying on these units, doing it right, and using it to support their families, and definitely do want to indicate that we're very sensitive to that. It's what I struggle with routinely here is that there's a planning decision and then there's this much bigger policy. And I would second what Commissioner Sims said, that I'm very glad that there is a council who will have to debate that. But it's, I do want you to know that everybody has been heard this evening. And we certainly recognize that this is a potential hardship to many people in the community as well. With that,
Yes. Just quickly, I promise. In terms of fee resolution, suggesting a fee resolution, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Haynes. So is there anything we need to do with that or just?
No, there's nothing that you need to do with that.
I will go on the record to say that I agree with Commissioner Haynes, that I believe that type 2, look at that, needs to be higher and it needs to be double what type 1 does.
And what kind of comment is that?
It's just a comment.
Okay.
It's just a, that a boy.
Are we ready for a motion?
yeah, I'm ready for a motion on 608.
I move approval of 608 with disapproval of the amendment number 1.
So do you want me
that
to,
the
let's do
substitute?
608 and then do the amendment?
Separately?
Yes, so I want your
I move approval of
608.
608.
Well, I'm sorry. 608 with the substitutes that the sponsor
The substitute
has offered.
608.
With the substitutes as offered by the sponsor.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Next item is the amendment to 608.
And can I clarify that? Doug, I think you mentioned earlier that it would be adopting 608 and an amendment as a separate thing. So you'd really be sending up 2 packages.
We just, and this is what Carrie was saying a moment ago, we just want the council to have the option to deal with that later. That's the whole reason we drew it up this way, was not to change 608, but to give them the option to continue to have that conversation about some alternative. That's it. So that's why you've now voted to approve 608. So 608 goes up with the approval of the commission. And now, depending on how you vote on this, it will at least be on the record for them to consider as approved or disapproved.
But it is a 608 with the amendment.
Nope.
Just
So
the amendment.
608 has already passed. You voted
Okay.
unanimously to
So we're
approve
gonna-
608 just as it was submitted.
We're just
And
voting
now
on the
you're voting on the amendment.
Okay. Amendment number
to-
1.
Yes.
We need to name it in some way.
Yeah, that's correct.
So I move disapproval of amendment number 1.
Okay. Other discussion?
I'm just going to explain, if I vote yes for this, it's because I want the council to have the option to debate it, which I guess they do anyway, but I'm just throwing that out there.
So you are voting yes, so, okay. So
Would you be
not
voting
in.
yes or no?
You're not supporting his disapproval. You're voting against his disapproval. Yes. Okay, I'm going to call for a vote.
It's solid.
Any other discussion? And all in favor of the disapproval of Amendment 1?
Aye.
Can we see show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed? 2. Okay. So 6-2, I think. The next item is 611. Item 611. We need a motion on 611.
I make a motion to disapprove 611.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Will you bring 611 up on the screen?
Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Next one, item 653. Need a motion?
That's mine. I'll move approval of that one.
All right. Second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And finally, 685. Need a motion?
Move we disapprove 685.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And did somebody do we need to make a motion about recommending the fee resolution?
And then do we want to make a motion to? No.
No.
No. No.
No.
Okay, let's read into the record. Okay, I think we've done it. We have
Oh, we're
several
not done.
other items.
Can we? Very, very quickly.
I've got a lengthy executive report.
All right. Executive Director's report.
So I just wanted to go over the operating budget with y'all this year.
All right, so can we override you?
No, I will leave any comments for the next meeting.
Okay. Parks representative? Okay. Any legislative?
We're talking about the budget.
Okay. We do not have an executive committee report. I'll take the executive action on. Any other items?
One more.
What else is there? Adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Night-night.
Who said this would go to 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.